Napoleon by Will and Ariel Durant. This book consists of 40 chapters and is 779 pages long. Part 1 consists of chapters 1 through 8. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. In the Age of Napoleon, the final volume of Will and Ariel Durant's Story of Civilization, which has reached hundreds of thousands of readers and established itself as one of the most enduring classics of history, Napoleon, the central figure, is the archetypal hero whose restless, ambitious, and intelligent mind dominated his age and has never ceased to fascinate the world he helped fashion. To his enigmatic character and incredible career, the Durants have brought the full range of their genius and skill. Never has the emperor been portrayed more fully, never have his gifts, faults, complexities, and achievements been so brilliantly illuminated or so intimately described. Yet if Napoleon Bonaparte is the central figure of this engrossing narrative, even he, heroic and unique, is dwarfed by the age that took his name. For the Durants have recreated the life, the history, the arts, the science, the politics, the philosophy, the manners and morality, the very spirit of the turbulent epoch that began with the French Revolution, ended with the fall of the emperor, and ushered in the modern world. It was an age that opened with a feudal peasantry in revolt, and ended with the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution and modern thought. An age in which ancient monarchies were transformed into modern states. An age that included great warriors like Napoleon and Wellington, great creative artists such as Chateaubriand, Byron, William Blake, Jane Austen, Wordsworth, Beethoven, Turner, Coleridge, Shelley, great philosophers such as Fichte, Hegel, Godwin, Malthus, Bentham, great scientists such as Jenner, Dalton, Rumford, Davy, great men of politics such as the younger Pitt, Charles James Fox, Metternich, Talleyrand, Mirabeau, Marat, powerful monarchs such as Paul I and Alexander I of Russia, George III of England, Francis II of Austria, the hopeful exiled Bourbons, and the Protean emperor himself. To this vast task the Durants have brought their special talents, describing every advance in art, industry, thought, and science, creating unforgettable portraits of great men and women, describing with practiced ease and polish the turmoil of a renascent France, the golden age of English power and elegance, the agony of Russia at war with Napoleon and herself, the decline of ancient Austria, the struggle of Prussia to regain her status as a great power, the emergence from the long wars of Napoleon's age, and from the artistic, cultural, and philosophical ferment of his time, of a new world. With this 11th volume of the Story of Civilization, at once a masterpiece and an enduring classic, as breathlessly readable in narrative as it is informative in fact, the Durants' great chronicle of 4,000 years that shaped our world of today is brilliantly concluded. Dedication to Ethel. Preface. By the middle of the 20th century, says the Encyclopaedia Britannica, the literature on Napoleon already numbered more than 100,000 volumes. Why add to the heap? We offer no better reason than to say that the reaper repeatedly overlooked us and left us to passive living and passive reading after 1968. We grew weary of this insipid and unaccustomed leisure. To give our days some purpose and program, we decided to apply to the Age of Napoleon, 1789 to 1815, our favorite method of integral history, weaving into one narrative all memorable aspects of European civilization in those 27 years. Statesmanship, war, economics, morals, manners, religion, science, medicine, philosophy, literature, drama, music, and art. To see them all as elements in one moving picture, and as interacting parts of a united whole. We would see Prime Minister William Pitt ordering the arrest of author Tom Paine, chemist Lavoisier and mystic Charlotte Corday mounting the guillotine, Admiral Nelson taking Lady Hamilton as his mistress, Goethe foreseeing a century of events from the Battle of Valmy, Wordsworth enthusing over the French Revolution, Byron over the Greek, Shelley teaching atheism to Oxford bishops and dons, Napoleon fighting kings and imprisoning a pope, teasing physicians and philosophers, taking 100 scholars and scientists to conquer or reveal Egypt, losing Beethoven's dedication to the Eroica for an empire, talking drama with Talma, painting with David, sculpture with Canova, history with Wieland, literature with Goethe, and fighting a 15-year war with the pregnable but indomitable Madame de Staël. This vision roused us from our septuaoctogenarian lassitude to a reckless resolve to turn our amateur scholarship to picturing that exciting and eventful age as a living whole. And, shall we confess it, we had nurtured from our adolescence a sly, fond interest in Napoleon as no mere warmonger and despot, but as also a philosopher seldom deceived by pretense, and as a psychologist who had ceaselessly studied human nature in the mass and in individual men. One of us was rash enough to give 10 lectures on Napoleon in 1921. For 60 years we have been gathering material about him, so that some of our references will be to books once helpful and now dead. So here it is, a labor of 5 years, needing a lifetime, a book too long in total, too short and inadequate in every part. Only the fear of that lurking reaper made us call a halt. We pass it on, not to specialist scholars who will learn nothing from it, but our friends, wherever they are, who have been patient with us through many years, and who may find in it some moment's illumination or brightening fantasy. Will and Ariel Durant. Acknowledgments. First of all, to our daughter, Ethel Durant Kay, who not only typed the manuscript immaculately, but often improved it with corrections and suggestions. She has been a patient and helpful companion to us at every stage of our enterprise. To our dear friends Arthur Young and Gala Korleaf, who lent us precious books from their private collections. To the Los Angeles Public Library, and more directly to its Hollywood branch and the ladies at its reference desk, and especially to Mrs. Edith Cruikshank and Mrs. Elizabeth Fenton. To J. Christopher Harold, whose books on Napoleon and Madame de Staël have been a light and a treasure to us. And to Leslie A. Marchand, whose masterly 3-volume Byron has moderated with its wealth of information a Byronic addiction already passionate in 1905, when W.D. prayed God to release the crippled poet from hell. To Vera Schneider, who brought to the months-long task of copy-editing all the scope and precision of her scholarship. Our book has profited immensely from her work. And to our dear friend Fernand, Comte de Saint-Simon, who gave so much of his time to guiding us to Napoleoniana in Paris, Versailles, and Malmaison. All in all, in life and history, we have found so many good men and women that we have quite lost faith in the wickedness of mankind. Book 1. The French Revolution, 1789 to 1799. Chapter 1. The Background of Revolution, 1774 to 1789. 1. The French People. France was the most populous and prosperous nation in Europe. Russia, in 1780, had 24 million inhabitants, Italy 17 million, Spain 10 million, Great Britain 9 million, Prussia 8.6 million, Austria 7.9 million, Ireland 4 million, Belgium 2.2 million, Portugal 2.1 million, Sweden 2 million, Holland 1.9 million, Switzerland 1.4 million, Denmark 800,000, Norway 700,000, France 25 million. Paris was the largest city in Europe, with some 650,000 inhabitants, the best educated and most excitable in Europe. The people of France were divided into 3 orders or classes: États, states or estates; the clergy, some 130,000 souls; the nobility, some 400,000; and the tiers-état, which included everybody else. The Revolution was the attempt of this economically rising but politically disadvantaged third estate to achieve political power and social acceptance commensurate with its growing wealth. Each of the classes was divided into subgroups or layers, so that nearly everyone could enjoy the sight of persons below him. The richest class was the ecclesiastical hierarchy: cardinals, archbishops, bishops, and abbots. Among the poorest were the pastors and curates of the countryside. Here the economic factor crossed the lines of doctrine, and in the Revolution the lower clergy joined with the commonalty against their own superiors. Monastic life had lost its lure. The Benedictines, numbering 6,434 in the France of 1770, had been reduced to 4,300 in 1790. 9 orders of religious had been disbanded by 1780, and in 1773 the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, had been dissolved. Religion in general had declined in the French cities. In many towns the churches were half empty, and among the peasantry pagan customs and old superstitions competed actively with the doctrines and ceremonies of the Church. The nuns, however, were still actively devoted to teaching and nursing, and were honored by rich and poor alike. Even in that skeptical and practical age there were thousands of women, children, and men who eased the buffets of life with piety, fed their imaginations with tales of the saints, interrupted the succession of toilsome days with holy day ritual and rest, and found in religious hopes an anodyne to defeat and a refuge from bewilderment and despair. The state supported the Church because statesmen generally agreed that the clergy gave them indispensable aid in preserving social order. In their view, the natural inequality of human endowment made inevitable an unequal distribution of wealth. It seemed important for the safety of the possessing classes that a corps of clerics should be maintained to provide the poor with counsels of peaceful humility and expectation of a compensating paradise. It meant much to France that the family, buttressed with religion, remained as the basis of national stability through all vicissitudes of the state. Moreover, obedience was encouraged by belief in the divine right of kings, the divine origin of their appointment and power. The clergy inculcated this belief, and the kings felt that this myth was a precious aid to their personal security and orderly rule. So they left to the Catholic clergy almost all forms of public education, and when the growth of Protestantism in France threatened to weaken the authority and usefulness of the national church, the Huguenots were ruthlessly expelled. Grateful for these services, the state allowed the church to collect tithes and other income from each parish, and to manage the making of wills, which encouraged moribund sinners to buy promissory notes, collectible in heaven, in exchange for earthly property bequeathed to the church. The government exempted the clergy from taxation, and contented itself with receiving, now and then, a substantial don gratuit, or free grant, from the church. So variously privileged, the church in France accumulated large domains, reckoned by some as a fifth of the soil, and these it ruled as feudal properties, collecting feudal dues. It turned the contributions of the faithful into gold and silver ornaments, which, like the jewels of the crown, were consecrated and inviolable hedges against the inflation that seemed ingrained in history. Many parish priests, mulcted of parish income by the tithe, labored in pious poverty, while many bishops lived in stately elegance, and lordly archbishops, far from their sees, fluttered about the court of the king. As the French government neared bankruptcy, while the French church, according to Talleyrand's estimate, enjoyed an annual income of 150 million livres, the tax-burdened Third Estate wondered why the Church should not be compelled to share its wealth with the state. When the literature of unbelief spread, thousands of middle-class citizens and hundreds of aristocrats shed the Christian faith, and were ready to view with philosophic calm the raids of the Revolution upon the sacred guarded hoard. The nobility was vaguely conscious that it had outlived many of the functions that had been its reasons for being. Its proudest element, the nobility of the sword, noblesse d'épée, had served as the military guard, economic director, and judiciary head of the agricultural communities. But much of these services had been superseded by the centralization of power and administration under Richelieu and Louis XIV. Many of the seigneurs now lived at the court and neglected their domains, and their rich raiment, fine manners, and general amiability seemed, in 1789, insufficient reason for owning a fourth of the soil and exacting feudal dues. The more ancient families among them called themselves la noblesse de race, tracing their origin to the Germanic Franks who had conquered and renamed Gaul in the 5th century. In 1789, Camille Desmoulins would turn this boast against them as alien invaders when he called for revolution as a long-delayed racial revenge. Actually, some 95% of the French nobility were increasingly bourgeois and Celtic, having mated their lands and titles to the new wealth and agile brains of the middle class. A rising portion of the aristocracy, the noblesse de robe, or nobility of the gown, consisted of some 4,000 families whose heads had been appointed to judicial or administrative posts that automatically endowed their holders with nobility. As most such posts had been sold by the king or his ministers to raise revenue for the state, many of the purchasers felt warranted in regaining their outlay by a genial susceptibility to bribes. Venality in office was unusually widespread in France, and was one of 100 complaints against the dying regime. Some of these titles to office and rank were hereditary, and as their holders multiplied, especially in the parlement, or law courts, of the various districts, their pride and power grew to the point where in 1787 the Parlement of Paris claimed the right to veto the decrees of the king. In terms of time, the revolution began near the top. In Qu'est-ce que le tiers-état, a pamphlet published in January 1789, the Abbé Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès asked and answered 3 questions. What is the third estate? Everything. What has it been till now? Nothing. What does it want to be? Something. Or, in Chamfort's emendation, tout. Everything. It was nearly everything. It included the bourgeoisie, or middle class, with its 100,000 families and its many layers. Bankers, brokers, manufacturers, merchants, managers, lawyers, physicians, scientists, teachers, artists, authors, journalists, the press, the fourth estate or power, and the menu peuple, little people, sometimes called the people, consisting of the proletariat and tradesmen of the towns, the transport workers on land or sea, and the peasantry. The upper middle classes held and managed a rising and spreading force, the power of mobile money and other capital in aggressive, expansive competition with the power of static land or a declining creed. They speculated on the stock exchanges of Paris, London, and Amsterdam, and, in Necker's estimate, controlled half the money of Europe. They financed the French government with loans and threatened to overthrow it if their loans and charges were not met. They owned or managed the rapidly developing mining and metallurgical industry of northern France, the textile industry of Lyon, Troyes, Abbeville, Lille, and Rouen, the iron and salt works of Lorraine, the soap factories of Marseille, the tanneries of Paris. They managed the capitalist industry that was replacing the craft shops and guilds of the past. They welcomed the doctrine of the physiocrats that free enterprise would be more stimulating and productive than the traditional regulation of industry and trade by the state. They financed and organized the transformation of raw materials into finished goods and transported these from producer to consumer, making a profit at both ends. They benefited from 30,000 miles of the best roads in Europe, but they denounced the obstructive tolls that were charged on the roads and canals of France, and the different weights and measures jealously maintained by individual provinces. They controlled the commerce that was enriching Bordeaux, Marseille, and Nantes. They formed great stock companies like the Compagnie des Indes and the Compagnie des Eaux. They widened the market from the town to the world, and through such trade they developed for France an overseas empire second only to England's. They felt that they, not the nobility, were the creators of France's growing wealth, and they determined to share equally with nobles and clergy in governmental favors and appointments, in status before the law and at the royal courts, in access to all the privileges and graces of French society. When Manon Roland, refined and accomplished but bourgeoise, was invited to visit a titled lady and was asked to eat with the servants there instead of sitting at table with the noble guests, she raised a cry of protest that went to the hearts of the middle class. Such resentments and aspirations were in their thoughts when they joined in the revolutionary motto, liberty, equality, and fraternity. They did not mean it downward as well as upward, but it served its purpose until it could be revised. Meanwhile, the bourgeoisie became the most powerful of the forces that were making for revolution. It was they who filled the theaters and applauded Beaumarchais' satires of the aristocracy. It was they, even more than the nobility, who joined the Freemason lodges to work for freedom of life and thought. They who read Voltaire and relished his erosive wit, and agreed with Gibbon that all religions are equally false for the philosopher and equally useful for the statesman. They secretly admired the materialism of D'Holbach and Helvétius. It might not be quite just to the mysteries of life and mind, but it was a handy weapon against a church that controlled most of the minds and half the wealth of France. They agreed with Diderot that nearly everything in the existing regime was absurd, though they smiled at his longing for Tahiti. They did not take to Rousseau, who smelled of socialism and reeked with certainty, but they, more than any other section of French society, felt and spread the influence of literature and philosophy. Generally, the philosophes were moderate in their politics. They accepted monarchy and did not resent royal gifts. They looked to enlightened despots like Frederick II of Prussia, Joseph II of Austria, even Catherine II of Russia, rather than to the illiterate and emotional masses as engineers of reform. They put their trust in reason, though they knew its limits and malleability. They broke down the censorship of thought by church and state, and opened and broadened a million minds. They prepared for the triumphs of science in the 19th century, even with Lavoisier, Laplace, and Lamarck, amid the turmoil of revolution and war. Rousseau disassociated himself from the philosophe. He respected reason, but gave high place to sentiment and an inspiring, comforting faith. His Savoyard vicar's profession of faith provided a religious stance to Robespierre, and his insistence upon a uniform national creed allowed the Committee of Public Safety to make political heresy, at least in wartime, a capital crime. The Jacobins of the Revolution accepted the doctrine of the social contract, that man is by nature good, and becomes bad by being subjected to corrupt institutions and unjust laws, that men are born free and become slaves in an artificial civilization. When in power, the revolutionary leaders adopted Rousseau's idea that the citizen, by receiving the protection of the state, implicitly pledges obedience to it. Wrote Maillet Dupin, "I heard Marat in 1788 read and comment on the social contract in the public streets, to the applause of an enthusiastic auditory." Rousseau's sovereignty of the people became, in the Revolution, the sovereignty of the state, then of the Committee of Public Safety, then of one man. The people, in the terminology of the Revolution, meant the peasants and the town workers. Even in the towns, the factory employees were a minority of the population. The picture there was not a succession of factories, but rather a humming medley of butchers, bakers, brewers, grocers, cooks, peddlers, barbers, shopkeepers, innkeepers, vintners, carpenters, masons, house painters, glassworkers, plasterers, tilers, shoemakers, dressmakers, dyers, cleaners, tailors, blacksmiths, servants, cabinet makers, saddlers, wheelwrights, goldsmiths, cutlers, weavers, tanners, printers, booksellers, prostitutes, and thieves. These workers wore ankle-length pantaloons rather than the knee breeches, or culottes, and stockings of the upper classes. So they were named sans-culottes, and as such they played a dramatic part in the Revolution. The influx of gold and silver from the New World and the repeated issuance of paper money raised prices everywhere in Europe. In France, between 1741 and 1789, they rose 65%, while wages rose 22%. In Lyon, 30,000 persons were on relief in 1787. In Paris, 100,000 families were listed as indigent in 1791. Labor unions for economic action were forbidden. So were strikes, but they were frequent. As the revolution neared, the workers were in an increasingly despondent and rebellious mood. Give them guns and a leader, and they would take the Bastille, invade the Tuileries, and depose the king. The peasants of France in 1789 were presumably better off than a century before, when La Bruyère, exaggerating to point a theme, had mistaken them for beasts. They were better off than the other peasants of continental Europe, possibly excepting those of northern Italy. About a third of the tilled land was held by peasant proprietors. A third was farmed out by noble, ecclesiastical, or bourgeois owners to tenants or sharecroppers. The rest was worked by hired hands under supervision by the owner or his steward. More and more of the owners, themselves harassed by rising costs and keener competition, were enclosing, for tillage or pasturage, common lands on which the peasants had formerly been free to graze their cattle or gather wood. All but a few allodial, or obligation-free peasant holders were subject to feudal dues. They were bound by contract charter to give the seigneur, the lord of the manor, several days of unpaid labor every year, the corvée, to aid him in farming his land and repairing his roads. And they paid him a toll whenever they used those roads. They owed him a moderate quit-rent annually in produce or cash. If they sold their holding, he was entitled to 10 or 15% of the purchase price. They paid him if they fished in his waters or pastured their animals in his field. They owed him a fee every time they used his mill, his bakehouse, his wine or oil press. As these fees were fixed by the charters and lost value through inflation, the owner felt warranted in extracting them with increasing rigor as prices rose. To support the church that blessed his crops, formed his children to obedience and belief, and dignified his life with sacraments, the peasant contributed to it annually a tithe, usually less than a tenth, of his produce. Heavier than tithe or feudal dues were the taxes laid upon him by the state. A poll or head tax, capitation, the 20th or 20th of his yearly income, a sales tax, or aide, on his every purchase of gold or silverware, metal products, alcohol, paper, starch, and the gabelle, which required him to buy in each year a prescribed amount of salt from the government at a price fixed by the government. As the nobility and the clergy found legal or illegal ways of avoiding many of these taxes, and as in wartime levies well-to-do youths could buy substitutes to die in their place, the main burden of support for state and church in war and peace fell upon the peasantry. These taxes, tithes, and feudal dues could be borne when harvests were good, but they brought misery when, through war damages or the weather's whims, the harvest turned bad, and a year's exhausting toil seemed spent in vain. Then many peasant owners sold their land or their labor, or both, to luckier gamblers with the soil. The year 1788 was marked by merciless acts of God. A severe drought stunted crops. A hailstorm, raging from Normandy to Champagne, devastated 180 miles of usually fertile terrain. The winter, 1788-89, was the severest in 80 years. Fruit trees perished by the thousands. The spring of 1789 loosed disastrous floods. The summer brought famine to almost every province. State, church, and private charity strove to get food to the starving. Only a few individuals died of hunger, but millions came close to the end of their resources. Caen, Rouen, Orléans, Nancy, Lyon saw rival groups fighting like animals for corn. Marseille saw 8,000 famished people at its gates, threatening to invade and pillage the city. In Paris, the working-class district of Saint-Antoine had 30,000 paupers to be cared for. Meanwhile, a trade-easing treaty with Great Britain in 1786 had deluged France with industrial products, down-pricing native goods and throwing thousands of French laborers out of work. 25,000 in Lyon, 46,000 in Amiens, 80,000 in Paris. In March 1789, peasants refused to pay taxes, adding to fears of national bankruptcy. Arthur Young, traveling in the French provinces in July 1789, met a peasant woman who complained of the taxes and feudal dues that kept her always at the edge of destitution. But, she added, she had learned that something was to be done by some great folks for such poor ones, for the taxes and the dues are crushing us. They had heard that Louis XVI was a good man, eager to reform abuses and protect the poor. They looked hopefully to Versailles and prayed for the long life of the king. 2. The government. He was a good man, but hardly a good king. He had not expected to rule, but the early death of his father in 1765 made him dauphin, and the tardy death of his grandfather, Louis XV, in 1774, made him at the age of 20 master of France. He had no desire to govern men. He had a knack with tools and was an excellent locksmith. He preferred hunting to ruling. He counted that day lost in which he had not shot a stag. Between 1774 and 1789, he ran down 1,274 of them, and killed 189,251 game. Yet he was always unwilling to order the death of a man, and perhaps he lost his throne because he bade his Swiss guards to hold their fire on August 10, 1792. Returning from his hunts, he ate to the steadily increasing capacity of his stomach. He became fat but strong, with the gentle strength of a giant who fears to crush with his embrace. Marie Antoinette judged her husband well. The king is not a coward. He possesses abundance of passive courage, but he is overwhelmed by an awkward shyness and mistrust of himself. He is afraid to command. He lived like a child and always ill at ease under the eyes of Louis XV until the age of 21. This constraint confirmed his timidity. His love for his queen was part of his undoing. She was beautiful and stately. She graced his court with her charm and gaiety, and she forgave his tardiness in consummating their marriage. The tightness of his foreskin made coitus unbearably painful to him. He tried again and again for 7 years, shunning the simple operation that would have solved his problem. Then in 1777, the Queen's brother, Joseph II of Austria, persuaded him to submit to the knife, and soon all was well. Perhaps it was a sense of guilt at so often arousing and then failing his mate that made him too tolerant of her gambling at cards, her extravagant wardrobe, her frequent trips to Paris for opera that bored him, her platonic or sapphic friendship with Count von Fersen or the Princesse de Lamballe. He amused his courtiers and shamed his ancestors by being visibly devoted to his wife. He gave her costly jewels, but she and France wanted a child. When children came, she proved to be a good mother, suffering with their ailments and moderating nearly all her faults, except her pride — she had never been less than part of royalty — and her repeated intervention in affairs of state. Here she had some excuses, for Louis could seldom choose or keep a course, and often waited for the Queen to make up his mind. Some courtiers wished he had her quick judgment and readiness to command. The king did all he could to meet the crises laid upon him by the weather, the famine, the bread riots, the revolt against taxes, the demands of the nobility and the Parlement, the expenses of the court and the administration, and the growing deficit in the treasury. For 2 years, 1774 to 76, he allowed Turgot to apply the physiocratic theory that freedom of enterprise and competition, and the unhindered dictatorship of the market, of supply and demand, over the wages of labor and the prices of goods, would enliven the French economy and bring added revenue to the state. The people of Paris, accustomed to think of the government as their sole protection against greedy manipulators of the market, opposed Turgot's measures, rioted, and rejoiced at his fall. After some months of hesitation and chaos, the king called Jacques Necker, a Swiss Protestant financier domiciled in Paris, to be director of the treasury, 1777 to 1781. Under this alien and heretical leadership, Louis undertook a brave program of minor reforms. He allowed the formation of elected local and provincial assemblies to serve as the voice of their constituents in bridging the gap between the people and the government. He shocked the nobles by denouncing the corvée, and by declaring in a public statement in 1780, "The taxes of the poorest part of our subjects have increased in proportion much more than all the rest." And he expressed his hopes that rich people will not think themselves wronged when they will have to meet the charges which long since they should have shared with others. He freed the last of the serfs on his own lands, but resisted Necker's urging to require a like measure from the nobility and the clergy. He established pawn shops to lend money to the poor at 3%. He forbade the use of torture in the examination of witnesses or criminals. He proposed to abolish the dungeons at Vincennes and to raise the Bastille as items in a program of prison reform. Despite his piety and orthodoxy, he allowed a considerable degree of religious liberty to Protestants and Jews. He refused to punish free thought, and allowed the ruthless pamphleteers of Paris to lampoon him as a cuckold, his wife as a harlot, and his children as bastards. He forbade his government to spy into the private correspondence of the citizens. With the enthusiastic support of Beaumarchais and the philosophes, and over the objections of Necker, who predicted that such a venture would complete the bankruptcy of France, Louis sent material and financial aid amounting to $240 million to the American colonies in their struggle for independence. It was a French fleet and the battalions of Lafayette and Rochambeau that helped Washington to bottle up Cornwallis in Yorktown, compelling him to surrender and so bring the war to a close. But democratic ideas swept across the Atlantic into France, the Treasury stumbled under its new debts, Necker was dismissed in 1781, and the bourgeois bondholders clamored for financial control of the government. Meanwhile, the Parlement of Paris pressed its claim to check the monarchy through a veto power over the decrees of the king, and Louis-Philippe Joseph, Duc d'Orléans, his cousin through direct descent from a younger brother of Louis XIV, almost openly schemed to capture the throne. Through Choderlos de Laclos and other agents, he scattered money and promises among politicians, pamphleteers, orators, and prostitutes. He threw open to his followers the facilities, court, and gardens of his Palais Royal. Cafes, wine shops, bookstores, and gambling clubs sprang up to accommodate the crowd that gathered there day and night. The news from Versailles was brought there speedily by special couriers. Pamphlets were borne there every hour. Speeches resounded from platforms, tables, and chairs. Plots were laid for the deposition of the king. Harassed to desperation, Louis recalled Necker to the Ministry of Finance in 1788. On Necker's urging, and as a last and perilous resort that might save or overthrow his throne, he issued on August 8, 1788, a call to the communities of France to elect and send to Versailles their leading nobles, clerics, and commoners, to form, as had last been done in 1614, a States or Estates General that would give him advice and support in meeting the problems of the realm. There were some remarkable features about this historic call to the country by a government that for almost 2 centuries had apparently thought of the commonalty as merely food providers, taxpayers, and a periodic tribute to Mars. First, the king, again at Necker's urging and over nobiliar protests, announced that the Third Estate should have as many deputies and votes in the coming assembly as the 2 other states combined. Second, the election was to be by the nearest approach yet made in France to universal adult suffrage. Any male aged 27 or more, who had paid in the past year any state tax, however small, was eligible to vote for the local assemblies that would choose the deputies to represent the region in Paris. Third, the king added to his call a request to all electoral assemblies to submit to him cahiers, or reports, that would specify the problems and needs of each class in each district, with recommendations for remedies and reforms. Never before in the memory of Frenchmen had any of their kings asked advice of his people. Of the 615 cahiers taken to the king by the delegates, 545 survive. Nearly all of them express their loyalty to him, and even their affection for him as clearly a man of good will. But nearly all propose that he share his problems and powers with an elected assembly that would make up with him a constitutional monarchy. None mentioned the divine right of kings. All demanded trial by jury, privacy of the mails, moderation of taxes, and reform of the law. The cahier of the nobility stipulated that in the coming States General each of the orders should sit and vote separately, and no measure should become law unless approved by all three estates. The cahier of the clergy called for an end to religious toleration and for full and exclusive control of education by the Church. The cahier of the Third Estate reflected, with diverse emphasis, the demands of the peasants for a reduction of taxes, abolition of serfdom and feudal dues, universalization of free education, the protection of farms from injury by the hunts and animals of the seigneurs, and the hopes of the middle class for careers open to talent regardless of birth, for an end to transport tolls, for the extension of taxes to the nobility and the clergy. Some proposed that the king should wipe out the fiscal deficit by confiscating and selling ecclesiastical property. The first stages of the revolution were already outlined in these cahiers. In this humble call of a king to his citizens, there was a noticeable deviation from impartiality. Whereas outside Paris any man who had paid a tax was eligible to vote, in Paris only those could vote who had paid a poll tax of 6 livres or more. Perhaps the king and his advisers hesitated to leave to the 500,000 sans-culottes the selection of men to represent in the States General the best intelligence of the capital. The democratic problem of quality versus quantity, of getting brains by counting noses, appeared here on the eve of the revolution that was, in 1793, to declare for democracy. So the sans-culottes were left out of the legitimate drama, and were led to feel that only through the violent force of their number could they express their aliquot part of the general will. They would be heard from, they would be avenged. In 1789 they would take the Bastille. In 1792 they would dethrone the king. In 1793 they would be the government of France. Chapter 2. The National Assembly, May 4th, 1789 to September 30th, 1791. 1. The States General. On May 4th, the 621 deputies of the Third Estate, dressed in bourgeois black, followed by 285 nobles under plumed hats and in cloth of lace and gold, then by 308 of the clergy, their prelates distinguished by velvet robes, then by the king's ministers and his family, then by Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, all accompanied by troops and inspired by banners and bands, marched to their designated meeting place, the Hôtel des Menus Plaisirs, the Hall of Minor Diversions, a short distance from the royal palace at Versailles. A proud and happy crowd flanked the procession. Some wept with joy and hope, seeing in that apparent union of the rival orders a promise of concord and justice under a benevolent king. Louis addressed the united delegates with a confession of near bankruptcy, which he attributed to a costly but honorable war. He asked them to devise and sanction new means of raising revenue. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 1, Side 2. Louis addressed the united delegates with a confession of near bankruptcy, which he attributed to a costly but honorable war. He asked them to devise and sanction new means of raising revenue. Necker followed with 3 hours of statistics, which made even revolution dull. On the next day the unity faded. The clergy met in an adjoining smaller hall, the nobles in another. Each order, they felt, should deliberate and vote apart, as in that last States General, 175 years ago. And no proposal should become law without receiving the consent of each order and the king. To let the individual votes of the congregated deputies decide the issues would be to surrender everything to the Third Estate. It was already evident that many of the poorer clergy would side with the commoners, and some nobles, Lafayette, Philippe d'Orléans, and the Duc de la Rochefoucauld-Liancourt, entertained dangerously liberal sentiments. A long war of nerves ensued. The Third Estate could wait, for new taxes required their approval to get public acceptance, and the king was waiting anxiously for those taxes. Youth, vitality, eloquence, and determination were with the commoners. Honoré Gabriel Victor Riquetti, Comte de Mirabeau, brought them his experience and courage, the power of his mind and his voice. Pierre Samuel Dupont de Nemours offered his knowledge of physiocrat economics. Jean-Joseph Mounier and Antoine Barnave brought them legal knowledge and strategy. Jean Bailly, already famous as an astronomer, cooled with his calm judgment their excited deliberations, and Maximilien de Robespierre spoke with the persistent passion of a man who would not be silent until he had his way. Born in Arras in 1758, Robespierre had now only 5 years to live, but in most of these he would move near or at the center of events. His mother died when he was 7. His father disappeared into Germany. The 4 orphans were brought up by relatives. An earnest and avid student, Maximilien won a scholarship at the Collège Louis le Grand in Paris, took his degree in law, practiced at Arras, and acquired such repute for his advocacy of reforms that he was among those sent from the province of Artois to the States General. He had no advantages of appearance to reinforce his oratory. He was only 5 feet 3 inches tall, his sole concession to brevity. His face was broad and flat, and pitted with smallpox. His eyes, weak and spectacled, were of a greenish blue that gave Carlyle some excuses for calling him the sea-green Robespierre. He spoke for democracy and defended adult male suffrage, despite warnings that this might make the lowest common denominator the rule and standard of all. He lived as simply as a proletaire, but he did not imitate the trousered sans-culottes. He dressed neatly in dark blue tailcoat, knee-breeches, and silk stockings, and he rarely left home before dressing and powdering his hair. He roomed with the carpenter Maurice Duplay in the Rue Saint-Honoré. He dined at the family table and managed on his deputy's pay of 18 francs a day. From that foot of earth he was soon to move most of Paris, later most of France. He talked too frequently of virtue, but he practiced it. Stern and obdurate in public, in his private relations, he was generous, compassionate, and ever willing to serve. So said Filippo Buonarroti, who knew him well. He seemed quite immune to the charms of women. He spent his affection upon his younger brother Augustin and Saint-Just, but no one ever impugned his sexual morality. No gift of money could bribe him. When, in the Salon of 1791, an artist exhibited a portrait of him simply inscribed, "The Incorruptible," no one seems to have challenged the term. He thought of virtue, in Montesquieu's sense, as the indispensable basis of a successful republic. Without unpurchasable voters and officials, democracy would be a sham. He believed, with Rousseau, that all men are by nature good, and that the general will should be the law of the state, and that any persistent opponent of the general will might without qualm be condemned to death. He agreed with Rousseau that some form of religious belief was indispensable to peace of mind, to social order and to the security and survival of the state. Not till near his end did he seem to doubt the full identity of his judgment with the popular will. His mind was weaker than his will. Most of his ideas were borrowed from his reading or from the catchwords that filled the revolutionary air. He died too young to have acquired sufficient experience of life or knowledge of history to check his abstract or popular conceptions with patient perception or impartial perspective. He suffered severely from our common failing. He could not get his ego out of the way of his eyes. The passion of his utterance convinced himself. He became dangerously certain and ludicrously vain. "That man," said Mirabeau, "will go far. He believes all that he says." He went to the guillotine. In the National Assembly, in its 2.5 years, Robespierre made some 500 speeches, usually too long to be convincing and too argumentative to be eloquent. But the masses of Paris, learning of their tenor, loved him for them. He opposed racial or religious discrimination, proposed emancipation of the blacks, and became, till his final months, the tribune and defender of the people. He accepted the institution of private property, but wished to universalize small-scale ownership as an economic basis for a sturdy democracy. He called inequality of wealth a necessary and incurable evil rooted in the natural inequality of human ability. In this period he supported the retention of the monarchy, properly limited. An attempt to overthrow Louis XVI, he thought, would lead to such chaos and bloodshed as would end in a dictatorship more tyrannical than a king. Nearly every deputy heard the young orator impatiently, except Mirabeau, who respected the careful preparation and exposition of Robespierre's arguments. Elsewhere we have watched Mirabeau growing up painfully under a brilliant but brutal father, avidly absorbing every available influence of life in travel, adventure, and sin. Seeing human frailty, injustice, poverty, and suffering in a dozen cities, imprisoned by the king at his father's request, pillorying his enemies in vituperative pamphlets or passionate appeals, and at last, in a lusty and double triumph, elected to the States General by the Third Estate of both Marseille and Aix-en-Provence, and coming to Paris as already one of the most famous, colorful, and suspected men in a country where crisis was evoking genius as rarely in history before. All literate Paris welcomed him. Heads appeared at windows to watch his carriage pass. Women were excited by rumors of his amours and were fascinated as well as repelled by the scars and distortions of his face. The deputies listened enthralled to his oratory, though they were suspicious of his class, his morals, his aims. They had heard that he lived beyond his means, drank beyond reason, and was not above selling his eloquence to mitigate his debts. But they knew that he berated his class in defense of commoners. They admired his courage and doubted they would ever see such a volcano of energy again. There was more oratory in those hectic days, and more political maneuvering than the Hôtel des Menus Plaisirs could house, and they overflowed in journals, pamphlets, placards, and clubs. Some delegates from Brittany formed the Club Breton. Soon it opened its membership to other deputies, and to other wielders of tongue or pen. Sieyès, Robespierre, and Mirabeau made it a sounding board and testing place for their ideas and schemes. Here was the first form of that powerful organization that would later be called the Jacobins. Freemason lodges were active too, usually on the side of constitutional monarchy, but there is no evidence of a secret Freemason conspiracy. Perhaps it was in the Club Breton that Sieyès and others planned the strategy by which the nobles and the clergy were to be drawn into united action with the Third Estate. Sieyès reminded the commonalty that it comprised 24 million out of the 25 million souls in France. Why should it longer hesitate to speak for France? On June 16th he proposed to the deputies in the Menus Plaisirs that they should send a final invitation to the other orders to join them, and that, if they refused, the delegates of the Third Estate should declare themselves the representatives of the French nation and proceed to legislate. Mirabeau objected that the States General had been summoned by the king, was legally subject to him, and could legally be dismissed at his will. For the first time he was shouted down. After a night of argument and physical combat, the question was put to the vote. Shall this meeting declare itself the National Assembly? The count was 494, 90 against. The delegates had pledged themselves to a constitutional government. Politically, the revolution had begun, June 17, 1789. 2 days later, the clerical order, separately assembled, voted 149 to 137 to merge with the Third Estate. The lower clergy was casting its lot with the commonalty that it knew and served. Shocked by this desertion, the hierarchy joined the nobility in an appeal to the king to prevent the union of the orders, if necessary by dismissing the estates. Louis responded on the evening of June 19th by ordering the Hôtel des Menus Plaisirs to be closed at once to permit its preparation for seating the three orders at a royal session to be held on June 22nd. When the deputies of the Third Estate appeared on the 20th, they found the doors locked. Believing that the king intended to dismiss them, they gathered in a nearby tennis court, Salle du Jeu de Paume. Mounier proposed to the 577 deputies gathered there that each should sign an oath never to separate and to meet wherever circumstances might require until a constitution should be firmly established. All but one of the delegates took this oath in an historic scene that Jacques-Louis David would soon depict in one of the major paintings of that age. From that time, the National Assembly was also the Constituent Assembly. Postponed for a day, the royal session opened on June 23rd. To the united gathering, the king had an aide read, in his presence, a statement reflecting his conviction that without the protection of the nobility and the church he would be reduced to political impotence. He rejected as illegal the claim of the Third Estate to be the nation. He agreed to end the corvée, lettres de cachet, internal traffic tolls, and all vestiges of serfdom in France. But he would veto any proposal that impaired the ancient and constitutional rights of property or the honorific privileges of the first two orders. He promised equality of taxation if the higher orders consented. Matters concerning religion or the church must receive the approval of the clergy, and he ended with a reassertion of absolute monarchy. If, by a fatality which I am far from anticipating, you were to abandon me in this great enterprise, I alone would provide for the welfare of my people. I alone should regard myself as their true representative. Consider, gentlemen, that none of your projects can have the force of law without my special approbation. I order you, gentlemen, to disperse at once, and to appear tomorrow morning each in the room set apart for his own order. The king, most of the nobles, and a minority of the clergy left the hall. The Marquis de Brezé, Grand Master, announced the king's will that the room should be cleared. Bailly, president of the Assembly, replied that the assembled nation could not accept such an order, and Mirabeau thundered to Brezé, "Go and tell those who sent you that we are here by the will of the people, and will leave our places only if compelled by armed force." It was not strictly true, since they had come by invitation of the king, but the delegates expressed their sense of the matter by crying out, "That is the will of the Assembly." When troops of the Versailles Garde du Corps tried to enter the hall, a group of liberal nobles, including Lafayette, barred the entrance with their drawn swords. The king, asked what should be done, said wearily, "Let them stay." On June 25th, the Duc d'Orléans led 47 nobles to join the assembly. They were greeted with a delirium of joy, which was enthusiastically echoed in and around the Palais Royal. Soldiers of the Garde Française fraternized there with the revolutionary throng. On that same day, the capital had its own peaceful revolution. The 407 men who had been chosen by the Paris sections to select the deputies for Paris met at the Hôtel de Ville and appointed a new municipal council. The royal council, lacking military support, peaceably abdicated. On June 27th, the king, yielding to Necker and circumstances, bade the upper orders to unite with the triumphant assembly. The nobles went, but refused to take part in the voting, and soon many of them retired to their estates. On July 1st, Louis summoned 10 regiments, mostly German or Swiss, to come to his aid. By July 10th, 6,000 troops under Maréchal de Broglie had occupied Versailles, and and 10,000 under Baron de Besenval had taken up positions around Paris. Amid turmoil and terror, the Assembly proceeded to consider the report that had been submitted on July 9th for a new constitution. Mirabeau begged the deputies to retain the king as a bulwark against social order and mob rule. He pictured Louis XVI as a man of good heart and generous intentions, occasionally confused by short-sighted counselors, and he asked, prophetically, "Have these men studied in the history of any people how revolutions commence and how they are carried out? Have they observed by what a fatal chain of circumstances the wisest men are driven far beyond the limits of moderation, and by what terrible impulses an enraged people is precipitated into excesses at the very thought of which they would have shuddered?" The delegates followed his advice, for they too felt ground swells emanating from the sidewalks of Paris. But instead of meeting a measured loyalty with substantial concessions to the Third Estate, Louis outraged radicals and liberals alike by dismissing Necker a second time on July 11th, replacing him with the Queen's uncompromising friend, Baron de Breteuil, and on July 12th making the warrior de Broglie Minister for War. The chips were down. 2. The Bastille. On July 12th, Camille Desmoulins, a Jesuit graduate, leaped upon a table outside the Café de Foix, near the Palais Royal, and denounced the dismissal of Necker and the summons of alien troops. "The Germans will enter Paris tonight to butcher the inhabitants," he cried, and called upon his hearers to arm themselves. They did, for the new municipal council made little resistance when they broke in and commandeered the weapons housed in the Hôtel de Ville. The armed rebels now paraded the streets, upholding busts of Necker and the Duc d'Orléans, and pluming their hats with cockades of green. When it became known that this was also the color of the uniforms worn by the servants and guard of the hated Comte d'Artois, younger brother of the king, the green cockade was displaced by one of red, white, and blue, the national colors. Fearing indiscriminate violence, destruction of property, and financial panic, the bankers closed the bourse, and the middle classes formed their own militia, which became the nucleus of the Garde Nationale under Lafayette. Nevertheless, some agents of the bourgeoisie, to protect the now securely middle-class assembly, contributed to finance the popular resistance to an absolute monarchy, and the winning of the Garde Française from royal to democratic sentiments. On July 13th, the crowd reformed. Enlarged by recruits from the underworld and the slums, it invaded the Hôtel des Invalides, Veterans Hospital, and seized 28,000 muskets and some cannon. Besenval, doubting that his troops would fire upon the people, kept them idle in the suburbs. The armed populace now controlled the capital. What should it do with its power? Many suggested an attempt upon the Bastille. That old fortress on the east side of Paris had been built year by year since 1370 to incarcerate important victims of royal or noble ire, usually committed by lettres de cachet, secret orders of the king. Under Louis XVI, very few prisoners were held there. Only 7 now remained. Louis himself had rarely used a lettre de cachet, and in 1784 he had asked an architect to submit plans for the demolition of the gloomy bastion. But the people did not know this. They thought of it as a dungeon holding the victims of a brutal despotism. Yet the rebels had apparently no intention of destroying it when, after a night's rest, they converged upon it on that July 14th which was to become the national holiday of France. Their aim was to ask the governor of the prison to let them enter and appropriate the gunpowder and firearms reportedly accumulated behind those walls. They had till now found a little gunpowder, but without more their many muskets and few cannon would give them no protection if Besenval should bring in his troops against them. However, those walls, 30 feet thick, 100 feet high, protected by towers concealing artillery, and surrounded by a moat 80 feet wide, counseled caution. Members of the new municipal council, joining the crowd, offered to seek a peaceable arrangement with the governor of the fort. He was Bernard-René Jourdan, Marquis de Launay, a man, we are assured, of genteel education and amiable character. He received the deputation courteously. They proposed to guarantee the pacific behavior of the rebels if he would remove the cannons from their firing stations and order his 114 soldiers to hold their fire. He agreed and entertained his visitors for lunch. Another committee received a similar pledge, but the besiegers cried out that they wanted ammunition, not words. While the two sides parleyed, some clever workmen climbed to the controls and lowered two drawbridges. The eager attackers rushed over these into the courtyard. Delaunay ordered them to return. They refused. His soldiers fired upon them. The invaders were getting the worst of it when the Garde Française brought up 5 cannon and began to demolish the walls. Under this cover, the crowd poured into the prison and fought a hand-to-hand battle with the soldiers. 98 of the attackers were killed and 1 of the defenders, but the crowd increased in number and fury. Delaunay offered to surrender if his men were allowed to march out safely with their arms. The crowd leaders refused. He yielded. The victors killed 6 more soldiers, freed the 7 prisoners, seized ammunition and weapons, took Delaunay captive, and marched in triumph to the Hôtel de Ville. On the way, some of the crowd, infuriated by the casualties it had suffered, beat the bewildered aristocrat to death, cut off his head, and raised it on a pike. Jacques de Flesselles, a merchant provost who had misled the electors as to the whereabouts of arms, was cut down on the Place de Grève, and his severed head was added to the parade. On July 15th, the electors of the section assemblies made Bailly mayor of Paris and chose Lafayette to head a new National Guard, and the happy sans-culottes began to demolish the Bastille stone by stone. The king, shocked and frightened, went to the assembly and announced that he had dismissed the troops that had invested Versailles and Paris. On July 16th, a conference of nobles advised him to leave under the protection of the departing regiments and to seek asylum in some provincial capital or foreign court. Marie Antoinette warmly supported this proposal and collected her jewels and other portable treasures for the journey. Instead, on the 17th, Louis recalled Necker to the delight of both the financial community and the populace. On the 18th, the king traveled to Paris, visited the Hôtel de Ville, and signified his acceptance of the new council and regime by affixing to his hat the red, white, and blue cockade of the Revolution. Returning to Versailles, he embraced his wife, his sister, and his children, and told them, "Happily, no more blood has been shed, and I swear that never shall a drop of French blood be spilled by my order." His younger brother, the Comte d'Artois, taking his wife and mistress with him, led the first group of émigrés out of France. 3. Enter Marat, 1789. The capture of the Bastille was not merely a symbolic act and a blow against absolutism. It saved the Assembly from subordination to the king's army at Versailles, and it saved the new government of Paris from domination by the environing troops. Quite unintentionally, it preserved the bourgeois revolution, but it gave the people of the capital arms and ammunition, permitting further developments of proletarian power. It gave fresh courage and more readers to the journals that further excited the Parisians. The Gazette de France, the Mercure de France, and the Journal de Paris were old established newspapers and kept an even keel. Now appeared Loustalot's Les Révolutions de Paris, July 17, 1789, Brissot's Le Patriote Français, July 28th, Marat's L'Ami du Peuple, September 12th, Desmoulins's Révolution de France, November 28th. Add to these a dozen pamphlets born each day, rioting in the freedom of the press, raising new idols, shattering old reputations. We can imagine their contents by noting the descent of the word libel from their name, libelle, little books. Jean-Paul Marat was the most radical, reckless, ruthless, and powerful of the new scribes. Born in Neuchâtel, Switzerland, May 24, 1743, of a Swiss mother and a Sardinian father, he never ceased to worship another native expatriate, Rousseau. He studied medicine in Bordeaux and Paris, and practiced it with moderate success in London from 1765 to 1777. The stories that were later told of the crimes and absurdities he committed there were probably concoctions by his enemies in the journalistic license of the times. He received an honorary degree from the University of St. Andrews, which, however, as Johnson put it, was growing richer by degrees. Marat wrote in English and published in London in 1774 The Chains of Slavery, a fiery denunciation of European governments as conspiracies of kings, lords, and clergy to hoodwink the people and keep them in subjection. He returned to France in 1777, served as veterinarian in the stables of the Comte d'Artois, and rose to be physician to the Count's garde du corps. He earned some reputation as a lung and eye specialist. He published treatises on electricity, light, optics, and fire. Some of these were translated into German. Marat thought they entitled him to membership in the Académie des Sciences, but his attack on Newton made him suspect to the academicians. He was a man of intense pride, hampered by a succession of ailments that made him irritable to the point of violent passion. His skin erupted with an unmanageable dermatitis, from which he found temporary relief by sitting and writing in a warm bath. His head was too massive for his 5 feet of height, and one eye was higher than the other. Understandably, he courted solitude. Doctors bled him frequently to ease his pains. In quieter intervals, he bled others. He worked with the intensity of a consuming ambition. I allot only 2 of the 24 hours to sleep. I have not had 15 minutes play in over 3 years. In 1793, perhaps from too much indoor life, his lungs became affected, and he felt, unknown to Charlotte Corday, that he had not long to live. His character suffered from his ailments. His compensatory vanity, his fits of temper, his delusions of grandeur, his furious denunciations of Necker, Lafayette, and Lavoisier, his mad calls for mob violence, overlaid a fund of courage, industry, and dedication. The success of his journal was due not merely to the exciting exaggerations of his style, but still more to his fervent, unremitting, unbribable support of the voteless proletaires. Nevertheless, he did not overrate the intelligence of the people. He saw chaos rising and added to it. But at least for the time being, he counseled not democracy, but a dictatorship subject to recall, revolt, or assassination, as in Rome's Republican days. He suggested that he himself would make a good dictator. At times, he thought that the government should be managed by men of property, as having the largest stake in the public weal. He viewed the concentration of wealth as natural, but he proposed to offset it by preaching the immorality of luxury and the divine right of hunger and need. Nothing superfluous can belong to us legitimately as long as others lack necessities. Most ecclesiastical wealth should be distributed among the poor, and free public schools should be established everywhere. Society owes to those among its members who have no property, and whose labor scarcely suffices for their support, an assured subsistence, the wherewithal to feed, lodge, and clothe themselves suitably, provision for attendance in sickness and old age, and for bringing up children. Those who wallow in wealth must supply the wants of those who lack the necessaries of life. Otherwise, the poor have the right to take by force whatever they need. Most members of the successive assemblies distrusted and feared Marat, but the sans-culottes among whom he lived forgave his faults for his philosophy, and risked themselves to hide him when he was sought by the police. He must have had some lovable qualities, for his common-law wife stayed with him devotedly to his end. 4. Renunciation, August 4th to 5th, 1789. This country, wrote Gouverneur Morris from France on July 31st, 1789, is at present as near to anarchy as society can approach without dissolution. Merchants controlling the market turned shortages of grain to their profit by raising the price. Barges carrying food to the towns were attacked and pillaged en route. Disorder and insecurity disrupted transportation. Paris was running riot with criminals. The countryside was so subject to marauding robbers that in several provinces the peasants armed themselves in their great fear of these lawless hordes. In 6 months, 400,000 guns were acquired by the alarmed citizens. When the great fear subsided, the peasants decided to use their weapons against tax collectors, monopolists, and feudal lords. Armed with muskets, pitchforks, and scythes, they attacked the chateaux, demanded to be shown the charters or title deeds that allegedly sanctioned the seigneurial rights and dues. If shown them, they burned them. If resisted, they burned the chateau. In several instances, the owner was killed on the spot. This procedure, beginning in July 1789, spread till it reached every part of France. In some places, the insurgents carried placards claiming that the king had delegated to them full powers in their districts. Often the destruction was indiscriminate in its fury. So the peasants on the lands of the Abbey of Murbach burned its library, carried off its plate and linen, uncorked its wine casks, drank what they could, and let the remainder flow down the drain. In 8 communes, the inhabitants invaded the monasteries, carried off the title deeds, and explained to the monks that the clergy were now subject to the people. In Franche-Comté, said a report to the National Assembly, nearly 40 chateaux and seigneurial mansions have been pillaged or burned. In Langres, 3 out of 5. In the Dauphiné, 27. In the Viennois district, all the monasteries. Countless assassinations of lords or rich bourgeois. Town officials who tried to stop these jacqueries were deposed. Some were beheaded. Aristocrats abandoned their homes and sought safety elsewhere, but almost everywhere they encountered the same spontaneous anarchy. A second wave of emigration began. On the night of August 4th, 1789, a deputy reported to the Assembly at Versailles, "Letters from all the provinces indicate that property of all kinds is a prey to the most criminal violence. On all sides, chateaux are being burned, convents destroyed, and farms abandoned to pillage. The taxes, the feudal dues are extinct, the laws are without force, and the magistrates without authority." The remaining nobles perceived that the revolution, which they had hoped to confine to Paris and to quiet with minor concessions, was now national, and that feudal dues could no longer be maintained. The Vicomte de Noailles proposed that all feudal dues shall be redeemable for a money payment or commuted at a fair value. Seigneurial corvée, serfdom, and other forms of personal servitude shall be abolished without compensation. And, ending class exemptions, taxes shall be paid by every individual in the kingdom in proportion to his income. Noailles was poor and would suffer quite tolerably by these measures, but the Duc de Guillaume, among the richest of the barons, seconded the proposal and made a startling admission. "The people are at last trying to cast off a yoke which has weighed upon them for many centuries past. And we must confess that, though this insurrection must be condemned, an excuse can be found for it in the vexations of which the people have been the victims." This avowal moved the liberal nobles to enthusiastic support. They crowded one another in coming forward to relinquish their questioned privileges. And after hours of enthusiastic surrender, at 2 o'clock on the morning of August 5th, the Assembly proclaimed the emancipation of the peasantry. Some cautious clauses were later added, requiring the peasants to pay, in periodic installments, a fee in redemption of certain dues. But resistance to these payments made their collection impracticable and affected the real end of the feudal system. The signature of the king to the Great Renunciation was invited by Article 16, which proclaimed him thereby the restorer of French liberty. The wave of humanitarian sentiment lasted long enough to produce another historic document, a Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, on August 27, 1789. It was proposed by Lafayette, who was still warm with the impressions left upon him by the Declaration of Independence and the Bills of Rights proclaimed by several of the American states. The younger nobles in the Assembly could support the notion of equality because they had suffered from the hereditary privileges of the oldest son, and some, like Mirabeau, had borne arbitrary imprisonment. The bourgeois delegates resented aristocratic exclusiveness in society, and the noble monopoly of the higher posts in civil or military service. Almost all the delegates had read Rousseau on the general will and accepted the doctrine of the philosopher that basic rights belonged to every human being by natural law. So there was little resistance to prefacing the new Constitution with a declaration that seemed to complete the revolution. Some articles can bear repetition. Article 1. Men are born and remain free and equal in rights. Article 2. The aim of all political association is the natural and imprescriptible rights of man. These rights are liberty, property, security, and resistance to oppression. Article 4. Liberty consists in the freedom to do everything which injures no one else. Hence the exercise of the natural rights of each man has no limits except those which assure to the other members of society the enjoyment of the same rights. These limits can be determined only by law. Article 6. Law is the expression of the general will. Every citizen has a right to participate personally or through his representative in its formation. All citizens, being equal in the eyes of the law, are equally eligible to all dignities and to all public positions and occupations, according to their abilities. Article 7. No person shall be accused, arrested, or imprisoned except in the cases and according to the forms prescribed by law. Article 9. As all persons are held innocent until they have been declared guilty, if arrest shall be deemed indispensable, all harshness not essential to the securing of the prisoner's person shall be severely repressed by law. Article 10. No one shall be disquieted on account of his opinions, including his religious views, provided their manifestation does not disturb the public order established by law. Article 11. The free communication of ideas and opinions is one of the most precious of the rights of man. Every citizen may, accordingly, speak, write, and print with freedom, but shall be responsible for such abuses of this freedom as shall be defined by law. Article 17. Since property is an inviolable and sacred right, no one shall be deprived thereof except where public necessity, legally determined, shall clearly demand it, and then only on condition that the owner shall have been previously and equitably indemnified. Even in this affirmation of democratic ideals, some imperfections remained. Slavery was allowed to continue in the French Caribbean colonies until the Convention abolished it in 1794. The new Constitution restricted the ballot and eligibility to public office to payers of a specified minimum of taxes. Civil rights were still withheld from actors, Protestants, and Jews. Louis XVI withheld his agreement to the declaration on the ground that it would stir up further unrest and disorder. It remained for the Parisian populace to force his consent. 5. To Versailles, October 5, 1789. All through August and September there were riots in Paris. Bread was running short again. Housewives fought for it at the bakeries. In one of these riots, a baker and a municipal officer were slain by the angry populace. Marat called for a march upon the Assembly and the royal palace at Versailles. When public safety is in peril, the people must take power out of the hands of those to whom it is entrusted. Put that Austrian woman, the Queen, and her brother-in-law, Artois, in prison. Seize the ministers and their clerks and put them in irons. Make sure of the mayor, poor amiable stargazing Bailly, and his lieutenants. Keep the general, Lafayette, in sight, and arrest his staff. The heir to the throne has no right to a dinner while you want bread. Organize bodies of armed men. March to the National Assembly and demand food at once. Demand that the nation's poor have a future secured to them out of the national contribution. If you are refused, join the army, take the land, as well as the gold, which the rascals who want to force you to come to terms by hunger have buried, and share it among you. Off with the heads of the ministers and their underlings. Now is the time. Frightened by the journals and disorder in Paris, and by mass demonstrations in Versailles, Louis reverted to the advice of his ministers, that soldiers yet untouched by revolutionary ideas should be brought in to protect him, his family, and the court. Late in September he sent Douai for the Flanders regiment. It came, and on October 1st, the king's garde du corps welcomed it with a banquet in the opera house of the palace. When Louis and Marie Antoinette appeared, the troops, half drunk with wine and visible majesty, burst into wild applause. Soon they replaced the national tricolor emblems on their uniforms with cockades of the Queen's colors, white and black. One report said that the discarded colors, now dear to the Revolution, were later trodden under dancing feet. Madame Campan, First Lady of the Chamber to the Queen, and an eyewitness, denied this detail. The story was enlarged as it traveled to Paris, and was accentuated by a report that an army was gathering near Metz with intent to march to Versailles and disperse the assembly. Mirabeau and other deputies denounced this new military threat. Marat, Loustalot, and other journalists demanded that the people should compel both the royal family and the assembly to move to Paris, where they could be under the watchful eye of the populace. On October 5th, the market women of the city, who knew the food shortage at first hand, took the lead in forming a brigade to march on Versailles, 10 miles away. As they proceeded, they called upon men and women to join them. Thousands did. It was not a tragic or somber procession. A lusty French humor seasoned it. "We will bring back the baker and the baker's wife," they cried, "and we shall have the pleasure of hearing Mirabeau." Arrived at Versailles under a heavy rain, they gathered in haphazard array, 8,000 strong, before the high gates and iron paling of the royal palace, and demanded access to the king. A delegation went to the assembly and insisted that deputies should find bread for the crowd. Mounier, then presiding, went with one of the delegation, pretty Louison Chabris, to see Louis. She was so choked with emotion on seeing him that she could only cry, "Pain," and fell into a swoon. When she recovered, Louis promised her to find bread for the wet and hungry multitude. On departing, she sought to kiss his hand, but he embraced her like a father. Meanwhile, many attractive Parisiennes mingled with Flemish troops, and convinced them that gentlemen do not fire upon unarmed women. Several soldiers took the famished sirens into their barracks and gave them food and warmth. At 11 o'clock that night, Lafayette arrived with 15,000 of the National Guard. He was received by the king and pledged him protection, but he joined Necker in advising him to accept the people's demand that he and the Queen should come to live in Paris. Then, exhausted, he retired to the Hôtel de Noailles. Early on the morning of October 6th, the weary, angry crowd peered through a chance opening of the gate into the courtyard of the palace, and some armed men forced their way up the stairs to the apartment where the Queen was asleep. In her petticoat and with the Dauphin in her arms, she fled to the king's room. Palace guards resisted the invasion, and 3 of them were killed. Lafayette, tardy but helpful, quieted the tumult with assurances of accord. The king went out on the balcony and promised to move to Paris. The crowd cried, "Vive le roi!" but demanded that the Queen show herself. She did, and stood her ground when a man in the gathering aimed his musket at her. The weapon was beaten down by those near him. Lafayette joined Marie Antoinette and kissed her hand in sign of loyalty. The softened rebels vowed to love the Queen if she would come and live in the capital. As noon approached, a procession formed without precedent in history. In front, the National Guard and the Royal Garde du Corps, then a coach bearing the king, his sister, Madame Elisabeth, the Queen and her 2 children, then a long line of carts carrying sacks of flour, then the triumphant Parisians, some women perched on cannon, some men holding aloft on spikes the heads of slain palace guards. At Sèvres they stopped to have these heads powdered and curled. The Queen doubted she would reach Paris alive, but that night she and the rest of the royal family slept in hastily prepared beds in the Tuileries, where French kings had slept before the Fronde rebellion had made the capital hateful to Louis XIV. A few days later the assembly followed and was housed in the theatre of the same palace. Once again the populace of Paris had taken charge of the revolution by forcing the king's hand. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, Continued, Cassette 2, Side 1. Once again, the populace of Paris had taken charge of the revolution by forcing the king's hand. Now, subject to his subjects, he accepted the Declaration of the Rights of Man as a fait accompli. A third wave of emigration began. 6. The Revolutionary Constitution, 1790. Freed from royal resistance, but uncomfortably aware of the surveillance city, the Assembly proceeded to write the Constitution that would specify and legalize the achievements of the Revolution. First, should it retain the kingship? It did, and allowed it to be hereditary, for it feared that until the sentiments of legitimacy and loyalty could be transferred from the monarch to the nation, the mesmerizing aura of royalty would be necessary to social order, and the right of transmission would be a guard against wars of succession and such schemes as were then brewing in the Palais Royal. But the powers of the king were to be strictly limited. The Assembly would vote him annually a civil list for his expenses. Any further outlay would require application to the legislature. If he left the kingdom without the Assembly's permission, he could be deposed, as he would shortly see. He could choose and dismiss his ministers, but each minister would be required to submit a monthly statement of his disposal of the funds allotted to him, and he could at any time be arraigned before a high court. The king was to command the army and the navy, but he could not declare war or sign a treaty without the legislature's prior consent. He should have the right to veto any legislation submitted to him, but if 3 successive legislatures passed the vetoed bill, it was to become law. Should the legislature, so supreme, have 2 chambers, as in England and America? An upper chamber could be a check to hasty action, but it could also become a bastion of aristocracy or old age. The Assembly rejected it, and as a further guard declared an end to all hereditary privileges and titles except the king's. The legislature was to be elected by active citizens only, male adult property holders paying in direct taxes an amount equal to the value of 3 days' work. This included prosperous peasants, but excluded hired labor, actors, and proletaires. These were classed as passive citizens, for they could easily be manipulated by their masters or their journalists to become tools of reaction or violence. On this arrangement, 4,298,360 men, in a population of 25 million souls, enjoyed the franchise in France of 1791. 3 million adult males were voteless. The bourgeois assembly, fearful of the city populace, was certifying the bourgeois revolution. For electoral and administrative purposes, the Constitution divided France into 83 départements, each of these into communes, 43,360. For the first time, France was to become a unified nation, without privileged provinces or internal tolls, and all with one system of measurements and laws. Penalties were fixed by law and were no longer at the discretion of a judge. Torture, the pillory, and branding were abolished, but the death penalty was retained, to Robespierre's present discontent and future convenience. Persons accused of crime could choose to be tried by a jury of active citizens, chosen by lot. A minority of 3 votes out of 12 would suffice for acquittal. Civil cases were decided by judges. The old Parlement, which had begotten a second aristocracy, were replaced by a new judiciary appointed by the electoral assemblies. A high court was chosen by lot from lower court justices, 2 to a département. 2 immense and related problems remained: how to avoid bankruptcy and how to regulate the relations between church and state. Taxes were failing to finance the government, and the church held enviable wealth untaxed. It took the recently appointed Bishop of Autun, Charles Maurice de Talleyrand-Périgord, to propose on October 11, 1789, the solution. Let the property of the church be used for the payment of the national debt. Talleyrand is one of the doubly intriguing characters in history. He came of an old family distinguished for its military services, and he would probably have followed a similar career had he not permanently dislocated his foot by a fall at the age of 4. He had to limp his way through life, but managed to surmount every obstacle. His parents resigned him to the church. In the seminary he read Voltaire and Montesquieu, and maintained a mistress nearby. Apparently he was expelled in 1775, but in that year, his 21st, he received from Louis XVI the Abbey of Saint-Denis in Reims. He was ordained a priest in 1779, and on the next day became vicar general to his uncle, the Archbishop of Reims. He continued to please high-born ladies. By one of them he had a son, who became an officer under Napoleon. In 1788, Talleyrand was appointed Bishop of Autun over the protests of his pious mother, who knew that he was a man of little faith. Nevertheless, he drew up for presentation to the States General a program of reforms which so impressed his clergy that they made him their deputy. Despite desperate opposition by its clerical members, the Assembly, on November 2, 1789, voted 508 to 346 to nationalize ecclesiastical property, then valued at 3 billion francs. It pledged the government to provide in a fitting manner for the expenses of public worship, the maintenance of the ministers, and the relief of the poor. On December 19th, it empowered a Caisse de l'Extraordinaire to sell 400 million francs worth of assignats, notes assigning to the holder a right to a stated amount of ecclesiastical property and bearing interest at 5% until a sale could be effected. With proceeds from these assignats, the government paid off its more urgent debts, so assuring the support of the financial community for the new regime. But the buyers of the assignats found it difficult to make satisfactory purchases. They used them as currency, and as the state issued more and more of them, and inflation continued, they lost value except in the payment of taxes, where the Treasury was compelled to receive them at their face worth. So the Treasury again found itself with losses exceeding its income year after year. Having crossed the Rubicon, the Assembly, on February 13, 1790, suppressed monasteries, allowing pensions to the dispossessed monks. Nuns were left untouched, as performing valued services in education and charity. On July 12th, a civil constitution of the clergy was promulgated, regulating the priests as paid employees of the state and recognizing Catholicism as the national religion. Protestants and Jews might worship freely in their private conventicles, but without support from the government. Catholic bishops were to be chosen by the electoral assemblies of the departments, and in this voting, non-Catholic electors, Protestant, Jew, or agnostic, were free to participate. All priests, before receiving any stipend from the state, were required to pledge full obedience to the new constitution. Of the 134 bishops in France, 130 refused to take this oath. Of the 70,000 parish priests, 46,000 refused. The great majority of the population sided with the non-jurors and boycotted the services of the Durant priests. The rising conflict between the conservative church, supported by the people, and the predominantly agnostic assemblies, supported by the upper middle class, became a main factor in the waning of the revolution. Chiefly because of this unpopular legislation, the king long refused to sign the new constitution. Others had reasons for rejecting it. Robespierre led a strong minority in protesting that the restriction of the franchise to property owners violated the Declaration of the Rights of Man, and was a provocative insult to the Parisian proletaires who had repeatedly saved the Assembly from the armies of the king. The peasantry agreed with townspeople in resenting the abandonment of the governmental regulations that had in some measure protected producers and consumers from a free market manipulated by distributors. Nevertheless, the Assembly felt, with some justice, that the Constitution was a remarkable document, giving legal and definitive form to the triumphant revolution. The middle-class deputies, now supreme, considered that the commonalty, of whom the majority were still illiterate, was not ready to share, in proportion to its numbers, the deliberations and decisions of the government. Besides, now that the nobility had fled, was it not the turn of the bourgeoisie to direct a state increasingly dependent upon a wisely managed and energetically advancing economy? So the Assembly, regardless of the king's hesitations, declared France a constitutional monarchy, and on June 5, 1790, it invited the 83 departments to send their federated national guards to join the people of Paris and the government of France on the Champ de Mars in celebrating, on the first anniversary of the taking of the Bastille, the fulfillment of the Revolution. As the invitation and the enthusiasm spread, 30 foreigners, led by a rich Dutchman known to history as Anacharsis Clootz, entered the assembly on June 19th and asked for the honor of French citizenship and for admission to the Feast of the Federation as an embassy of the human race. It was so ordered. But the hilly field of Mars had to be sculptured for the occasion. An area 3,000 by 1,000 feet had to be leveled and terraced to hold 300,000 men, women, and children. And a central mound was to be raised for an altar at which king, princes, prelates, deputies, and commoners would mount and pledge their loyalty to the nation now legally reborn. And yet only 15 days were left for the sculpturing. Who can now rival the 14 pages in which Carlyle told how the people of Paris, male and female, young and old, came with picks and spades and wheelbarrows and song, "Ça ira, it will go," reshaped that vast terrain and reared those terraces and that Hôtel de la Patrie. Which of us today would dare write with such brave blowing of rhetorical trumpets and prophetic ecstasy, especially if nearly half our manuscript had been burned by a hasty maid, and we had to gather and polish our scattered gems again? What a fire must have smoldered in that dour Scot to survive such a holocaust! So in the week before the new holy day, soldiers from all of France traveled to Paris, and sometimes the Parisian National Guard marched out many miles to meet and escort them. On July 14, 1790, they all entered the Field of Mars in proud procession, 50,000 strong, their banners waving, their bands playing, their throats hoarse with their lusty songs, and 300,000 exalted Parisians joining in. Bishop Talleyrand Périgord, not yet excommunicate, said Mass. 200 prelates and priests mounted the altar and took the oath. The king pledged himself to obey the new laws to the best of his ability, and all the assemblage cried out, "Vive le roi!" When the cannon sounded a salute, thousands of Parisians who had not been able to attend raised a hand toward the Champ de Mars and made their pledge. In nearly every town similar festivities were held, with wine and food shared in common, and Catholic and Protestant pastors embracing as if they were Christians. How could any Frenchman doubt that a glorious new age had dawned? 7. Mirabeau pays his debts. April 2nd, 1791. One man, at least, could doubt, and one woman. To Louis and his queen, the Tuileries seemed a glass house in which their every move was subject to silent approval or prolonged condemnation by the populace. On August 31st, 1790, a Swiss regiment in the king's service at Nancy mutinied over delayed pay and official tyranny. Some of the rebels were shot down by the National Guard. Some were sent to the galleys. Some were hanged. Hearing of this, a crowd of 40,000 Parisians converged threateningly upon the royal palace, denouncing Lafayette, blaming the king for the Nancy massacre, and demanding the resignation of his ministers. Necker quietly departed on September 18, 1790, to live with his family at Coppet on Lake Geneva. Lafayette advised the king to pacify Paris by accepting the Constitution. The Queen, however, suspected the general of planning to replace her as the power behind the throne, and so clearly expressed her antipathy that he left the court and resigned to Mirabeau the task of salvaging the monarchy. Mirabeau was willing. He had need of money to support his lavish way of life. He felt that a coalition of king and assembly was the only alternative to rule by leaders of the mob, and he saw no contradiction in pursuing this policy and replenishing his funds. As far back as September 28, 1789, he had written to his friend Lamarck, "All is lost. The king and queen will be swept away, and you will see the populace triumphing over their helpless bodies." And to the same friend on October 7th, "If you have any influence with the king or the queen, persuade them that they and France are lost if the royal family does not leave Paris. I am busy with a plan for getting them away." Louis rejected the plan, but he consented to finance Mirabeau's defense of the monarchy. Early in May 1790, he agreed to pay the great adventurer's debts, to allow him $1,000 a month, and to reward him with $192,000 if he succeeded in reconciling the assembly with the king. In August, the Queen gave him a private interview in her gardens at Saint-Cloud. So great was the aura of majesty that the dragon of rebellion trembled with devotion when he kissed her hand. To his intimates he spoke of her ecstatically. "You know not the Queen. Her force of mind is prodigious. She is a man for courage." He considered himself paid but not bought. According to Lamarck, he accepted payment for keeping his own opinions. He had no intention of defending absolutism. On the contrary, the statement which he submitted to the king's ministers on December 23, 1790, was a program for reconciling public liberty with the royal authority. To attack the revolution would be to overshoot the mark, for the movement that makes a great people give itself better laws deserves support. Both the spirit of the revolution and many elements in its constitution must be accepted. I regard all the effects of the revolution as conquests so irrevocable that no upheaval, short of dismembering the realm, could destroy them. He labored with devotion and bribes to save the remnants of royal authority. The Assembly suspected his venality, but respected his genius. On January 4, 1791, it chose him its president for the usual term of 2 weeks. He astonished all by the order of his management and the impartiality of his decisions. He worked all day, ate and drank all evening, and wore himself out with women. On March 25th, he entertained 2 dancers from the opera. The next morning he was seized with violent intestinal cramps. He attended the Assembly on the 27th, but returned to his rooms exhausted and trembling. The news of his illness spread through Paris. Theaters were closed out of respect for him. His house was besieged by people asking about his condition. One youth came offering his blood for transfusion. Talleyrand told him, "It is not easy to reach you. Half of Paris is permanently outside your door." Mirabeau died after much suffering, April 2, 1791. On April 3rd, a delegation from the electors of Paris asked the Assembly to convert the Church of Sainte-Geneviève into a shrine and tomb for French heroes, and that this Panthéon, of all the gods, as it was soon to be called, should bear on its front the inscription, "Au grand homme le patrie reconnaissante," to its great men a grateful fatherland. It was done, and Mirabeau was buried there on April 4th, after what Michelet thought the most extensive and popular funeral procession that had ever been in the world. The historian estimated the crowd at between 300,000 and 400,000, in the streets and the trees, at windows or on roofs. All of the Assembly except Pétion, who had secret evidence of Mirabeau's receiving money from the king, all the Jacobin Club, 20,000 National Guards. One would have thought they were transferring the ashes of Voltaire, of one of those men who never die. On August 10, 1792, proofs were found among the fallen king's papers of payments to Mirabeau, and on September 22, 1794, the convention ordered the tarnished hero's remains removed from the Panthéon. 8. To Varennes, June 20th, 1791. The king, reluctant to surrender the nobility, the clergy, and the monarchy to total denudation of their ancient authority, and convinced that a people so individualistic and impetuous as the French would obey no rule, permit no restraints, not sanctioned and ingrained by time, clung hopefully to the vestigial powers still left him, and resisted the daily urging of nobles and the Queen that he should escape from Paris, perhaps from France, and return with an army, native or foreign, strong enough to re-establish him upon a reinvigorated throne. He signed on January 21st, 1791, the civil constitution of the clergy, but he felt that he was betraying the faith that had been his precious refuge against the disappointments of his life. He was profoundly shocked by the Assembly's decision, on May 30th, 1791, to have the remains of Voltaire transferred to the Panthéon. It seemed intolerable to him that the arch-infidel of the century should be carried in triumph to lie with honors in what only yesterday had been a consecrated church. He gave his long-withheld consent to the Queen to prepare for a flight across the frontier. Her devoted friend, Count Axel von Fersen, raised money for the escape and arranged the details. The king, certainly a gentleman, probably not a cuckold, thanked him fervently. All the world knows that story, how the king and queen, disguised as Monsieur and Madame Corfe, with their children and attendants, left the Tuileries furtively at midnight of June 20th to 21st, 1791, and rode all next day in joy and fear 150 miles to Varennes, near the frontier of what is now Belgium, then the Austrian Netherlands. How they were stopped there and arrested by peasants armed with pitchforks and clubs and led by Jean-Baptiste Drouet, postmaster of Saint-Menehould. He sent to the Assembly for instructions. Soon Bernave and Pétion came with the answer: "Bring your captives, unharmed, back to Paris." Now it was a 3 days' drive, leisurely led by 60,000 of the National Guard. On the way, Bernave sat in the royal coach opposite the Queen. He had been trained in the surviving chivalry of the old regime. He felt the glamour of royal beauty and distress. He wondered what would be her fate, and that of the children she guarded. By the time they reached Paris, he was her slave. Through his efforts and other cautious considerations, the Assembly rejected the cry of the sans-culottes for immediate deposition. Who could tell what anarchy would ensue? Would the bourgeois Assembly and all property be at the mercy of the unfranchised Parisian populace? So the word went out that the king had not fled, but had been abducted. He must be allowed to keep his head, at least for a while, and as much of his crown as the new laws had left him. The radical leaders protested. The clubs and the journals called for the people to assemble on the field of Mars. On July 17, 1791, 50,000 came, and 6,000 signed a demand for the king's abdication. The Assembly ordered Lafayette and the National Guard to disperse the rebels. These refused, and some of them stoned the guard. The angry soldiers fired, killing 50 men and women. So ended the universal brotherhood that had been pledged there a year before. Marat, proscribed and hunted by the police, lived in dank cellars and called for a new revolution. Lafayette, his popularity ended, returned to the front and waited impatiently for a chance to escape from the mounting chaos of France. The king, grateful for a reprieve, went in subdued state to the Assembly on September 13, 1791, and formally signed his assent to the new constitution. Returning to his desolate palace and queen, he broke down and wept, and begged her to forgive him for having brought her from her happiness in Vienna to the shame of this defeat, and the mounting terror of this imprisonment. As that month neared its end, the Assembly prepared to conclude its labors. Perhaps the deputies were tired and felt that they had done enough for a lifetime. And indeed, from their standpoint, they had accomplished much. They had presided at the collapse of the feudal system. They had abolished hereditary privileges. They had rescued the people from monarchical absolutism and an idle, arrogant aristocracy. They had established equality before the law and had ended imprisonment without trial. They had reorganized local and provincial administration. They had chastened the once independent and censorious church by confiscating its wealth and declaring freedom of worship and thought. They had revenged Jean Calas and Voltaire. They had seen with pleasure the emigration of reactionary nobles and had put the upper middle class in control of the state. And they had embodied these changes in a constitution to which they had won the consent of the king and of the great majority of the population as a promise of national unity and peace. The National and Constituent Assembly completed its record by arranging for the election of a legislative assembly to transform the Constitution into specific laws, and to meet with deliberation the problems of the future. Robespierre, hoping that a fresh poll would bring a more representative personnel to power, persuaded his fellow deputies to disbar themselves from election to the new legislature. Then on September 30th, 1791, the most memorable of all political assemblies declared itself dissolved. Chapter 3. The Legislative Assembly, October 1st, 1791 to September 20th, 1792. 1. Persons of the Drama. The elections for the Second Revolutionary Congress were zealously monitored by the journalists and powerfully supervised by the clubs. Since censorship of the press had almost disappeared, the journalists had acquired new influence on public policy. Brissot, Loustalot, Marat, Desmoulins, Fréron, Laclos, each had a periodical for his tribune. Paris alone had 133 journals in 1790, and there were hundreds in the provinces. Nearly all of them followed a radical line. Mirabeau had told the king that if he wished to keep his throne or his head, he must buy some popular journalists. The old nobility, said Napoleon, would have survived if it had known enough to become master of printing materials. The advent of cannon killed the feudal system. Ink will kill the modern system. The clubs were almost as effective as the journals. The Breton Club, having followed the King and Assembly to Paris, renamed itself Society of the Friends of the Constitution, and leased as a meeting place the refectory of a former Jacobin monastery near the Tuileries. Later it expanded into the library and even the chapel. The Jacobins, as history came to call them, were at first all deputies, but they soon enriched their membership by admitting persons prominent in science, literature, politics, or business. Here, former deputies like Robespierre, self-debarred from the new assembly, found another fulcrum of power. Dues were high, and until 1793 most of the members came from the middle class. The Jacobin influence was multiplied by the organization of affiliated clubs in many of the communes of France, and their general acceptance of the parent club's lead in doctrine and strategy. There were some 6,800 Jacobin clubs in 1794, totaling 500,000 members. They formed an organized minority in a disorganized mass. When their policies were supported by the journals, their influence was second only to that of the communes, which, through their municipal councils and constituent sections, controlled the local regiments of the National Guard. When all these forces were in harmony, the Assembly had to do their bidding or face an unruly gallery, if not armed insurrection. An Englishman in Paris in 1791 reported that clubs abound in every street. There were literary societies, sporting associations, Freemason lodges, workmen's gatherings. Finding the Jacobins too expensive and bourgeois, some radical leaders formed in 1790 the Society of the Friends of Man and the Citizen, which the Parisians soon called the Cordeliers Club, because it met in the former monastery of the Cordeliers, or Franciscan friars. This gave a platform to Marat, Hébert, Desmoulins, and Danton. Finding the Jacobins too radical, Lafayette, Bailly, Talleyrand, Lavoisier, André and Marie-Joseph de Chénier, and Dupont de Nemours formed the Society of 1789, which began, in 1790, regular meetings in the Palais Royal to support the tottering monarchy. Another monarchical group, led by Antoine Barnave and Alexandre de Lameth, formed a club briefly known to history as the Feuillants, from their meeting in the convent of Cistercian monks so named. It was a sign of the rapid secularization of Parisian life that several abandoned monasteries were now centers of political agitation. The rival tempers of the clubs showed during the elections which slowly harvested, from June to September 1791, the ballots for the new assembly. The Loyalists, softened to tolerance by education and comfort, relied on persuasion and bribery to garner votes. The Jacobins and the Cordeliers, hardened by the marketplace and the streets, seasoned bribery with force. Interpreting the law to the letter, they kept from the polls anyone who refused to take an oath of allegiance to the new constitution. So the great majority of practicing Catholics were automatically excluded. Crowds were organized to raid and disperse meetings of Loyalists, as in Grenoble. In some cities, like Bordeaux, the municipal authorities forbade all club meetings except of the Jacobins. In one town, the Jacobins and their followers burned a ballot box suspected of harboring a conservative majority. Despite such democratic trimmings, the election sent to the Legislative Assembly a substantial minority dedicated to preserving the monarchy. These 264 feuillants occupied the right section of the hall and thereby gave a name to the conservatives everywhere. The 136 deputies who acknowledged themselves Jacobins or Cordeliers sat at the left on an elevated section called the Mountain. Soon they were named the Montagnards. In the center sat 355 delegates who refused to be labeled. They came to be called the Plain. Of the 755 total, 400 were lawyers, as befitted a law-making body. Now the lawyers succeeded the clergy in control of the nation. Nearly all the deputies were of the middle class. The revolution was still a bourgeois feast. Until June 20th, 1792, the most vigorous group in the legislature was that which later received the name of the Department of the Gironde. They were not an organized party, nor were the Montagnards, but they were nearly all from regions of industrial or commercial activity: Caen, Nantes, Lyon, Limoges, Marseille, Bordeaux. The inhabitants of these thriving centers were accustomed to considerable self-rule.
They controlled much of the money, the commerce, the foreign trade of the realm. And Bordeaux, capital of the Gironde, proudly remembered having nurtured Montaigne and Montesquieu. Nearly all the leading Girondins were members of the Jacobin Club, and they agreed with most other Jacobins in opposing the monarchy and the church. But they resented the rule of all France by Paris and its populace, and proposed instead a federal republic of largely self-governed provinces. Condorcet was their theorist, philosopher, specialist in education, finance, and utopia. We have long since paid our debt to him. Their great orator was Pierre Vergniaud. Born at Limoges of a businessman father, left a seminary, studied law, practiced at Bordeaux, and was sent thence to the Legislative Assembly, which repeatedly made him its president. Still more influential was Jacques-Pierre Brissot, native of Chartres, something of an adventurer, sampling occupations, climates, and moral codes in Europe and America, briefly imprisoned in the Bastille in 1784, and founder in 1788 of the Société des Noirs Amis, and sturdy worker for the emancipation of slaves. Sent to the Assembly as a deputy from Paris, he took charge of foreign policy and led the way into war. Condorcet introduced him and Vergniaud to Madame de Staël, and they became devoted attendants at her salon, and helped her lover, the Comte de Narbonne-Lara, to appointment as Minister of War by Louis XVI. For a long time, the Girondins were called Brissotins. History remembers better Jean-Marie Roland de la Platière, chiefly because he married a brilliant woman who provided him with ideas and style, deceived him, celebrated his memory, and dignified her ascent to the guillotine with a famous and possibly legendary sentence. When Jean Manon Flippon, aged 25, met Jean-Marie at Rouen in 1779, he was 45 years old, incipiently bald, and somewhat worn out by business cares and philosophical rumination. He had a pleasant paternal smile and preached a noble stoicism that enchanted Manon. She was already familiar with the ancient classics and heroes. She had read Plutarch at the age of 8, sometimes substituting him for the prayer book when in church. Plutarch prepared me to be a Republican. She was a high-spirited child. On 2 or 3 occasions when my father whipped me, I bit the thigh across which he placed me, and she never lost her bite. But also she read the lives of the saints, and prophetically longed for martyrdom. She felt the beauty and moving solemnity of Catholic ritual, and retained her respect for religion and some vestiges of the Christian creed, even after relishing Voltaire, Diderot, D'Holbach, and d'Alembert. She did not take much to Rousseau. She was too tough for his sentiment. Instead, she lost her heart to Brutus, either one, to both the Catos and both the Gracchi. It was from them that she and the Girondins took political ideals. She read, too, the letters of Madame de Sévigné, for she aspired to write perfect prose. She had suitors, but she was too conscious of her accomplishments to tolerate any ordinary lover. Perhaps at 25 she thought it best to compromise. She found in Roland a strong mind, incorruptible honesty, knowledge, and taste. His gravity made me consider him, as it were, without sex. After their marriage in 1780, they lived in Lyon, which she described as a city superbly built and situated, flourishing in commerce and manufactures, famed for riches of which even the Emperor Joseph was envious. In February 1791, Roland was sent to Paris to defend the business interests of Lyon before the committees of the Constituent Assembly. He attended the meetings of the Jacobin Club and developed a close friendship with Brissot. In 1791, he persuaded his wife to move with him to Paris. There she graduated from his secretary to his adviser. Not only did she draw up his reports with an elegance that revealed her mind and hand, but she seems to have guided his political policy. On March 10, 1792, through the influence of Brissot, he was made Minister of the Interior to the king. Meanwhile, Manon established a salon where Brissot, Pétion, Condorcet, Buzot, and other Girondins regularly met to formulate their plans. She gave them food and counsel, and to Buzot her secret love, and she followed or preceded them bravely to death. 2. War, 1792. It was a critical period for the Revolution. The émigrés, by 1791, had assembled 20,000 troops at Koblenz and were making headway with their appeals for help. Frederick William II of Prussia listened, for he thought he might use this opportunity to enlarge his realm along the Rhine. The Emperor Joseph II of the Holy Roman Empire might have gone to his sister's aid, but his people too were in revolt. He was something of a revolutionist himself, and he was dying. His brother Leopold II, who succeeded him in 1790, was not inclined to war, but he issued with the King of Prussia a cautious Declaration of Pillnitz on August 27, 1791, inviting other rulers to join them in efforts to restore in France a monarchical form of government which shall at once be in harmony with the rights of sovereigns and promote the welfare of the French nation. Strange to say, both the monarchists and the republicans favored war. The Queen had repeatedly urged her imperial brothers to come to her rescue, and the King had explicitly asked the rulers of Prussia, Russia, Spain, Sweden, and Austria-Hungary to collect an armed force to restore the royal power in France. On February 7, 1792, Austria and Prussia signed a military alliance against France. Austria was hungry for Flanders, Prussia for Alsace. On March 1st, Leopold II died and was succeeded by his son Francis II, who itched for battle by proxy and for glory in person. In France, Lafayette favored war in the hope that he would be commander-in-chief and so be in a position to dictate to both the Assembly and the King. General Dumouriez, Minister for Foreign Affairs, favored war in expectation that the Netherlands would welcome him as their liberation from Austria and might reward him with a minor crown. Since there was as yet no talk of conscription, the peasantry and the proletariat accepted war as now a necessary evil, because the unhindered return of the émigrés would restore and perhaps vengefully intensify the injustices of the old regime. The Girondins favored war because they expected Austria and Prussia to attack France, and counterattack was the best defense. Robespierre opposed the war on the ground that the proletariat would shed their blood for it, and the middle class would pocket any gains. Brissot outtalked him. "The time has come," he cried, "for a new crusade, a crusade for universal freedom." On April 20th, 1792, the Legislative Assembly, with only 7 dissenting votes, declared war upon Austria only, hoping to divide the Allies. So began the 23 years of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars. On April 26th, Rouget de Lille, at Strasbourg, composed the Marseillaise. But the Girondins had not calculated on the condition of the French army. On the Eastern Front it numbered 100,000 men, opposing only 45,000 Austrian troops. But they were officered by men nurtured in the old regime. When General Dumouriez ordered these officers to lead their soldiers into action, they replied that their raw volunteers were not prepared, with either weapons or discipline, to face trained soldiery. When, nevertheless, the order to advance was repeated, several officers resigned, and 3 cavalry regiments went over to the enemy. Lafayette sent to the Austrian governor at Brussels and offered to lead his National Guard to Paris and restore the authority of the king if Austria would agree not to enter French territory. Nothing came of the proposal except Lafayette's later impeachment on August 20th, 1792, and his flight to the enemy. Matters reached a crisis when the Legislative Assembly sent to the predominantly Girondist ministry measures seeking the king's signature for the establishment of a protective armed camp around Paris, and for the discontinuance of state stipends for non-juring priests and nuns. The king, in a flurry of decision, not only refused to sign, but dismissed all the ministers except Dumouriez, who soon resigned to take command on the Belgian front. When the news of these vetoes circulated through Paris, it was interpreted as a sign that Louis was expecting an army, French or alien, to reach Paris soon and put an end to the revolution. Wild plans were made to evacuate the capital and to form a new revolutionary army on the farther side of the Loire. The Girondist leaders spread among the sections a call for a mass demonstration before the Tuileries. So on June 20th, 1792, an excited crowd of men and women, patriots, ruffians, adventurers, fervent followers of Robespierre, Brissot, or Marat, forced their way into the courtyard of the Tuileries, shouting demands and taunts, and insisting on seeing Monsieur et Madame Veto. The king ordered his guards to let a number of them in. 100 came, brandishing their varied weapons. Louis took his stand behind a table and heard their petition to withdraw his vetoes. He answered that these were hardly the fit place and circumstances for considering such complex matters. For 3 hours he listened to arguments, pleas, and threats. One rebel shouted, "I demand the sanction of the decree against the priests. Either the sanction or you shall die." Another pointed his sword at Louis, who remained apparently unmoved. Someone offered him a red cap. He put it gaily on his head. The invaders shouted, "Vive la nation! Vive la liberté!" and finally, "Vive le roi!" The petitioners left and reported that they had given the king a good scare. The crowd, dissatisfied but tired, melted back into the city. The decree against the non-juring clergy was enforced despite the veto, but the Assembly, anxious to dissociate itself from the populace, gave the king an enthusiastic reception when, at its invitation, he came to accept its pledge of continued loyalty. The radicals did not relish this ceremonious reconciliation of the bourgeoisie with the monarchy. They suspected the sincerity of the king and resented the readiness of the Assembly to stop the revolution, now that the middle class had consolidated its economic and political gains. Robespierre and Marat were gradually turning the Jacobin Club from its bourgeois sentiments to wider popular sympathies. The proletariat in the industrial cities was moving toward cooperation with the workers of Paris. When the Assembly asked each of the departments to send a detachment of the Federation of National Guards to join in celebrating the 3rd anniversary of the fall of the Bastille, these fédérés were mostly chosen by the city communes and favored radical policies. One particularly rebel regiment, 516 strong, set out from Marseille on July 5th, vowing to depose the king. On their march through France, they sang the new song that Rouget de Lille had composed, and from them it took the name that he had not intended, the Marseillaise. The Marseillaise was accepted by the Convention as the national anthem on July 14, 1795. It was rejected by Napoleon and Louis XVIII, was restored in 1830, banned by Napoleon III, and finally adopted in 1879. The Marseillaise and several other delegations of fédérés reached Paris after July 14th, but were asked by the Commune of Paris to delay their return home. It might have need of them. The Commune, the central bureau of delegates from the 48 sections of the city, was now dominated by radical leaders and was, day by day, from its offices in the Hôtel de Ville, replacing the municipal officials as the government of the capital. On July 28th, the city was again shocked into fear and rage by learning of the manifesto issued by the Duke of Brunswick from Koblenz. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 2, Side 2. On July 28th, the city was again shocked into fear and rage by learning of the manifesto issued by the Duke of Brunswick from Koblenz. Their Majesties the Emperor and the King of Prussia, having entrusted to me the command of the united armies which they had collected on the frontiers of France, I desire to announce to the inhabitants of that kingdom the motives which have determined the policy of the two sovereigns and the purposes which they have in view. After arbitrarily violating the rights of the German princes in Alsace-Lorraine, disturbing and overthrowing good order and legitimate government in the interior of the realm, those who have usurped the reins of government have at last completed their work by declaring an unjust war on His Majesty the Emperor and attacking his provinces in the Low Countries. To those important interests should be added another matter of solicitude, namely, to put an end to the anarchy in the interior of France, to check the attacks upon the throne and the altar, to restore to the king the security and the liberty of which he is now deprived, and to place him in a position to exercise once more the legitimate authority which properly belongs to him. Convinced that the sane portion of the French nation abhors the excesses of the faction which dominates it, and that the majority of the people look forward with impatience to the time when they may declare themselves openly against the odious enterprises of their oppressors, His Majesty the Emperor and His Majesty the King of Prussia call upon them and invite them to return without delay to the path of reason, justice, and peace. In accordance with these views, I declare, 1. That the two allied courts entertain no other object than the welfare of France, and have no intention of enriching themselves by conquests. 7. The inhabitants of the towns and villages who may dare to defend themselves against the troops of their imperial and royal majesties, and fire upon them, shall be punished immediately according to the most stringent laws of war, and their houses shall be destroyed. 8. The city of Paris and all its inhabitants shall be required to submit at once and without delay to the king. Their majesties declare that if the chateau of the Tuileries is entered by force or attacked, if the least violence be offered to the king, the queen, and the royal family, and if their safety and liberty be not immediately assured, they will inflict an ever-memorable vengeance by delivering over the city of Paris to military execution and complete destruction. It is for these reasons that I call upon and exhort in the most urgent manner all the inhabitants of the kingdom not to oppose the movements and operations of the troops which I command, but rather, on the contrary, to grant them everywhere a free passage, and to assist them with all good will. Given at the headquarters at Coblentz, July 25th, 1792. Charles William Ferdinand, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg. That somber 8th paragraph, perhaps offered to the amiable Duke by the vengeful émigrés, was a challenge to the Assembly, the Commune, and the people of Paris to abandon the revolution or to resist the invaders by whatever means and at whatever cost. On July 29th, Robespierre, addressing the Jacobin Club, demanded, as a defiance to Brunswick, the immediate overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of a republic with manhood suffrage for all. On July 30th, the Marseillaise Fédérée, still in Paris, joined other provincial detachments in pledging aid in deposing the king. On August 4th and the following days, section after section of the city sent notice to the Assembly that it no longer acknowledged a king. And on August 6th, a petition was presented to the deputies that Louis should be deposed. The Assembly took no action. On August 9th, Marat published an appeal to the people to invade the Tuileries, arrest the king and his family, and all pro-monarchical officials, as traitors whom the nation ought first to sacrifice to the public welfare. That night the Commune and the sections rang the tocsin, calling for a massing of the people around the Tuileries the next morning. Some came as early as 3 a.m. By 7 o'clock, 25 sections had sent their quotas of men armed with muskets, pikes, and swords. Some came with cannon. 800 fédérés joined in. Soon the crowd numbered 9,000. The palace was defended by 900 Swiss and 200 other guards. Hoping to discourage violence, Louis led his family from the royal chambers into the palace theater, where the assembly was in chaotic session. "I come here," he said, "to prevent a great crime." The insurgents were allowed to enter the courtyard. At the foot of the stairs leading to the king's bedroom, the Swiss forbade further advance. The crowd pressed against them. The Swiss fired, killing 100 or more men and women. The king sent orders to the Swiss to cease fire and withdraw. They did, but the crowd, led by the Marseillaise, overwhelmed them. Most of the Swiss were slain. Many were arrested. 50 were taken to the Hôtel de Ville, where they were put to death. The servants, including the kitchen staff, were slaughtered in a mad festival of blood. The Marseillaise sang the Marseillaise to the accompaniment of the Queen's harpsichord. A tired prostitute rested on the Queen's bed. The furniture was burned, the wine cellars were sacked and drained. In the nearby courts of the Carousel, the happy crowd set fire to 900 buildings and shot at firemen who came to put out the flames. Some of the victors paraded with banners made from the red uniforms of the dead Swiss guards, the first known instance of a red flag used as the symbol of revolution. The Assembly tried to save the royal family, but the murder of several deputies by the invading crowd persuaded the remainder to surrender the royal refugees to the disposition of the Commune. It locked them under strict guard in the Temple, an old fortified monastery of the Knights Templar. Louis yielded without resistance, grieving over his now white-haired wife and his ailing son, and waiting patiently for the end. 3. Danton. During these convulsive weeks, the deputies of the right had almost all ceased attendance at the Assembly. After August 10th, only 285 remained of the original 745 members. This rump legislature now voted to replace the king and his advisers with the Provisional Executive Council. An overwhelming vote chose Georges Danton to head the council as Minister of Justice, Roland to be Minister of the Interior, Joseph Servan to be Minister of War. The choice of Danton was in part an attempt to quiet the Parisians, with whom he was very popular. Besides, he was at that time the ablest and strongest character in the revolutionary movement. He was 33 years old, and would die at 35. Revolution is a prerogative of youth. Born at Arcis-sur-Aube, in Champagne, he followed his father into law. He prospered as an attorney in Paris, but he chose to live in the same building with his friend Camille Desmoulins, in the Cordeliers working-class district. Soon they became prominent in the Cordeliers Club. His lips and nose had been disfigured by a childhood accident, and his skin was potted with smallpox. But few remembered this when they confronted his tall figure and massive head, or felt the force of his perceptive and decisive thought, or heard his violent, often profane speech rolling like thunder over a revolutionary assembly, a Jacobin club, or a proletarian crowd. His character was not as brutal or domineering as his face or his voice. He could be rude and apparently unfeeling in his judgment, as in approving the September massacres. But he had some tenderness latent in him, and no venom. He was ready to give and quick to forgive. Oftentimes his aides were surprised to find him countermanding his own draconian orders or protecting victims of his severe instructions. Soon he was to lose his life because he dared to suggest that the terror had gone too far, and that a time for mercy had come. Unlike the sober Robespierre, he relished Rabelaisian humor, worldly pleasures, gambling, beautiful women. He made and borrowed money, bought a fine home in Arcis, and large parcels of church property. People wondered how he had come upon the necessary sums. Many suspected him of having taken bribes to protect the king. The evidence against him is overwhelming. Yet he committed himself to the most advanced measures of the revolution, and seems never to have betrayed any of its vital interests. He took the king's money and worked for the proletariat. Even so, he knew that a proletarian dictatorship is a contradiction in terms, and can be only a moment in political time. He had too much education to be a utopian. His library, to which he hoped soon to retire, included 571 volumes in French, 72 in English, 52 in Italian. He could read English and Italian well. He had 91 volumes of Voltaire, 16 of Rousseau, all of Diderot's Encyclopédie. He was an atheist, but he had some sympathy for the considerations that religion offered to the poor. Hear him in 1790, sounding like Musset a generation later. For my part, I admit I have known but one God, the God of all the world and of justice. The man in the fields adds to this conception, because his youth, his manhood, and his old age owe to the priest their little moments of happiness. Leave him his illusions. Teach him if you will, but do not let the poor fear that they may lose the one thing that binds them to life. As a leader, he sacrificed everything to the end of preserving the revolution from foreign attack and internal chaos. For these purposes, he was willing to cooperate with anyone, with Robespierre, Marat, the king, the Girondins. But Robespierre envied him, Marat denounced him, the king distrusted him, the Girondins were alarmed by his face and his voice, and shivered under his scorn. None of them could make him out. He organized war and negotiated for peace. He roared like a lion and talked of mercy. He fought for the revolution and helped some royalists to escape from France. As Minister of Justice, he labored to unite all revolutionary ranks in throwing back the invaders. He took responsibility for the uprising of the populace on August 10th. The war needed the support of those wild spirits. They would make ardent soldiers. But he discouraged the premature attempts to support revolutions against foreign kings. This would unite all monarchs in hostility to France. He fought against the proposal of the Girondins to withdraw the government and the assembly behind the Loire. Such a retreat would shatter the morale of the people. The time had gone for discussion. It had come for action, for building new armies and fortifying them with spirit and confidence. On September 2nd, 1792, in a passionate speech, he uttered a phrase that roused France and rang through a tumultuous century. The Prussian-Austrian forces had entered France and were winning victory after victory. Paris hovered between resolute response and a demoralizing fear. Danton, speaking for the Executive Council, went before the Assembly to rouse them and the nation to courage and action. It is a satisfaction for the minister of a free state to announce to them that their country is saved. All are stirred, all are enthusiastic, all burn to enter the contest. One part of our people will guard our frontiers, another will dig and arm the entrenchments, the third with pikes will defend the interior of our cities. We ask that anyone refusing to give personal service or to furnish arms shall meet the punishment of death. The tocsin we shall sound is not the alarm signal of danger. It orders the charge on the enemies of France. To conquer we have to dare again, always to dare, and France is saved. De l'audace, encore de l'audace, toujours l'audace, et la France est sauvée. It was a powerful historic speech, but on that same day, the most tragic episode of the Revolution began. 4. The Massacre, September 2nd through 6th, 1792. The emotional fever that came to its peak on September 2nd took some remote sources of its heat from the swelling conflict between religion and the state, and the effort to make worship of the state a substitute for religion. The Constituent Assembly had accepted Catholicism as the official religion, and had undertaken to pay the priests as salaried employees of the state. But the dominant radicals in the Paris Commune saw no reason why the government should finance the propagation of what it looked upon as an Oriental myth so long allied with feudalism and monarchy. These views found acceptance in the clubs and finally in the Legislative Assembly. The result was a series of measures that made the enmity of church and state a recurrent threat to the revolution. A few hours after the dethronement of the king, the Commune sent to the sections a list of priests suspected of anti-revolutionary sentiments and aims. As many of these as could be apprehended were sent to various prisons, where they soon played a leading part in the massacres. On August 11th, the Assembly ended all control of education by the Church. On August 12th, the Commune forbade the public wearing of religious vestments. On August 18th, the Assembly renewed a nationwide decree to the same effect, and suppressed all surviving religious orders. On August 28th, it called for the deportation of all priests who had not sworn allegiance to the civil constitution of the clergy. They were given a fortnight in which to leave France. Some 25,000 priests fled to other lands, and reinforced there the propaganda of the émigrés. Since the clergy had heretofore kept parish registers of births, marriages, and deaths, the Assembly had to transfer this function to lay authorities. As most of the population insisted on solemnizing these events with sacraments, the attempt to discard the ancient ceremonies widened the breach between the piety of the people and the secularism of the state. The Commune, the Jacobins, the Girondins, and the Montagnards all concurred in hoping that devotion to the young republic would become the religion of the people, that liberty, equality, and fraternity would replace God, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and that furtherance of the new Trinity could be made the overriding aim of social order and the final test of morality. The official opening of the new republic was deferred to September 22nd, first day of the new year. Meanwhile, some eager futurists petitioned the Assembly that, as a gesture toward the universal democracy of their dreams, the title of French citizen should be granted to all foreign philosophers who have with courage upheld the cause of liberty and have deserved well of humanity. On August 26th, the Assembly responded by conferring French citizenship upon Joseph Priestley, Jeremy Bentham, William Wilberforce, Anacharsis Clootz, Johann Pestalozzi, Tadeusz Kosciuszko, Friedrich Schiller, George Washington, Thomas Paine, James Madison, and Alexander Hamilton. Alexander von Humboldt came to France, he said, to breathe the air of liberty and to assist at the obloquies of despotism. The new religion seemed to be spreading its branches so soon after taking root. On September 2nd, it put on its Sunday clothes and expressed its devotion in diverse ways. Young and middle-aged men gathered at recruiting points to volunteer for service in the army. Women lovingly sewed warm garments for them and grimly prepared bandages for prospective wounds. Men, women, and children came to their section centers to offer weapons, jewelry, money for the war. Mothers adopted children dependent upon soldiers or nurses who were leaving for the front. Some men went to the prisons to kill priests and other enemies of the new faith. Ever since the Duke of Brunswick's manifesto on July 25, 1792, the revolutionary leaders had acted as men tend to act when their lives are threatened. On August 11th, the public commissioners at the Hôtel de Ville sent a strange note to Antoine Santerre, then in military command of the sections. "We are informed that a plan is being formed for going round the prisons of Paris and carrying off all the prisoners in order to execute prompt justice upon them. We beg you to extend your supervision to those of the Châtelet, the Conciergerie, and La Force, 3 main centers of detention in Paris." We do not know how Santerre interpreted this message. On August 14th, the Assembly appointed an extraordinary tribunal to try all enemies of the revolution. But the sentences there decreed fell far short of satisfying Marat. In his Ami du Peuple of August 19th, he told his readers, "The wisest and best course to pursue is to go armed to the Abbaye," another prison, "drag out the traitors, especially the Swiss officers of the Royal Guard and their accomplices, and put them to the sword. What folly it is to give them a trial." Moved with this enthusiasm, the Commune made Marat its official editor, assigned him a place in its assembly room, and added him to its Comité de Surveillance. If the populace heard Marat and obeyed him to the best of their ability, it was because they too were in a fury and tremor of hate and fear. On August 19th, the Prussians had crossed the frontiers, led by King Frederick William II and the Duke of Brunswick, and accompanied by a small force of émigrés vowing vengeance upon all revolutionists. On August 23rd, the invaders captured the fortress of Longwy, allegedly through connivance by its aristocratic officers. By September 2nd, they had reached Verdun, and a premature report reached Paris that morning that this supposedly impregnable bastion had fallen. It fell that afternoon. Now the road to Paris was open to the enemy, for no French army was on that route to stop them. The capital seemed at their mercy. The Duke of Brunswick expected soon to dine in Paris. Meanwhile, revolution against the revolution had broken out in far separate regions of France, the Vendée and Dauphiné, and Paris itself harbored thousands of people who sympathized with the fallen king. Since September 1st, a pamphlet had been circulating which warned that a plot existed to free the prisoners and lead them in a massacre of all revolutionists. The Assembly and the Commune were calling upon all able-bodied men to join the army that would march out to meet the advancing enemy. How could these men leave their women and children to the mercy of such an outpouring of royalists, priests, and habitual criminals from the prisons of Paris? Some sections voted a resolution that all priests and suspected persons should be put to death before the departure of the volunteers. About 2 p.m. Sunday, September 2nd, 6 carriages bearing non-juring priests approached the Abbaye jail. A crowd hooted them. A man leaped upon the step of one carriage. A priest struck him with a cane. The crowd, cursing and multiplying, attacked the prisoners as they alighted at the gate. Their guards joined in the attack upon them. All 30 were slain. Exalted by the sight of blood and the safe ecstasy of anonymous killing, the crowd rushed over to the Carmelite convent and killed the priests who had been incarcerated there. In the evening, after a rest, the crowd, now enlarged by criminals and ruffians, and by lusty fédéré troops from Marseille, Avignon, and Brittany, returned to the Abbaye, forced all its prisoners to march out, sat in a rapid informal judgment upon them, and delivered the great majority of them, any Swiss or priest, or monarchist, or ex-servant of the king or queen, to a gauntlet of men who dispatched them with swords, knives, pikes, and clubs. At first the executioners were exemplary. There was no thievery. The valuables taken from the victims were transmitted to the communal authorities. Later, the tired laborers kept such trophies as their due. Each received, for a day's work, 6 francs, 3 meals, and all the wine he wanted. Some showed signs of tenderness. They congratulated those exonerated, and escorted the distinguished among them to their homes. Some were especially ferocious. They prolonged the sufferings of the condemned for the keener amusement of spectators. And one enthusiast, after withdrawing his sword from General Laleu's breast, inserted his hand into the wound, tore out the heart, and put it to his mouth as if to eat it, a custom once popular in savage days. Each killer, when tired, took a rest, drank, and soon resumed his labors, until all the prisoners in the Abbaye had passed through the street-side court to liberty or death. On September 3rd, the judges and the executioners moved toward other prisons, La Force and the Conciergerie. There, with fresh workers and new victims, the Holocaust went on. Here was a famous lady, the Princesse de Lamballe, once very rich and very beautiful, beloved of Marie Antoinette. She had shared in plots to save the royal family. Now 43 years old, she was beheaded and mutilated. Her heart was snatched out of her body and was eaten by a fervent Republican. Her head was borne on a pike and paraded beneath a window of the Queen's cell at the Temple. On September 4th, the slaughter moved to the prisons of Tours-Saint-Bernard, Saint-Firmin, the Châtelet, the Salpêtrière. There, in the case of young women, rape replaced murder. Among the inmates at Bicêtre, an insane asylum, were 43 youths from 17 to 19 years of age, most of them placed there by their parents for treatment. All were slain. For 2 days more the massacre continued in Paris until its victims totaled between 1,247 and 1,368. The people were divided in judgment on the event. Catholics and Royalists were horrified, but revolutionists argued that the violent response was warranted by the threats of Brunswick and the exigencies of war. Pétion, the new mayor of Paris, received the executioners as hard-working patriots and refreshed them with drink. The Legislative Assembly sent some members to the Abbaye scene to recommend due process of law. They returned to report that the massacre could not be stopped. Finally, the Assembly leaders, Girondins as well as Montagnards, agreed that the safest attitude was one of approval. The Commune sent representatives to share in the task of the extempore judges. Varennes, deputy attorney for the Commune, joined the scene at the Abbaye and congratulated the killers. "Fellow citizens, you are immolating your enemies. You are performing your duty." Marat proudly took credit for the entire operation. At her trial a year later, Charlotte Corday, asked why she had killed Marat, answered, "Because it was he who caused the massacres of September." Challenged for proof, she replied, "I can give you no proof. It is the opinion of all France." When Danton was asked to stop the slaughter, he shrugged his shoulders. It would be impossible, he argued, and "Why," he asked, "should I disturb myself about those royalists and priests who were only waiting the approach of foreigners to massacre us? We must put our enemies in fear." Secretly, he withdrew from the prisons more than one of his friends, and even some of his personal enemies. When a fellow member of the Executive Council protested against the killings, Danton told him, "Sit down, it was necessary." And to a youth who had asked, "How can you help calling it horrible?" he answered, "You are too young to understand these matters. A river of blood had to flow between the Parisians and the émigrés." The Parisians, he thought, were now pledged to the revolution, and those volunteers who were leaving to meet the invaders knew now that they could expect no mercy if they surrendered. They would, in every sense, be fighting for their lives. September 2nd was also the day on which the Legislative Assembly, feeling that the turn of events had made a ruin of the Constitution which it had been chosen to implement, voted to call a national election for a convention that would draw up a fresh constitution suited to the new condition of France and the rising demands of the war. And since peasants, proletaires, and bourgeois alike were being called to defend a country called theirs, it seemed intolerable that any of these, taxpayers or not, should be kept from the ballot box. So Robespierre won his first major victory, the convention in which he was to be a major figure was chosen by manhood suffrage. On September 20th, the Legislative Assembly ended its last session, not knowing that on that day, at a village called Valmy, between Verdun and Paris, a French army under Dumouriez and François-Christophe Kellermann had met the professional troops of Prussia and Austria under the Duke of Brunswick, and had fought them to a draw. In effect, a victory, since after the battle the King of Prussia ordered his battered regiments to retreat, abandoning Verdun and Longwy, from French territory. Frederick William II could not afford to be bothered with distant France now that he was competing with his neighbors Russia and Austria to see which could take the biggest bite in partitioning Poland. Moreover, his soldiers were suffering disgracefully from diarrhea, inflicted by the grapes of Champagne. It was at that battle that Goethe, present on the staff of the Duke of Saxe-Weimar, made, we are told, a famous remark. From today and from this place begins a new epoch in the history of the world. Chapter 4. The Convention, September 21st, 1792 to October 26th, 1795. 1. The New Republic. The election to this Third Assembly, which was to see both the culmination and the decline of the Revolution, was even more subtly managed by the Jacobins than that of 1791. The process was carefully indirect. The voters chose electors who met in electoral committees and chose the deputies to represent their district in the convention. Both elections were by voice vote and in public. At each stage, the voter risked injury if he offended the local leaders. In the cities, conservatives refused to vote. The number of abstentions was enormous. Of 7 million persons qualified to vote, 6.3 million stayed away. In Paris, the voting began on September 2nd and continued for several days, while, at the prison gates, massacres sent out hints how to vote and survive. In many districts, pious Catholics refrained from voting. Hence the strong royalist Vendée elected 9 deputies, of whom 6 would vote for the execution of the king. In Paris, the Electoral Assembly met in the Jacobin Club, with the result that all 24 of the deputies chosen to represent the capital were convinced Republicans and supporters of the Commune. Danton, Robespierre, Marat, Desmoulins, Billaud-Varennes, Collot-d'Herbois, Fréron, David, the painter. In the provinces, the Girondins did some rigging of their own. So Brissot, Roland, Condorcet, Pétion, Godet, Barbaroux, and Bouzeau earned the right to serve and die. Among the foreigners elected were Priestley, Clootz, and Paine. The Duc d'Orléans, renamed Citizen Philippe Égalité, was chosen to represent a radical section of Paris. When the convention convened in the Tuileries on September 21st, 1792, it had 750 members. All but 2 were of the middle class. 2 were working men, nearly all were lawyers. The 180 Girondins, organized, educated, and eloquent, took the lead in legislation. On the ground that there was no present danger of invasion, they secured a relaxation of the laws against suspects, émigrés, and priests, and of wartime control over the economy. Free enterprise was restored. Soon there were complaints of profiteering and price manipulation. To squelch a movement among radicals for the confiscation of large estates and their division among the people, the Gironde, on the first day of the convention, carried a measure proclaiming the sanctity of private property. So appeased, the Gironde agreed with the Mountain and the Plain in declaring, on September 22nd, 1792, the First French Republic. On the same day, the convention decreed that, after a year of readjustment, the Christian calendar should be replaced, in France and its possessions, by a revolutionary calendar, in which the years would be named 1, from September 22nd, 1792, to September 21st, 1793, 2, 3, etc., and the months would be named by their typical weather: Vendémiaire, vintage; Brumaire, mist; and Frimaire, frost, for autumn; Nivose, snow; Pluviose, rain; and Ventose, wind, for winter; Germinal, budding;
Floreal, flowering, and prairial, meadows, for spring, and messidor, harvest, thermidor, warmth, and fructidor, fruit, for summer. Each month was to be divided into 3 décades of 10 days each. Each décade was to end in a décadie, replacing Sunday as a day of rest. The 5 remaining days, called sans-culottide, were to be national festivals. The convention hoped that this calendar would remind Frenchmen not of religious saints and seasons, but of the earth and the tasks that made it fruitful. Nature would replace God. The new calendar came into use on November 24, 1793, and died at the end of Anno Domini 1805. The Gironde and the Mountain agreed on private property, the Republic, and the war upon Christianity, but on several other issues they differed to the point of death. The Girondins resented the geographically disproportionate influence of Paris, its deputies and its populace, on measures affecting all France. The Montagnards resented the influence of merchants and millionaires in determining the votes of the Girondins. Danton, whose section had given him 638 electoral votes out of a possible 700, resigned his place as Minister of Justice to undertake the task of uniting the Gironde and the Mountain in a policy of seeking peace with Prussia and Austria. But the Girondins distrusted him as the idol of radical Paris and called for a record of his expenditures as minister. He could not account to their satisfaction for the sums he had laid out. He was a great believer in bribes. Nor could he explain where he had found the money to buy 3 houses in or near Paris and a large estate in the department of Aube. Undeniably, he had been living in a grand style. Calling his questioners ingrates, he gave up his labors for internal and external conciliation and joined forces with Robespierre. Though second only to Danton in popularity with the sections, Robespierre was as yet a secondary figure among the deputies. In their balloting for the presidency of the convention, he received 6 votes, Roland 235. To most of the deputies he was a dogmatist, fertile in generalities and moral platitudes, a cautious opportunist who waited patiently for every opening to added power. An underlying consistency in his proposals had given him a slowly rising influence. He had kept from direct involvement in the attack upon the Tuileries or in the September massacres, but he had accepted them as putting the fear of the people into the policies of the bourgeoisie. From the beginning he had advocated adult male suffrage, though in practice he had winked at keeping royalists and Catholics from the polls. He had defended the institution of private property, and had discouraged the appeal of a few impoverished souls for the confiscation and redistribution of possessions. However, he had proposed inheritance and other taxes that would reduce by gentle but efficacious measures the extreme inequalities of wealth. Meanwhile, he bided his time and allowed his rivals to wear themselves out with passion and extremes. He seemed convinced that someday he would rule, and predicted that someday he would be killed. He knew, as all men knew, that almost from hour to hour he carried his life in his hand. It was neither Robespierre nor Danton, but Marat, who completely championed the proletariat. On September 25th, to celebrate the new republic, he changed the name of his periodical to Journal de la République Française. He was now 49 years old. Robespierre was 34, Danton 33. He had less than a year of life remaining to him, but he filled it with an uncompromising campaign against the Girondins as enemies of the people, agents of that rising commercial bourgeoisie which seemed resolved to make the revolution the political arm of a free enterprise economy. His violent diatribes reverberated through Paris, stirring the sections to insurgency and generating in the convention an almost universal hostility. The Girondins denounced what they called the triumvirate of Danton, Robespierre, and Marat, but Danton disowned him and Robespierre avoided him. He sat with the Mountain, but usually friendless and alone. On September 25, 1792, Vergniaud and others read to the convention documents indicating that Marat had called for a dictatorship and had evoked the massacres. When the ailing tribune of the people rose to defend himself, he was assailed with cries of "Sit down!"
"It seems," he said, "that I have a great number of personal enemies in this assembly." "All of us," cried out the Girondins. Marat proceeded to repeat his demand for a dictatorship on the limited Roman style, and acknowledged his incitations to violence. But he exonerated Danton and Robespierre from any association with his plans. A deputy proposed that he be arrested and tried for treason. The motion was defeated. Marat took a pistol from his pocket, held it to his head, and announced, "If my indictment had been decreed, I would have blown my brains out at the foot of the tribune." The Girondins, who had led France into war, were strengthened in these months by the victories of French troops and the extension of French power and revolutionary ideas. On September 21st, 1792, General Anne-Pierre de Montesquieu-Fezensac led his forces to the easy conquest of Savoy, then part of the Kingdom of Sardinia. "The progress of my army," he reported to the convention, "is a triumph. In both country and town the people come out to meet us. The tricolor cockade is worn on all sides." On September 27th, another French division entered Nice unopposed. On September 29th, it took Villefranche. On November 27th, at the request of local political leaders, Savoy was incorporated into France. The conquest of the Rhineland was more difficult. On September 25th, General Adam Philippe de Custine led his volunteers to the capture of Speyer, taking 3,000 prisoners. On October 5th, he entered Worms. On October 19th, Mainz. On October 21st, Frankfurt am Main. To win Belgium, a dependency of Austria, to the revolution, Dumouriez had to fight at Jemappes on November 6th, one of the major battles of the war. The Austrians, after long resistance, retreated, leaving 4,000 dead on the field. Brussels fell on November 14th, Liège on the 24th, Antwerp on the 30th. In these cities the French were welcomed as liberators. Instead of obeying the convention's orders to move south and join his forces with Custine's, Dumouriez dallied in Belgium and enriched himself in dealings with speculators in army supplies. Reprimanded, he threatened to resign. Danton was sent to appease him. He succeeded, but suffered guilt by association when, on April 5, 1793, Dumouriez defected to the enemy. Intoxicated with these victories, the convention leaders adopted two complementary policies: to extend France to her natural boundaries, the Rhine, the Alps, the Pyrenees, and the seas, and to win the frontier populations by pledging them military aid in achieving economic and political freedom. Hence the bold decree of December 15, 1792. From this moment, the French nation proclaims the sovereignty of the people in all cooperating regions, the suppression of all civil and military authorities which have hitherto governed you, and of all the taxes which you bear under whatever form, the abolition of the tithe, of feudalism, of serfdom. It also proclaims the abolition among you of all noble and ecclesiastical corporations, and of all prerogatives and privileges as opposed to equality. You are from this moment brothers and friends, all are citizens, equal in rights, and all alike are called to govern, to serve, and to defend your country. This edict of fraternity brought a mess of problems upon the young republic. When the conquered, or liberated, territories were taxed to support the French occupation, they complained that one master and his tax had been replaced by another. When the church hierarchy in Belgium, Liège, and the Rhineland, long accustomed to hold or share the ruling authority, saw itself challenged in both theology and power, it joined hands across frontiers and creeds to repel, and if possible to destroy, the French Revolution. When, on November 16, 1792, to win the merchants of Antwerp to the French cause, the Convention decreed the opening of the river Scheldt to all navigation, whereas the Peace of Westphalia of 1648 had closed it to all but the Dutch, Holland prepared to resist. The monarchs of Europe interpreted the Convention's pledge as a declaration of war against all kings and feudal lords. The first coalition against France began to take form. The Convention decided to burn all bridges behind it by bringing Louis XVI to trial for treason. Since August 10th, the Temple had given a semi-humane imprisonment to most of the royal family. The king, 38, the queen, 37, his sister, Madame Elisabeth, 28, his daughter, Marie-Thérèse,
Madame Royale, 14, and his son, the Dauphin Louis Charles, 7. The Girondins did all they could to delay the trial, for they knew that the evidence would compel conviction and execution, and that would intensify the attack of the powers upon France. Danton agreed with them, but a new figure on the scene, Louis-Antoine Saint-Just, aged 25, caught the attention of the convention by his impassioned call for regicide. Louis has combated the people and has been defeated. He is a barbarian, a foreign prisoner of war. You have seen his perfidious designs. He is the murderer of the Bastille, of Nancy, of the Champ de Mars, of the Tuileries. What enemy, what foreigner has done you more harm? This attack might have made the judicious pause, but on November 20th an iron box discovered in a wall of the royal chambers in the Tuileries and brought to the convention by Roland powerfully supported the charge of treason. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 3, Side 1. This attack may have made the judicious pause, but on November 20th an iron box discovered in a wall of the royal chambers in the Tuileries and brought to the convention by Roland powerfully supported the charge of treason. It contained 625 secret documents which revealed the king's dealings with Lafayette, Mirabeau, Talleyrand, Barnave, various émigrés, and conservative journalists. Clearly Louis, despite his affirmation of loyalty to the Constitution, had plotted the defeat of the Revolution. The convention ordered a veil to be thrown over the bust of Mirabeau. The Jacobins smashed a statue that had commemorated Mirabeau in their club. Barnave was arrested in Grenoble. Lafayette fled to his army. Talleyrand, as always, escaped. On December 2nd, some delegates from the sections appeared before the convention and demanded immediate trial of the king. Soon the Paris Commune sent strong recommendations to the same effect. On December 3rd, Robespierre joined in the cry. Marat carried a motion that all voting in the trial should be by voice and in public, which placed the hesitant Girondins at the mercy of the sans-culottes in the galleries and in the streets. The trial began on December 11, 1792, before the full convention. According to Sébastien Mercier, one of the deputies, the back of the hall was converted into boxes, as in a theater, in which ladies wearing the most charming attire ate ices and oranges and drank liqueurs. One could see ushers escorting the mistresses of the Duke of Orléans. The king was shown some of the documents found in the box. He denied his signature and all knowledge of the box. He met questions by pleading lapses of memory or putting the responsibility upon his ministers. He asked for a 4-day deferral to let him employ his attorneys. Chrétien de Malesherbes, who had protected the philosophe and the encyclopédie under Louis XV, offered to defend the king. Louis sadly accepted, saying, "Your sacrifice is the greater because you are exposing your own life, though you cannot save mine." Malesherbes was guillotined in April 1794. Meanwhile, agents of the foreign powers proposed to buy some votes for the king. Danton agreed to serve as purchasing agent, but the sum required proved to be more than their majesties were willing to invest. On December 26th, Romain de Sèze presented the case for the defense. The Constitution, he argued, gave no authority to the deputies to try the king. He had been within his human rights in fighting for his life.
He was one of the kindest and most humane men, and one of the most liberal rulers who had ever sat on the throne of France. Had the deputies forgotten his many reforms? Had he not inaugurated the revolution by summoning the States General and inviting all Frenchmen to tell him of their wrongs and their desires? The prosecutors replied that the king had negotiated with foreign powers for the defeat of the revolution. Why should an exception be made because the man guilty of treason had inherited the throne? As long as he remained alive, plots would be laid to restore him to his pre-revolution powers. It would be well to make an example which all monarchs might contemplate before betraying the hopes of their people. Voting on the king's guilt began on January 15, 1793. Out of 749 members, 683, including his cousin Philippe d'Orléans, declared for conviction. A motion to submit this verdict to ratification or repeal by the people of France through the primary assemblies was opposed by Robespierre, Marat, and Saint-Just, and was defeated by 424 votes to 287. An appeal to the people, said Saint-Just. Would not that be the recall of the monarchy? Robespierre had long advocated democracy and universal male suffrage, but now he hesitated to trust it. Virtue, he said, meaning Republican fervor, has always been in a minority on the earth. When on January 6th the final question was put, what sentence has Louis, King of the French, incurred? Both factions broke out into violence in the streets. There and in the galleries the crowd cried out for the death sentence and threatened the life of anyone who should vote for anything less. Deputies who, the evening before, had vowed never to ask for the king's execution, now fearing for their lives, voted for his death. Danton yielded. Paine held firm. Philippe d'Orléans, ready to succeed his cousin, voted for his elimination. Marat voted for death within 24 hours. Robespierre, who had always opposed capital punishment, now argued that a live king would be a danger to the Republic. Condorcet appealed for the abolition of capital punishment now and forever. Brissot warned that a verdict of death would bring all the monarchs of Europe into war against France. Some deputies added a comment to their votes. Paganel said, "Death. A king is made useful only by death." Milhaud said, "Today, if death did not exist, it would have to be invented," echoing Voltaire on God. Duchâtel, dying, had himself borne to the tribunal, voted against Louis's death, and then died. The final tally was 361 for death, 334 for a reprieve. On January 20th, a former member of the King's Garde du Corps killed Louis-Michel Lepelletier de Saint-Fargeau, who had voted for death. On January 21st, a coach, surrounded by an armed escort and passing along streets lined by the National Guard, carried Louis XVI to the Place de la Révolution, now the Place de la Concorde. Before the guillotine, he tried to speak to the multitude. "Frenchmen, I die innocent. It is from the scaffold and near to appearing before God that I tell you so. I pardon my enemies. I desire that France—" But at that point, Santerre, head of the Paris National Guard, called "Tambour!" and the drums drowned out the rest. The populace looked in somber silence as the heavy blade fell, tearing through flesh and bone. On that day, a spectator later recalled, everyone walked slowly, and we hardly dared look at one another. 2. The Second Revolution, 1793. The execution of the king was a victory for the Mountain, for the Commune, and for the policy of war. It united the regicides in fatal dedication to the Revolution, since they would be the chosen victims of a Bourbon restoration. It left the Girondins divided and desperate. They had split on the vote. They now moved in Paris in fear of their lives and longed for the relative peace and order of the provinces. Roland, sick and disillusioned, resigned from the Executive Council the day after the execution of the king. Peace, which had been made possible by the absorption of Austria and Prussia in the partition of Poland, was now made impossible by the fury of European monarchs at the beheading of one of their fraternity. In England, William Pitt, Prime Minister, who had thought of making war against France, found nearly all resistance to that policy gone from a Parliament and a public shocked by the news that royalty itself had been laid under the guillotine. as if they themselves, through their ancestors, had never laid the axe upon Charles I. Pitt's real reason, of course, was that French mastery of Antwerp would give to Britain's ancient foe the key to the Rhine, the principal avenue of British trade with Central Europe. That danger took sharper form when, on December 15, 1792, the Convention decreed the annexation of Belgium to France. Now the road was open to French control of Holland and the Rhineland. All that rich and well-populated valley could then be closed to a Britain that lived by exporting the products of an expanding industry. On January 24, 1793, Pitt dismissed the French ambassador. On February 1st, the Convention declared war upon both England and Holland. On March 7th, Spain joined them, and the first coalition, Prussia, Austria, Sardinia, England, Holland, Spain, began the second stage in the effort to check the revolution. A succession of disasters brought the Convention to a tardy realization of the difficulties it faced. The revolutionary armies relaxed after their initial victories. Thousands of volunteers quit after serving the term for which they had enlisted. The total of troops on the Eastern Front had fallen from 400,000 to 225,000. And these, through the incompetence and venality of the contractors whom Dumouriez protected and milked, were poorly clothed and fed. The generals repeatedly ignored the instructions sent them by the government. On February 24th, the Convention resorted to conscription to raise new armies, but it favored the rich by allowing them to buy substitutes. Revolts against conscription broke out in several provinces. In the Vendée, dissatisfaction with conscription and the cost and scarcity of food joined with anger at the anti-Catholic legislation to generate so widespread a rebellion that an army had to be diverted from the front to control it. On February 16th, Dumouriez led 20,000 troops in an invasion of Holland. The regiments that he left as a garrison in Belgium were surprised and annihilated by an Austrian force under the Prince of Saxe-Coburg. Dumouriez himself was defeated at Neerwinden on March 18th, and on April 5th he defected to the Austrians with 1,000 men. In that month, the representatives of England, Prussia, and Austria met and laid plans for the subjugation of France. Internal difficulties, added to these external setbacks, threatened the collapse of the French government. Despite expropriation of ecclesiastical and émigré property, the new assignats were losing value almost overnight. Valued at 47% of their face value in April 1793, they fell to 33% 3 months later. New taxes were so widely resisted that the cost of their collection almost equaled their returns. Forced loans, as of May 20th to 25th, 1793, despoiled the rising bourgeoisie. When this class used the Girondins to protect its interests in the government, it deepened the conflict between Gironde and Mountain in the Convention. Danton, Robespierre, and Marat won the Jacobin Club from its original bourgeois policies to more radical ideas. The Commune, led now by Pierre Chaumette and Jacques Hébert, used the latter's fiery journal, Père Duchesne, to rouse the city and besiege the Convention with demands for the conscription of wealth. Day after day, Marat waged war against the Girondins as protectors of the rich. In February 1793, Jacques Roux and Jean Varlet led a group of proletarian enragés in assailing the high cost of bread and insisting that the Convention should set maximum prices for the necessaries of life. Harassed by a storm of problems, the Convention surrendered the tasks of the year 1793 to committees whose decisions it came to accept with a minimum of debate. Most of these committees were assigned to particular areas of activity and rule: agriculture, industry and commerce, accounting, finance, education, welfare, or colonial affairs. Usually manned by specialists, they did much good work, even amid the mounting crises. They prepared a new constitution and left a heritage of constructive legislation that Bonaparte found helpful in forming the Code Napoleon. To guard against foreign agents, internal subversion, and political offenses, the Convention, on March 10, 1793, appointed a Committee of General Security as a national department of police, with practically absolute authority to make domiciliary visits without warning and to arrest anyone on suspicion of disloyalty or crime. Additional committees of surveillance were organized for the communes and sections of the cities. Also on March 10th, the Convention set up a revolutionary tribunal to try suspects sent to it. These were allowed defenders, but the judgment of the jurors was not subject to appeal or review. On April 5th, the convention appointed as principal prosecutor before the tribunal Antoine Quentin Fouquier-Tinville, a lawyer famous for searching and merciless examinations, but capable now and then of humane sentiments. However, he has come down to us in an engraving that shows him with a face like an eagle and a nose like a sword. The tribunal began its sittings on April 6th in the Palais de Justice. As the war proceeded and the number of persons sent up for trial became unmanageably large, the tribunal more and more syncopated its legal procedure and tended to pronounce an early verdict of guilty in nearly all cases sent to it by the Committee of Public Safety. This Comité de Salut Public, established on April 6, 1793, replaced the Executive Council and became the principal arm of the state. It was a war cabinet. It must be viewed not as a civil government acknowledging constitutional restraints, but as a body legally authorized to lead and command a nation fighting for its life. Its powers were limited only by its responsibility to the convention. Its decisions had to be submitted to the convention, which in nearly all cases turned them into decrees. It controlled foreign policy, the armies and their generals, the civil functionaries, the committees on religion and the arts, the secret service of the state. It could open private and public correspondence. It disposed of secret funds. And through its own representatives on mission, it controlled life and death in the provinces. It met in the rooms of the Pavillon de Flore, between the Tuileries and the Seine, and gathered for conference around a green cloth-covered table, which for a year became the seat of the French government. At its head, till July 10th, sat Danton, now for the second time chosen to be leader of the nation in peril. He began at once by persuading his colleagues, and then the convention, that the government should publicly renounce any intention to meddle in the internal affairs of any other nation. At his urging, and over the objections of Robespierre, the convention sent out tentatives for peace to each member of the coalition. He persuaded the Duke of Brunswick to halt his advance, and he succeeded in arranging an alliance with Sweden. He tried again to make peace between the Mountain and the Gironde, but their differences were too deep. Marat intensified his attacks upon the Girondins, and with such mounting violence that they secured, on April 14, 1793, a decree of the convention that he should be tried by the Revolutionary Tribunal for advocating murder and dictatorship. At his trial, a multitude of sans-culottes gathered in the Palais de Justice and the adjacent streets, vowing to avenge any outrage perpetrated on their favorite defender. When the frightened jurors freed him, his followers carried him in triumph on their shoulders to the convention. There he threatened vengeance on his accusers. Thence he was carried through a cheering crowd to the Jacobin Club, where he was enthroned in the presidential chair. He resumed his campaign, demanding that the Girondins be excluded from the convention as bourgeois betrayers of the revolution. He won a precarious victory when the convention, over the protests and warnings of the Gironde, decreed a maximum price for grains at every stage of their passage from producer to consumer, and ordered governmental agents to requisition from the growers all produce needed to meet the public needs. On September 29th, these measures were extended into a general maximum, fixing the price of all basic commodities. The external war between producer and consumer was now accentuated. Peasants revolted against conscription of their crops. Production fell as the profit motive felt blocked by the new laws. A black market developed, supplying at high prices those who could afford to pay. Markets that obeyed the maximum ran out of grain and bread. Hunger riots again ran through the city streets. The Girondins, bitterly resentful of the pressure placed upon the convention by the lower orders of Paris, appealed to their middle-class electors in the provinces to rescue them from the tyranny of the mob. Vergniaud wrote to his electors in Bordeaux, May 4th, 1793, "I summon you to the tribune to defend us, if there is still time, to avenge liberty by exterminating tyrants." And Barbaroux wrote likewise to his supporters in Marseille. There and at Lyon, the bourgeois minority allied themselves with former nobles to expel their radical mayors. On May 18th, the Girondin deputies persuaded the convention to appoint a committee to examine the operations of the Paris Commune and its sections in attempting to influence legislation. All of the members of the committee were Girondins. On May 24th, the convention ordered the arrest of Hébert and Varlet as agitators. The Commune, with 16 sections concurring, demanded their release. The convention refused. Robespierre, at the Jacobin Club on May 26th, urged the citizens to revolt. When the people is oppressed, when it has no resource left but itself, it would be a coward indeed who should not call upon it to rise. It is when all laws are violated, it is when despotism is at its height, it is when good faith and decency are being trampled underfoot that the people ought to rise to insurrection. That moment has arrived. In the convention on May 27th, Marat demanded the suppression of the committee as hostile to liberty and as tending to provoke that insurrection of the people which is only too imminent, owing to the negligence with which you have allowed commodities to rise to an excessive price. That night the Mountain secured passage of a measure abolishing the committee. The prisoners were freed. But on May 28th, the Girondins re-established the committee by a vote of 279 to 238. On May 30th, Danton joined Robespierre and Marat in calling for revolutionary vigor. On May 31st, the sections sounded the tocsin for a rising of the citizens. Gathering at the Hôtel de Ville, these formed an insurrectionary council and secured the support of the Paris National Guard under the radical leader Ariel. Protected by these and a swelling crowd, the new council entered the convention hall and demanded that the Girondins be indicted before the Revolutionary Tribunal, that the price of bread be fixed at 3 sous a pound throughout France, that any resulting deficit be met by a levy on the rich, and that the right to vote be provisionally reserved to sans-culottes. The convention conceded only the second suppression of the hated committee. The warring parties retired for the night. Returning to the convention on June 1st, the council called for the arrest of Roland, whom the sans-culottes identified with the bourgeois interests. He escaped to southern hospitality. Madame Roland tarried behind, planning to plead for him before the convention. She was arrested and was lodged in the Abbé jail. She never saw her husband again. On June 2nd, a crowd of 80,000 men and women, many armed, surrounded the convention hall, and the guard aimed its cannon at the building. The council informed the deputies that none of them would be permitted to leave until all its demands had been met. Marat, dominating the rostrum, called out the names of those Girondins whom he recommended for arrest. Some managed to elude the guard and the crowd and fled to the provinces. 22 were put under house arrest in Paris. From that day till July 26, 1794, the convention was to be the obedient servant of the Mountain, the Committee of Public Safety, and the people of Paris. The Second Revolution had defeated the bourgeoisie and had established pro tem the dictatorship of the proletariat. The victors gave form to the new order by commissioning Hérault de Seychelles and Saint-Just to formulate the new constitution that had been ordered on October 11, 1792. It restored adult male suffrage and added the right of every citizen to subsistence, education, and insurrection. It limited the rights of property by considerations of public interest. It proclaimed freedom of religious worship, graciously recognized a supreme being, and declared morality to be the indispensable faith of society. Carlyle, who could not stomach democracy, called this the most democratic constitution ever committed to paper. It was accepted by the convention on June 4, 1793, and was ratified by a vote of 1/4 of the electorate. 1,801,918 to 11,610. This Constitution of 1793 remained on paper only, for on July 10th the Convention renewed the Committee of Public Safety as a ruling power, superior to all constitutions, till peace should return. 3. Exit Marat, July 13, 1793. 3 of the Girondin refugees, Pétion, Barbaroux, and Bouzeau, found protection in Caen, a northern stronghold of the Federalist reaction against Parisian domination of the national government. They made speeches, denounced the sans-culottes, and especially Marat, organized parades of protest, and planned an army to march upon the capital. Charlotte Corday was among their most ardent auditors. Descendant of the dramatist Pierre Corneille, born of a titled, impoverished, strongly royalist family, She was educated in a convent and served 2 years as a nun. Somehow she found opportunity to read Plutarch, Rousseau, even Voltaire. She lost her faith and thrilled to the heroes of ancient Rome. She was shocked on hearing that the king had been guillotined, and she was roused to indignation by the fulminations of Marat against the Girondins. On June 20th, 1793, she visited Barbaroux, then 26 and so handsome that Madame Roland had likened him to the Emperor Hadrian's inamorato Antinous. Charlotte was nearing her 25th birthday, but she had other things than love on her mind. All she asked was a letter of introduction to a deputy who might arrange her admission to a meeting of the convention. Barbaroux gave her a note to Los Duperrey. On July 9th, she left by stagecoach for Paris. Arriving on July 11th, she bought a kitchen knife with a 6-inch blade. She planned to enter the convention chamber and slay Marat in his seat, but she was informed that Marat was sick at home. She found his address, went there, but was refused admittance. Monsieur was in his bath. She returned to her room. The bath was now Marat's favorite desk. His disease, apparently a form of scrofula, had worsened. He found relief from it by sitting immersed to the waist in warm water to which minerals and medicines had been added. A moist towel was thrown over his shoulders, and a bandana soaked in vinegar bound his head. On a board spanning the tub he kept paper, pen, and ink, and there, day after day, he wrote the material for his journal. He was cared for by his sister Albertine, and since 1790, by Simone Évrard, who began as his servant and in 1792 became his common-law wife. He married her without benefit of clergy, before the supreme being in the vast temple of nature. From her room, Charlotte sent a note to Marat appealing for an audience. "I come from Caen. Your love for the nation ought to make you anxious to know the plots that are being laid there. I await your reply." She could not wait. On the evening of July 13th, she knocked again at his entrance door. Again she was denied entry, but Marat, hearing her voice, called to let her in. He received her courteously and bade her be seated. She brought her chair up close to him. "What is going on at Caen?" he asked, or so she later reported their strange conversation. 18 deputies from the convention, she answered, ruled there in collusion with the département officials. "What are their names?" She gave them. He wrote them down and passed sentence on them. "They will soon be guillotined." At that point she drew her knife and drove it into his chest with such force that it penetrated the aorta. Blood poured from the wound. He cried out to Simone, "À moi, ma chère amie, à moi!" "To me, my dear friend, to me." Simone came, and he died in her arms. Charlotte, rushing from the room, was intercepted by a man who beat down her resistance with a chair. Police were called, came, took her away. "I have done my duty," she said. "Let them do theirs." Marat must have had some good qualities to have won the united love of 2 rival women. His sister dedicated her remaining years to sanctifying his memory. Once a prosperous physician, he left at his death nothing more than some scientific manuscripts and 25 sous. He had been a fanatic, but a man fanatically devoted to the masses whom nature and history had forgotten. The Cordeliers Club preserved his heart as a sacred relic, and thousands came to view it with breathless adoration. On July 16th, all the remaining deputies and many men and women from the revolutionary sections followed his corpse to its burial in the gardens of the Cordeliers. His statue, carved by David, was set up in the hall of the convention, and on September 21st, 1794, his remains were transferred to the Panthéon. Charlotte's trial was short. She acknowledged her deed, but no guilt. She said she had merely avenged the victims of the September massacres and other objects of Marat's wrath. "I killed 1 man to save 100,000. In a letter to Barbaroux, she frankly claimed that the end justifies the means. Within a few hours after her conviction, she was executed on the Place de la Révolution. She received proudly the curses of the attending crowd and rejected the offer of a priest to give her a religious end. She died before she could realize how fatal her deed would be to the Girondins whom she had thought to serve. Vergniaud, speaking for them, realized this and forgave her. "She has killed us, but she has taught us how to die." 4. The Great Committee, 1793. The convention had reserved the right to revise, monthly, the membership of the Committee of Public Safety. On July 10th, his peace policy, foreign and domestic, having failed, it removed Danton. Then on July 25th, as if to show its continuing regard, it elected him its president for the customary fortnightly term. His first wife had died in February, leaving him with 2 young children. On June 17th, he had married a girl of 16. By July 10th, he was redomesticated. On July 27th, Robespierre was appointed to the committee. Danton had never cared for him. "That man," he said, "has not enough wits to cook an egg." Yet on August 1st, he urged the convention to give the committee absolute power. Perhaps in a reaction of regret for this advice, he remarked to Desmoulins, as they saw a sunset inflaming the Seine, "The river is running blood." On September 6th, the convention proposed to restore him to the committee. He refused. Weary and ill, he left Paris on October 12th and sought rest in the home that he had bought in his native Arcis-sur-Aube, in the valley of the Marne. When he returned on November 12th, the Seine was running blood. During that summer, the Great Committee, as it came to be called, took its historic form. Now it consisted of 12 men, all of the middle class, all with good education and incomes, all acquainted with the philosophe and Rousseau, 8 of them lawyers, 2 engineers. Only one of them, Coulot d'Herbois, had ever worked with his hands. A proletarian dictatorship is never proletarian. We call the roll. 1. Bertrand Barrère, 38, added to divers duties the task of presenting and defending before the convention the decisions reached by the committee, and having them confirmed by decrees. Amiable and persuasive, he turned death sentences into eloquence and statistics into poetry. He made few surviving enemies, changed with the political tide, and lived to the age of 86, long enough to learn the mortality of governments and ideas. 2. Jean-Nicolas Billaud-Varennes, 37, argued that the Catholic Church was the most dangerous enemy of the Revolution and had to be destroyed. He kept in touch and tune with the sections and the Commune, and followed his uncompromising policies with a pertinacity that made even his fellow committeemen fear him. He took charge of correspondence and relations with the provinces, headed the new administrative machinery, and became for a time the most powerful member of the committee. 3. Lazare Carnot, 40. Already distinguished as a mathematician and military engineer, took charge of the French armies, mapped campaigns, instructed and disciplined generals, won universal respect for his ability and integrity. He alone of the committee is honored throughout France today. 4. Jean-Marie Collot d'Herbois, 43, formerly an actor, he had suffered the disabilities that oppressed the theatrical profession before the Revolution. He never forgave the bourgeoisie for closing its doors to him, or the church for holding him, by his profession, excommunicate. He became the most severe of the 12 in dealing with the aristocracy of merchants, and once proposed, as a measure of economy, that the Paris prisons, crowded with suspects, hoarders, and profiteers, should be blown up with mines. 5. Georges Couthon, 38, was so crippled by meningitis that he had to be carried in a chair wherever he went. He attributed the ailment to sexual excesses in his youth, but he was adored by his wife. He was a man of kind heart and iron will, who distinguished himself by his humane administration of pivotal provinces during the Terror. 6. Marie-Jean Hérault de Seychelles, 34, seemed out of place and step among the duo-Decembers. He was a noble of the robe, a wealthy lawyer, noted for his elegant manners and Voltairian wit. When he felt the revolutionary tide swelling under him, he joined in the attack upon the Bastille, wrote most of the Constitution of 1793, and served as a rigorous executor of the committee's policies in Alsace. He lived comfortably and kept a noble mistress until the guillotine fell upon him on April 5, 1794. 7. Robert Landais, 47, had charge of food production and distribution, in the increasingly managed economy and accomplished logistic wonders in feeding and clothing the armies. 8. Claude Antoine Prieur d'Auvernois, called Prieur of the Côte d'Or, aged 30, accomplished similar miracles in supplying the armies with munitions and materiel. 9. Pierre-Louis Prieur of the Marne, 37, spent his rough energy trying to win Catholic and Royalist Brittany to the Revolution. 10. André Jambon Saint-André, 44, of Protestant lineage and Jesuit education, became captain of a merchant vessel, then a Protestant minister. He took charge of the French navy at Brest and led it into battle with a British fleet. 11. Louis-Antoine Saint-Just, 26, was the youngest and strangest of the 12, the most dogmatic, indomitable, and intense, the enfant terrible of the Terror. Brought up in Picardy by his widowed mother, admired and indulged, he fell passionately in love with Saint-Just, rejected all rules, fled to Paris with his mother's silver, spent it on prostitutes, was caught and briefly jailed, studied law, and wrote an erotic poem in 20 cantos celebrating rape, especially of nuns, and extolling pleasure as a divine right. In the Revolution he found at first an apparent legitimation of his hedonism, but its ideals has inspired him to exalt his individualism into a Roman virtus that would sacrifice everything to make those ideals come true. He transformed himself from an Epicurean into a Stoic, but remained a romantic to the end. "When the day comes," he wrote, "which satisfies me that I cannot endow the French people with mild, vigorous, and rational ways, inflexible against tyranny and injustice, on that day I will stab myself." In Republican Institutions of 1791, he argued that the concentration of wealth made a mockery of political and legal equality and liberty. Private riches must be limited and spread. The government should be based upon peasant proprietors and independent artisans. Universal education and relief must be provided by the state. Laws should be few, intelligible, and short. Long laws are public calamities. After the age of 5, all boys should be brought up by the state in Spartan simplicity, living on vegetables and trained for war. Democracy is good, but in wartime it should yield to dictatorship. Elected to the committee on May 10, 1793, Saint-Just gave himself resolutely to hard work. He rebutted rumors of having a mistress by claiming that he was too busy for such amusements. The willful and excitable youth became a stern disciplinarian, a capable organizer, a fearless and victorious general. Returning in triumph to Paris, he was chosen president of the convention on February 19, 1794. Proud and confident, overbearing to others, he humbly accepted the leadership of Robespierre, defended him in his defeat, and, aged 26 years and 11 months, accompanied him to death. 12. Robespierre did not quite replace Danton as the mastermind or will of the 12. Carnot, Billaud, Collot were too tough to be ruled. Robespierre never became dictator. He worked by patient study and devious strategy rather than by open command. He maintained popularity with the sans-culottes by living simply with plain folk, extolling the masses and defending their interests. On April 4, 1793, he had offered the convention a proposed declaration of the rights of man and the citizen. Society is obliged to provide for the subsistence of all its members, either by procuring work for them or by assuring the means of existence to those who are unable to work. The aid indispensable to whoever lacks necessaries is a debt of whoever possesses a surplus. To make resistance to oppression subject to legal forms is the last refinement of tyranny. Every institution that does not assume that people are good and that the magistrates are corruptible is vicious. The men of all countries are brothers. All in all, these 12 men were not mere murderers, as superficial acquaintance might describe them. It is true that they followed too readily the tradition of violence that had come down to them from the wars of religion and the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Eve in 1572. Most of them learned to execute their enemies without qualm, sometimes with virtuous satisfaction, but they claimed the needs and customs of war. They themselves were subject to these mishaps. Any one of them could be challenged, deposed, and sent to the guillotine. Several ended so. At any moment they were subject to insurrection by the Paris populace, or the National Guard, or an ambitious general. Any major defeat on the front or in a rebellious province might topple them. Meanwhile they labored night and day with their various tasks. From 8 in the morning till noon in their offices or subcommittees, from 1 to 4 in the afternoon in attending the convention, from 8 till late in the evening in consultation or debate around the green table in their conference room. When they took charge, France was torn with civil war by emergent capitalism in Lyon, by Girondin uprisings in the south, by Catholic and Royalist revolts in the west. It was threatened by foreign armies in the northeast, the east, and the southwest. It was suffering defeat on land and sea, and was blockaded in every port. When the Great Committee fell, France had been hammered into political unity by dictatorship and terror. A new breed of young generals, trained and sometimes led into battle by Carnot and Saint-Just, had thrown back the enemy in decisive victories. And France, alone against nearly all of Europe, had emerged triumphant against everything but herself. 5. The Reign of Terror, September 17, 1793, to July 28, 1794. 1. The gods are athirst. The terror was a recurrent mood as well as a specific time. Strictly, it should be dated from the law of suspects, September 17, 1793, to the execution of Robespierre, July 28, 1794. But there had been the September Terror of 1792. There was to be a White Terror in May 1795. Another terror would follow the fall of Napoleon. The causes of the famous terror were external danger and internal disorder, leading to public fear and tumult and begetting martial law. The first coalition had retaken Mainz on July 23rd, had invaded Alsace, and had entered Valenciennes, 100 miles from Paris. Spanish troops had captured Perpignan and Bayonne. French armies were in disarray. French generals were ignoring the orders of their government. On August 29th, French royalists surrendered to the British a French fleet and a precious naval base and arsenal at Toulon. Britannia ruled the waves and could at leisure appropriate French colonies on 3 continents. The victorious Allies debated the dismemberment of France and restored feudal rights as they advanced. Internally, the revolution seemed to be breaking apart. The Vendée was aflame with counter-revolutionary ardor. Catholic rebels had defeated the forces of the state at Villers on July 18th. Aristocrats, at home or as émigrés, were confidently planning restoration. Lyon, Bourges, Nîmes, Marseille, Bordeaux, Nantes, Brest fell to the revolting Gironde. Class war was rising between rich and poor. The economy was itself a battlefield. The price controls established on May 4th and September 29th were being defeated by the ingenuity of greed. The urban poor approved the maxima. The peasants and the merchants opposed them, and increasingly refused to grow or distribute the price-limited foods. The city stores, receiving less and less produce from market or field, could satisfy only the foremost few in the queues that daily formed at their doors. Fear of famine ran through Paris and the towns. In Paris, Senlis, Amiens, Rouen, the populace came near to overthrowing the government in protest against the shortage of food. On June 25th, Jacques Roux led his band of enragés to the convention and demanded that all profiteers, among whom he included some deputies, be arrested and made to disgorge their new wealth. Yours is no democracy, for you permit riches. It is the rich who have reaped in the last 4 years the fruits of the revolution. It is the merchant aristocracy, more terrible than the nobility, that oppresses us. We see no limit to their extortions, for the price of goods is growing alarmingly. It is time that the death struggle between the profiteers and the workers should come to an end. Are the possessions of knaves to be more sacred than human life? The necessities of life should be available for distribution by administrative bodies, just as the armed forces are at their disposition. Nor would it suffice to take a capital levy from the rich, so long as the system is unchanged, for the capitalist and the merchant will the next day raise an equal sum from the sans-culottes, if the monopolies and the power of extortion are not destroyed. In slightly less communistic terms, Jacques Hébert denounced the bourgeoisie as traitors to the revolution, and urged the workers to seize power from a negligent or cowardly government. On August 30th, a deputy pronounced the magic word, "Let terror be the order of the day." On September 5th, the crowd from the sections, calling for war on tyrants, hoarders, and aristocrats, marched to the headquarters of the Commune in the Hôtel de Ville. The mayor, Jean-Guillaume Pache, and the city procurator, Pierre Chaumette, went with their delegation to the convention and voiced their demand for a revolutionary army to tour France with a portable guillotine, arrest every Girondin, and compel every peasant to surrender his hoarded produce or be executed on the spot. It was in this atmosphere of foreign invasion and of revolution within the revolution that the Committee of Public Safety built and guided the armies that led France to victory, and the machinery of terror that forged a distraught nation into unity. On August 23rd, on bold plans presented by Carnot and Barrère, the convention ordered a levy en masse unparalleled in French history. From now until such time as its enemies have been driven out of the territory of the Republic, all Frenchmen are permanently requisitioned for the service of the armies. The young shall go and fight, the married men shall forge weapons and transport food, the women shall make tents and clothes and serve in the hospitals. The old men shall have themselves carried into public places to rouse the courage of the warriors and preach hatred of kings and the unity of the nation. All unmarried men from 18 to 25 years of age were to be drafted into battalions under banners reading, "Le peuple français debout contre les tyrans," the French people standing up against the tyrants. Soon, Paris was transformed into a throbbing arsenal. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. Soon, Paris was transformed into a throbbing arsenal. The gardens of the Tuileries and the Luxembourg were covered with shops producing, among other materiel, some 650 muskets a day. Unemployment vanished. Privately owned weapons, metal, surplus clothing were requisitioned. Thousands imprisoned for blunders or apathy or neglect of the committee's instructions. Younger men, brought up in revolution, took their places, men like Hoche, Pichegru, Jourdan, Moreau, who had the viscera to apply Carnot's policy of persistent attack. At Wattignies on October 16th, when 50,000 French recruits faced 65,000 Austrians, the 40-year-old Carnot shouldered a musket and marched with Jourdan's men into battle. The victory was not decisive, but it raised the morale of the revolutionary armies and strengthened the authority of the committee. On September 17th, the obedient convention passed the law of suspects, empowering the committee or its agents to arrest, without warning, any returned émigré, any relative of an émigré, any public official suspended and not reinstated, anyone who had given any sign of opposition to the revolution or the war. It was a harsh law, which forced all but avowed revolutionists, therefore nearly all Catholics and bourgeois, to live in constant fear of arrest, even of death. The committee justified it as needed to maintain at least an outward unity in a war for national survival. Some émigrés agreed with the 12 that fear and terror were legitimate instruments of rule in critical situations. The Comte de Montmorin, former foreign minister under Louis XVI, wrote in 1792, "I believe it necessary to punish the Parisians by terrorism." The Comte de Flaxlander argued that French resistance to the Allies would continue until the convention has been massacred. A secretary to the King of Prussia commented on the émigrés, "Their language is horrible. If we are prepared to abandon their fellow citizens to their vengeance, France would soon be no more than one monstrous cemetery." The convention faced a choice between terror and mercy in the case of the Queen. Putting aside her early extravagance, her intrusion into affairs of state, her known distaste for the populace of Paris, offenses that hardly deserved decapitation, there was no doubt that she had communicated with émigrés and foreign governments in an effort to halt the revolution and restore the traditional powers of the French monarchy. In these operations, she felt that she was using the human right of self-defense. Her accusers considered that she had violated laws passed by the elected delegates of the nation and had committed treason. Apparently, she had revealed to the enemies of France the intimate deliberations of the Royal Council, even the campaign plans of the revolutionary armies. She had borne 4 children to Louis XVI, a daughter, Marie-Thérèse, now 15, a son who had died in infancy, a second son who had died in 1789, a third son, Louis Charles, now 8, whom she considered to be Louis XVII. Helped by her daughter and her sister-in-law Elizabeth, she watched in anxiety and then despair as continued confinement broke the health and spirit of the boy. In March 1793 she was offered a plan for her escape. She refused it because it required her to leave her children behind. When the government learned of the abandoned plot, it removed the Dauphin from his mother despite her struggles, and kept him in isolation from his relatives. On August 2nd, 1793, after a year of imprisonment in the Temple, the Queen, her daughter, and her sister-in-law were removed to a room in the Conciergerie, that part of the Palais de Justice which had formerly been occupied by the superintendent of the building. There, the Widow Capet, as she was called, was treated more kindly than before, even to having a priest come and say Mass in her cell. Later that month she consented to another attempt to escape. It failed. Now she was transferred to another room and put under stricter guard. On September 2nd, the committee met to decide her fate. Some members were in favor of keeping her alive as a pawn to be surrendered to Austria in return for an acceptable peace. Barrère and Saint-André called for her execution as a means of uniting the signers of the sentence with a bond of blood. Hébert from the Commune told the 12, "I have in your name promised the head of Antoinette to the Sansculottes, who are clamoring for it, and without whose support you yourselves would cease to exist. I will go and cut it off myself if I have to wait much longer for it." On October 12th, the Queen submitted to a long preliminary examination, and on October 14th and 15th she was tried before the Revolutionary Tribunal, with Fouquier-Tinville as chief prosecutor. She was questioned from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and from 5 to 11 p.m. on the first day, and from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on the next. She was accused of transferring millions of francs from the French treasury to her brother, Joseph II of Austria, and with inviting alien forces to invade France. And it was suggested for good measure that she had tried to corrupt her son sexually. Only the last accusation unnerved her. She replied, "Nature refuses to answer such a charge brought against a mother. I appeal to all mothers here." The audience was moved by the sight of this woman, whose youthful beauty and gaiety had been the talk of Europe, now white-haired at 38, clad in mourning for her husband, fighting for her life with courage and dignity against men who were apparently resolved to break her spirit with a protracted ordeal merciless to both body and mind. When it was over, she was blind with fatigue and had to be helped to her cell. There she learned that the verdict was death. Now in solitary confinement, she wrote a letter of farewell to Madame Elisabeth, asking her to transmit to her son and daughter the directions the king had left for them. "My son," she wrote, "must never forget his father's last words, which I expressly repeat to him. Never seek to avenge my death." The letter was not delivered to Madame Elisabeth. It was intercepted by Fouquier-Tinville, who gave it to Robespierre, among whose secret papers it was found after his death. On the morning of October 16, 1793, the executioner, Henri Sanson, came to her cell, bound her hands behind her back, and cut off her hair at the neck. She was taken in a cart along a street lined with soldiers, past hostile, taunting crowds, to the Place de la Révolution. At noon, Sanson held up her severed head to the multitude. Having struck its stride, the Revolutionary Tribunal now issued death sentences at the rate of 7 per day. All available aristocrats were seized, and many were executed. The 21 Girondins who had been under guard since June 2nd were put on trial on October 24th. The eloquence of Vergniaud and Brissot availed them not. All were granted a quick and early death. One of them, Valazé, stabbed himself as he left the court. His dead body was placed among the condemned and carted to the scaffold, where it took its turn under the indifferent blade. "The revolution," said Vergniaud, "is like Saturn. It is devouring its own children." Consider the wrath and fear that these events must have brought to Manon Roland, now awaiting her fate in the Conciergerie, which had become a stepping stone to the guillotine. Her imprisonment had had some amenities. Friends brought her books and flowers. She collected in her cell a little library centered around Plutarch and Tacitus. As a stronger anodyne, she immersed herself in writing her recollections, terming them an appel à l'impartiale postérité, as if posterity too would not be divided. As she described her youth, the remembrance of Tempi Felici made bitterer her contemplation of present days. So she wrote on August 28, 1793, "I feel my resolution to pursue these memories deserting me. The miseries of my country torment me. An involuntary gloom penetrates my soul, chilling my imagination. France has become a vast Golgotha of carnage, an arena of horrors where her children tear and destroy one another. Never can history paint these dreadful times or the monsters that fill them with their barbarities. What Rome or Babylon ever equaled Paris?" Foreseeing that her turn would come soon, she wrote into her manuscript a word of farewell to her husband and to her lover, who had as yet escaped the snares prepared for them. "O my friends, may propitious fate conduct you to the United States, the sole asylum of freedom. And you, my spouse and companion, enfeebled by premature old age, eluding with difficulty the assassins, shall I be permitted to see you again? How long must I remain a witness to the desolation of my native land, the degradation of my countrymen?" Not long. On November 8, 1793, before the Revolutionary Tribunal, she was charged with complicity in Roland's alleged misuse of public funds, and with having sent from her cell letters of encouragement to Barbaroux and Bouzeau, who were then inciting revolt against the Jacobin control over the Convention. When she spoke in her own defense, the carefully selected spectators denounced her as a traitress. She was declared guilty and was guillotined on the same day in the Place de la Révolution. An uncertain tradition tells how, looking at the Statue of Liberty that David had set up in the majestic square, she cried out, "O Liberty, what crimes are committed in your name?" A procession of revolutionaries followed her. On November 10th came the mayor astronomer Bailly, who had given the red cockade to the king, and had ordered the National Guard to fire upon the untimely petitioners on the Champ de Mars. On November 12th the guillotine caught up with Philippe Égalité. He could not make out why the Montagnards wished to dispatch so faithful an ally. But he had the blood of kings in his veins, and had itched for a throne. Who could tell when that itch would frenzy him again? Then, on November 29th, Antoine Barnave, who had tried to protect and guide the Queen. Then Generals Custine, Houchard, Biron. Roland, having thanked the friends who had risked their lives to protect him, set out alone on a walk, November 16th, sat down against a tree, and wrote a note of farewell. "Not fear, but indignation made me quit my retreat, on learning that my wife had been murdered. I did not wish to remain longer on an earth polluted with crimes." Then he forced his sword into his body. Condorcet, after writing a paean to progress, took poison on March 28, 1794. Barbaroux shot himself, survived, and was guillotined on June 15th. Pétion and Bouzeau, pursued by agents of the government, killed themselves in a field near Bordeaux. Their bodies were found on June 18th, half devoured by wolves. 2. The Terror in the Provinces. There were other Girondins still wearing heads. In some towns, like Bordeaux and Lyon, they had gained the upper hand. They had to be wiped out, the Jacobins felt, if their moves toward provincial autonomy were to be overcome and France made one and Jacobin. For this and other purposes, the Committee of Public Safety sent out over France its representatives on mission, and gave them, subject to itself, almost absolute authority in their allotted terrain.
They might depose elected officials, appoint others, arrest suspects, draft men for the army, levy taxes, enforce price controls, exact loans, requisition produce, clothing, or materials, and set up or confirm local committees of public safety to serve as agencies of the Great Committee in Paris. The representatives accomplished miracles of revolutionary and military organization, often amid a hostile or apathetic environment. They put down opposition without mercy, sometimes with enthusiastic excess. The most successful of them was Saint-Just. On October 17, 1793, he and Joseph Lebas, who gladly let him take the lead, were dispatched to save Alsace from an Austrian invasion that was making rapid conquests in a territory congenitally German by language, literature, and ways. The French army of the Rhine had been thrown back upon Strasbourg, and was in a mood of defeatism and mutiny. Saint-Just learned that the troops had been tyrannically treated, badly led, and perhaps betrayed by officers inadequately enamored of the revolution. He had 7 of them executed before the assembled force. He listened to grievances and remedied them with characteristic decisiveness. He requisitioned from the prosperous classes all surplus shoes, coats, overcoats, and hats, and from the 193 richest citizens he extracted 9 million livres. Incompetent or apathetic officials were dismissed. Convicted grafters were shot. When the French army met the Austrians again, the invaders were driven out of Alsace, and the province was restored to French control. Saint-Just returned to Paris, eager for other tasks, and almost forgetting that he was engaged to the sister of Lebas. Joseph Le Bon did not live up to his name as committee representative. Warned by his employers to beware of false and mistaken humanity, the blue-eyed ex-curé thought to please them by shortening 150 Cambrai notables in 6 weeks, and 392 in Arras. His secretary reported that Le Bon killed in a sort of fever, and on reaching home mimicked the facial contortions of the dying to amuse his wife. He himself was cut short in 1795. In July 1793, Jean-Baptiste Carrier was commissioned to suppress the Catholic revolt in the Vendée and to make Nantes secure against further rebellion. Hérault de Seychelles, of the committee, explained to him, "We can become humane when we are certain of victory." Carrier was inspired. In a moment of ecological enthusiasm, he declared that France could not feed its rapidly growing population, and that it would be desirable to cure the excess by cutting down all nobles, priests, merchants, and magistrates. At Nantes, he objected to trial as a waste of time. "All these suspects," he commanded the judge, "must be eliminated in a couple of hours, or I will have you and your colleagues shot." Since the prisons at Nantes were crowded almost to asphyxiation by those arrested and condemned, and there was a shortage of food, he ordered his aides to fill barges, rafts, and other craft with 1,500 men, women, and children, giving priority to priests, and to have these vessels scuttled in the Loire. By this and other means he disposed of 4,000 undesirables in 4 months. He justified himself by what seemed to him the laws of war. The Vendéans were in revolt, and every one of them would remain an enemy of the revolution till death. "We will make France a graveyard," he vowed, "rather than not regenerate it in our own way." The committee had to restrain his fervor by threatening to arrest him. He was not frightened. In any case, he said, "we shall all be guillotined, one after another." In November 1794, he was summoned before the Revolutionary Tribunal, and on December 16th he illustrated his prophecy. Stanislas Fréron, son of Voltaire's favorite enemy, and other agents of the committee rouged the Rhone and the Var with the blood of the unconverted. 120 at Marseille, 282 at Toulon, 332 at Orange. By contrast, Georges Couthon was the quality of mercy on his mission to gather recruits for the army in the department of Puy-de-Dôme. At Clermont-Ferrand, he reorganized the industries into concentration on the production of materiel for the new regiments. When the citizens saw that he wielded his authority with justice and humanity, they became so fond of him that they took turns in carrying him in his chair. During his mission, not one person was executed by revolutionary justice.
Joseph Fouché, once a professor of Latin and physics, was now 34 years old, not yet Balzac's ablest man I've ever met. He seemed made for intrigue. Lean, angular, tight-lipped, sharp of eye and nose, sober, secret, silent, tough. He was to rival Talleyrand in rapid transformations and devious survivals. To outward observances, he was a dutiful family man, as modest in his habits as he was bold in his ideas. In 1792, he was elected to the Convention from Nantes. At first, he sat and voted with the Gironde. Then, foreseeing its fall and the supremacy of Paris, he moved up to the mountain and issued a pamphlet calling upon the revolution to pass from its bourgeois to a proletarian phase. To advance the war, he argued, the government should take everything beyond what a citizen needs, for superfluity is an obvious and gratuitous violation of the rights of the people. All gold and silver should be confiscated until the war ended. We shall be harsh in the fullness of the authority delegated to us. The time for half measures is over. Help us to strike hard blows. As representative on mission in the department of Loire-Inférieure, and especially in Nevers and Moulins, Fouché opened war on private property. By requisitioning money, precious metal, weapons, clothing, and food, he was able to equip the 10,000 recruits he had enlisted. He ransacked the churches of their gold and silver monstrances, vessels, candelabra, and sent these to the Convention. The committee found it unprofitable to check his ardor, and judged him just the man to help Collot d'Herbois in restoring Lyons to the revolutionary faith. Lyons was almost the capital of French capitalism. Among its 130 souls were financiers with connections all over France, merchants having outlets all over Europe, captains of industry controlling 100 factories, and a large body of proletaires who heard with envy how their own class in Paris had almost captured the government. At the beginning of 1793, under the leadership of the ex-priest Marie-Joseph Chalier, they achieved a similar victory, but religion proved stronger than class. At least half the workers were still Catholic and resented the anti-Christian turn of Jacobin policy. When the bourgeoisie mobilized its diverse forces against the proletarian dictatorship, the workers divided, and a coalition of businessmen, royalists, and Girondins expelled the radical government and put to death Chalier and 200 of his followers on July 16, 1793. Thousands of working men left the city, settled in the environs, and waited for the next turn of the revolutionary screw. The Committee of Public Safety sent an army to overthrow the victorious capitalists. Couthon, legless, came from Clermont to lead it. On October 9th, it forced its way in and re-established Jacobin rule. Couthon thought a policy of mercy advisable in a city whose population so largely depended upon continued operation of the factories and the shops, but the Paris Committee thought otherwise. On October 12th, it put through the convention and sent to Couthon a directive composed by Robespierre in a fury of revenge for Chalier and the 200 executed radicals. It read in part, "The city of Lyons shall be destroyed. Every habitation of the rich shall be demolished. The name of Lyons shall be effaced from the list of the Republic cities. The collection of houses left standing shall henceforth bear the name of Ville Affranchisée, the liberated city. On the ruins of Lyons shall be raised a column attesting to posterity the crimes and the punishment of the royalists." Couthon did not relish the operation here assigned him. He condemned one of the more expensive dwellings to demolition, and then was borne off to more congenial labors at Clermont-Ferrand. He was replaced at Lyons on November 4th by Collot d'Herbois, who was soon joined by Fouché. They began with a mock religious ceremony in commemoration of Chalier as the Savior God who had died for the people. Leading the procession was a donkey garbed as a bishop bearing a mitre on his head and dragging a crucifix and a Bible on his tail. In a public square, the martyr was honored by eulogies, and a bonfire was made of the Bible, a missal, sacramental wafers, and wooden images of sundry saints. For the revolutionary purification of Lyons, Collot and Fouché created a temporary commission of 20 members and a tribunal of 7 to try suspects. The commission issued a declaration of principles which has been called the first communist manifesto of modern times. It proposed to ally the revolution with the immense class of the poor. It denounced nobility and bourgeoisie and told the workers, "You have been oppressed. You must crush your oppressors." All products of French soil belonged to France. All private wealth must be put at the service of the Republic. And as a first step toward social justice, a tax of 30,000 livres must be taken from anyone having an income of 10,000 per year. Large sums were raised by jailing nobles, priests, and others, and confiscating their property. This declaration was not well received by the people of Lyons, a considerable minority of whom had risen into the middle class. On November 10th, a petition signed by 10,000 women recommended mercy for the thousands of men and women who had been crowded into the jails. The commissioners replied sternly, "Shut yourselves up in the privacy of your household tasks. Let us see no more of the tears that dishonor you." On December 4th, perhaps to make matters clear, 60 prisoners, condemned by the new tribunal, were marched out to an open space across the Rhone, were stationed between two trenches, and were buried by successive mitraillades, showers of slugs or grape shot from a row of cannon. On the next day, at the same spot, 209 prisoners, tied together, were mowed down by a similar mitraillade, and on December 7th, 200 more. Thereafter, the slaughter proceeded more leisurely by guillotine, yet so rapidly that the stench of the dead began to poison the city air. By March 1794, the executions in Lyons had reached 1,667, two-thirds of them of the middle or upper class. Hundreds of expensive homes were laboriously destroyed. On December 20th, 1793, a deputation of citizens from Lyons appeared before the convention to ask for an end to the vengeance. But Collot had beaten them to Paris and successfully defended his policy. Fouché, left in charge of Lyons, continued the terror. Learning that Toulon had been recaptured, he wrote to Collot, "We have only one way of celebrating victory. This evening we send 213 rebels under the fire of the lightning bolt." On April 3rd, 1794, Fouché was recalled to give an account of himself before the convention. He escaped punishment, but never forgave Robespierre for accusing him of barbarity. Some day he would take his revenge. The Committee of Public Safety slowly recognized that the provincial terror had been carried to a costly excess. In this matter, Robespierre was a moderating influence. He took the lead in recalling Carrier, Fréron, Tallien, and requiring an accounting of their operations. The provincial terror ended in May 1794, while it was being intensified in Paris. By the time Robespierre himself had become its victim, July 27th to 28th, 1794, it had taken 2,700 lives in Paris, 18,000 in France. Other guessers raised the total to 40,000. Those jailed as suspects amounted to some 300,000. As the property of the executed reverted to the state, it was a profitable terror. 3. The war against religion. Now, the deepest division was between those who treasured religious faith as their final support in a world otherwise unintelligible, meaningless, and tragic, and those who had come to think of religion as a managed and costly superstition, blocking the road to reason and liberty. This division was deepest in the Vendée, coastal France between the Loire and La Rochelle, where the dour weather, the rocky arid soil, the repetitious trajectory of births and deaths, left the population almost immune to the wit of Voltaire and the winds of the Enlightenment. Townsmen and peasants accepted the revolution, but when the Constituent Assembly promulgated the civil constitution of the clergy, confiscating the property of the church, making all priests the employees of the state, and requiring them to swear fidelity to the regime that had shorn them, the peasants supported their priests in refusing assent. The call to their youth to volunteer or be conscripted for the army set fire to the revolt. Why should these boys give their lives to protect an infidel government, rather than their priests and altars and household gods? So, on March 4th, 1793, rioting broke out in the Vendée. 9 days later it had spread throughout the region. By May 1st, there were 30,000 rebels under arms. Several royalist nobles joined the rural leaders in turning these recruits into disciplined troops. Before the convention realized their strength, they had taken Thouars, Fontenay, Saumur, Angers. In August, the Committee of Public Safety sent into the Vendée an army under General Kléber, with instructions to destroy the peasant forces and devastate all regions supporting them. Kléber defeated the Catholic army at Cholet on October 17th and crushed it at Savenay on December 23rd. Military commissions from Paris were set up in Angers, Nantes, Rennes, and Tours, with orders to put to death any Vendéan bearing arms. At or near Angers, 463 men were shot in 20 days. Before the Vendéans were subdued by Marshal Hoche, in July 1796, 500,000 lives had been lost in this new religious war. In Paris, much of the population had become indifferent to religion. In this regard, there had been a frail accord between the Mountain and the Gironde. They had joined in reducing the power of the clergy and in establishing a pagan calendar. They had encouraged the marriage of priests, even to decreeing deportation for any bishop who had tried to prevent it. Under protection of the revolution, some 2,000 priests and 500 nuns took mates. The committee's representatives on mission usually made de-Christianization a special element in their procedure. One ordered a priest imprisoned until he married. At Nevers, Fouché issued rigorous rules for the clergy. They must marry, must live simply like the apostles, must not wear clerical dress or perform religious ceremonies outside their churches. Christian funeral services were abolished, and cemeteries must display an inscription telling the public that death is an eternal sleep. He prevailed upon an archbishop and 30 priests to throw away their cowls and don the red cap of revolution. In Moulins, he rode at the head of a procession in which he smashed all crosses, crucifixes, and religious images en route. In Clermont-Ferrand, Couthon proclaimed that the religion of Christ had been turned into a financial imposture. By hiring a physician to make tests before the public, he showed that the blood of Christ in a miracle-producing phial was merely colored turpentine. He ended the state payment of priests, confiscated the gold and silver vessels of the churches, and announced that churches that could not be transformed into schools might with his approval be torn down to build houses for the poor. He proclaimed a new theology in which nature would be God, and heaven would be an earthly utopia in which all men would be good. The leaders of the campaign against Christianity were Hébert of the Paris City Council and Chaumette of the Paris Commune. Warmed by Chaumette's oratory and Hébert's journalism, a crowd of sans-culottes invaded the Abbey of Saint-Denis on October 16, 1793, emptied the coffins of French royalty there entombed, and melted the metal for use in the war. On November 6th, the convention accorded the communes of France the right to officially renounce the Christian Church. On November 10th, men and women from the working-class quarters and the ideological haunts of Paris paraded through the streets in mock religious dress and procession. They entered the hall of the convention and prevailed upon the deputies to pledge attendance at that evening's fete in the Cathedral of Notre Dame, renamed the Temple of Reason. There a new sanctuary had been arranged in which Mademoiselle Candé of the Opéra, robed in a tricolor flag and crowned with a red cap, stood as the goddess of liberty, attended by persuasive ladies who sang a hymn to liberty composed for the occasion by Marie-Joseph de Chénier. The worshippers danced and sang in the naves, while in the side chapels, said hostile reporters, profiteers of freedom celebrated the rights of love. On November 17th, Jean-Baptiste Gobel, Bishop of Paris, yielded to popular demand, appeared before the convention, abjured his office, handed over to the president his episcopal crozier and ring, and donned the red cap of freedom. On November 23rd, the Commune ordered all Christian churches in Paris closed. The convention, on second thought, wondered had it not overplayed its anti-Christian hand. The deputies were nearly all agnostics, pantheists, or atheists, but several of them questioned the wisdom of infuriating sincere Catholics, who were still in the majority, and many of them ready to take up arms against the revolution. Some, like Robespierre and Carnot, felt that religion was the only force that could prevent repeated social upheavals against inequalities too deeply rooted in nature to be removed by legislation. Robespierre believed that Catholicism was an organized exploitation of superstition, but he rejected atheism as an immodest assumption of impossible knowledge. On May 8, 1793, he had condemned the philosophes as hypocrites who scorned the commonalty and angled for pensions from kings. On November 21st, at the height of the de-Christianizing festivities, he told the convention, "Every philosopher and every individual may adopt whatever opinion he pleases about atheism. Anyone who wishes to make such an opinion a crime is absurd, but the public man or the legislator who should adopt such a system would be 100 times more foolish still. Atheism is aristocratic. The idea of a great being who watches over oppressed innocence and punishes triumphant crime is essentially the idea of the people. This is the sentiment of Europe and the world. It is the sentiment of the French people. That notion is attached neither to priests, nor to superstition, nor to ceremonies. It is attached only to the idea of an incomprehensible power, the terror of wrongdoers, the stay and comfort of virtue." Danton here agreed with Robespierre. "We never intended to annihilate the reign of superstition in order to set up the reign of atheism. I demand that there be an end of those anti-religious masquerades in the convention." On December 6, 1793, the convention reaffirmed freedom of worship and guaranteed the protection of religious ceremonies conducted by loyal priests. Hébert protested that he too rejected atheism, but he joined the forces that aimed to reduce Robespierre's popularity. Robespierre saw him now as a major enemy and waited for a chance to destroy him. 4. The Revolution eats its children. Hébert's strength lay in the sans-culottes, who might be marshaled through the sections and the radical press to invade the convention and restore the rule of Paris over France. Robespierre's strength, formerly based in the Parisian populace, now lay in the Committee of Public Safety, which dominated the convention through superior facilities for information, decision, and action. In November 1793, the committee was at the peak of its repute, partly because of the successful levy en masse, but especially because of military triumphs on several fronts. The new generals, Jourdan, Kellermann, Kléber, Hoche, Pichegru, were sons of the Revolution, untrammeled by old rules and tactics or faded loyalties. They had under their command 1,000,000 men still inadequately armed and trained, but roused to valor by the thought of what might happen to them and their families if the enemy should break through the French lines. They were checked at Kaiserslautern, but they recovered and took Landau and Speyer. They drove the Spaniards back over the Pyrenees, and with the help of the young Napoleon, they recaptured Toulon. Since August 26, the motley force of English, Spanish, and Neapolitan troops, protected by an Anglo-Spanish fleet and abetted by local conservatives, had held that port and arsenal, strategically located on the Mediterranean. For 3 months a revolutionary army had laid siege to it, to no avail. A promontory, Cap l'Aiguillette, divided the harbor and overlooked the arsenal. To gain that point would be to command the situation. But the British had blocked the land approach to the Cape with a fort so strongly armed that they called it Little Gibraltar. Bonaparte, aged 24, saw at once that if the hostile squadron could be forced to leave the harbor, the occupying garrison, losing supplies from the sea, would have to abandon the town. By resolute and risky reconnoitering, he found, in the jungle, a place from which his artillery could with some safety bombard the bastion. When his cannon had demolished its walls, a battalion of French troops stormed the fort, slew its defenders, captured or replaced its guns. These were brought into action upon the enemy fleet. Lord Hood ordered the garrison to abandon the city and his ships to depart. And on December 19, 1793, the French army restored Toulon to France. Augustin Robespierre, the local representative of the committee, wrote to his brother praising the transcendent merit of the young artillery captain. A new epoch began. These victories, and those of Kléber and the Vendée, freed the committee to deal with internal problems. There was an allegedly foreign plot to assassinate the revolutionary leaders, but no convincing evidence was found. Corruption was spreading in the production and delivery of army supplies. In the Army of the South, there are 30,000 pairs of breeches wanting, a most scandalous want. Speculation was helping market manipulation to run up the prices of goods. A governmental maximum had been set for the prices of important products, but producers complained that they could not keep to these prices if wages were not similarly controlled. Inflation was checked for a time, but peasants, manufacturers, and merchants cut down production, and unemployment increased while prices rose. As supplies ran low, housewives had to stand in one line after another for bread, milk, meat, butter, oil, soap, candles, and wood. Queues formed as early as midnight. Men and women lay in doorways or on the pavement while waiting for the shop to open and the procession to move. Here and there, hungry prostitutes offered their wares along the line. In many cases, strong-armed groups invaded the stores and marched away with the goods. Municipal services broke down. Crime flourished. Police were scarce. Uncollected refuse strewed and fouled the streets. Like conditions harassed Rouen, Lyon, Marseille, Bordeaux. Arguing that the committee had mismanaged the economy and that profiteers had seized the ship of state, the sans-culottes of Paris, who had been the mainstay of Robespierre, transferred their support to Hébert and Chaumette, and listened avidly to proposals for the nationalization of all property, all wealth, or at least all land. One section leader proposed to cure economic distress by putting all rich people to death. By 1794 it was a common complaint among working men that the bourgeoisie had walked off with the revolution. Toward the end of 93, new challenges to the committee came from a powerful revolutionary leader and a brilliant journalist. Despite the pretended ferocity of Danton, there was in him an amiable streak that winced at the execution of the Queen and the violence of the Terror. On his return from Marseilles, he judged that the expulsion of invaders from the soil of France and the execution of the most active enemies of the Revolution left little reason for continued terror or war. When Britain offered peace, he advised acceptance. Robespierre refused and intensified the terror on the ground that the government was still beset by disloyalty, conspiracy, and corruption. Camille Desmoulins, once secretary to Danton, long his admiring friend and, like him, enjoying a happy marriage, made his journal, the Vieux Cordelier, the mouthpiece of the indulgents, or pacifiers, and called for an end to the terror. Liberty is no nymph of the opera, nor a red cap, nor a dirty shirt and rags. Liberty is happiness, reason, equality, justice, the declaration of rights, your sublime constitution, still hibernating. Would you have me recognize this liberty, have me fall at her feet and shed all my blood for her? Then open the prison doors to the 200,000 citizens whom you call suspects. Do not think that such a measure would be fatal to the public. It would, on the contrary, be the most revolutionary that you could adopt. You would exterminate all your enemies by the guillotine? But was there ever greater madness? Can you destroy one enemy on the scaffold without making 2 others among his family and friends? I am of a very different opinion from those who claim that it is necessary to leave the terror the order of the day. I am confident that liberty will be assured and Europe conquered as soon as you have a committee of clemency. Robespierre, heretofore friendly to Desmoulins, was alarmed by this appeal to open the prisons. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, Continued, Cassette 4, Side 1. Robespierre, heretofore friendly to Desmoulins, was alarmed by this appeal to open the prisons. Those aristocrats, priests, speculators, and swelling bourgeois, would they not, if released, resume all the more confidently their schemes to exploit or destroy the Republic? He was convinced that the fear of arrest, speedy condemnation, and a ghastly death was the only force that would keep the enemies of the Revolution from plotting its fall. He suspected that Danton's sudden quality of mercy was a ruse to save from the guillotine some associates lately arrested for malfeasance, and to protect Danton himself from exposure of his relations with these men. Some of them, Fabre d'Églantine and François Chabot, were tried on January 17, 1794, and were found guilty. Robespierre concluded that Danton and Desmoulins were bent on unseating and putting an end to the committee. He concluded that he would never be safe as long as these old friends of his were alive. He kept his foes disunited and played their opposed factions against each other. He encouraged the attacks of Danton and Desmoulins upon Hébert, and welcomed their aid in opposing the war against religion. Hébert countered by supporting the riots of townspeople against the cost and scarcity of food. He condemned both the government and the indulgence. On March 4, 1794, he denounced Robespierre by name, and on March 11th his followers at the Cordeliers Club openly threatened insurrection. A majority of the committee agreed with Robespierre that the time had come to act. Hébert, Cloutz, and several others were arrested and were tried on a charge of malfeasance in the distribution of provisions to the people. It was a subtle accusation, for it left the sans-culottes doubtful of their new leaders, and before they could decide upon revolt, the men were condemned and were quickly led to the guillotine on March 24th. Hébert broke down and wept. Cloutz, teutonically calm as he waited for his turn to die, called to the crowd, "My friends, don't confuse me with these rascals." Danton must have realized that he had been used as a tool against Hébert, and was now of little value to the committee. Even so, he continued to alienate the committee by advocating mercy and peace, policies requiring the members to repudiate the terror that had preserved them and the war that had excused their dictatorship. He urged an end to the killing. "Let us," he said, "leave something to the guillotine of opinion." He still planned educational projects and judiciary reforms, and he remained defiant. Someone told him that Robespierre was planning his arrest. "If I thought he had even the idea of it," he answered, "I would eat his heart out." In the almost state of nature to which the terror had reduced France, many men felt that they had to eat or be eaten. His friends urged him to take the initiative and attack the committee before the convention, but he was too tired in nerve and will to follow his own historic summons to audacity. He was exhausted by breasting, through 4 years, the waves of the Revolution, and now he let the undertow carry him away unresisting. "I would rather be guillotined than guillotine others," he said. It had not always been so. "And besides, I am sick of the human race." It was apparently Billaud Varennes who took the initiative in recommending death for Danton. Many members of the committee agreed with him that to allow the campaign of the indulgence to go on was to surrender the revolution to its enemies at home and abroad. Robespierre was for a time reluctant to conclude that the life of Danton should be summarily shortened. He shared with the other members of the committee the belief that Danton had allowed some moneys of the state to stick to his fingers, but he recognized the services that Danton had rendered to the revolution, and he feared that a sentence of death for one of its greatest figures would lead to insurrection in the sections and the National Guard. During this period of Robespierre's hesitation, Danton visited him 2 or 3 times, not only to defend his financial record, but to convert the somber patriot to the policy of ending the terror and seeking peace. Robespierre remained unconvinced and grew more hostile. He helped Saint-Just, whom Danton had often ridiculed, to prepare the case against his greatest rival.
On March 30th, he joined the Committee of Public Safety and the Committee of General Security in their united resolve to secure from the Revolutionary Tribunal a sentence of death for Danton, Desmoulins, and 12 men lately convicted of embezzlement. A friend of the Titan rushed the news to him and urged him to leave Paris and hide himself in the provinces. He refused. The next morning the police arrested him and Desmoulins, who lived on the floor above him. Imprisoned in the conciergerie, he remarked, "On a day like this I organized the Revolutionary Tribunal. I ask pardon for it of God and man. In revolutions, authority remains with the greatest scoundrels." On April 1st, Louis Legendre, recently a representative on mission, proposed to the deputies that Danton be sent for from prison and allowed to defend himself before the convention. Robespierre stopped him with an ominous glare. "Danton," he cried, "is not privileged. We shall see this day whether the convention will be able to destroy a pretended idol long since rotted away." Then Saint-Just read the bill of charges that he had prepared. The deputies, each mindful of his own safety, ordered that Danton and Desmoulins be brought immediately to trial. On April 2nd they were led before the tribunal. Perhaps to confuse the issues, they were made part of a batch of men including Fabre d'Églantine, other conspirators or embezzlers, and, to the general surprise as well as his own, Hérault de Seychelles, suave member of the committee, now accused of association with the Hébertists and the foreign plot. Danton defended himself with force and satirical wit, which made such an impression on the jury and spectators that Fouquier-Tinville dispatched an appeal to the committee for a decree that would silence the defense. The committee obliged by sending to the convention a charge that the followers of Danton and Desmoulins were, with their knowledge, plotting to rescue them by force. On this basis, the convention declared the two men to be outlaws, which meant that, being outside the protection of the law, they might now be killed without due process of law. On receiving this decree, the jurymen announced that they had received sufficient testimony and were ready to render a verdict. The prisoners were returned to their cells, the spectators were dismissed. On April 5th, the unanimous verdict was announced, death for all the accused. Hearing it, Danton predicted, "Before these months are out, the people will tear my enemies to pieces." And again, "Vile Robespierre, the scaffold claims you too. You will follow me." From his cell, Desmoulins wrote to his wife, "My beloved Lucille, I was born to make verses and to defend the unfortunate. My darling, care for your little one. Live for my Horace. Speak to him of me. My bound hands embrace you." On the afternoon of April 5th, the condemned men were carted to the Place de la Révolution. En route, Danton prophesied again, "I leave it all in a frightful welter. Not a man of them has an idea of government. Robespierre will follow me. He is dragged down by me. Ah, better be a poor fisherman than meddle with the governing of men." On the scaffold, Desmoulins, near the breaking point of his nerves, was third in the line to death. Danton was the last. He too thought of his young wife and murmured some words for her, then caught himself. "Come, Danton, no weakness." As he approached the knife, he told the executioner, "Show my head to the people. It is worth it." He was 34 years old, Desmoulins too, but they had lived many lives since that July day when Camille called upon the Parisians to take the Bastille. 8 days after their death, Lucille Desmoulins, along with Hébert's widow and Chaumette, followed them to the guillotine. The slate seemed clear. All the groups that had challenged the Committee of Public Safety had been eliminated or suppressed. The Girondins were dead or dispersed. The sans-culottes had been divided and silenced. The clubs, excepting the Jacobin, had been closed. The press and the theater were under strict censorship. The convention, cowed, left all major decisions to the committee. Under that tutelage, and instructed by its other committees, the convention passed laws against hoarders and speculators, proclaimed free universal primary education, abolished slavery in the French colonies, and established a welfare state with social security, unemployment benefits, medical aid for the poor, and relief for the old.
These measures were in large part frustrated by war and chaos, but they remained as ideas to inspire succeeding generations. Robespierre, his hands incarnadined but free, now attended to restoring God to France. The attempt to replace Christianity with rationalism was turning the country against the revolution. In Paris, the Catholics were rebelling against the closing of the churches and the harassment of priests. More and more of the lower and middle classes were going to Sunday Mass. In one of his eloquent addresses on May 7, 1794, Robespierre argued that the time had come to reunite the revolution with its spiritual progenitor Rousseau, whose remains had been transferred to the Panthéon on April 14th. The state should support a pure and simple religion, essentially that of the Savoyard vicar in Émile, based upon belief in God and an afterlife, and preaching civic and social virtue as the necessary foundation of a republic. The convention agreed, hoping that this move would appease the pious and mitigate the terror, and on June 4th it made Robespierre its president. In this official capacity, on June 8, 1794, he presided over a Feast of the Supreme Being before 100,000 men, women, and children assembled in the Champ de Mars. At the head of a long procession of skeptical deputies, the incorruptible walked with flowers and wheat ears in his hand, to the accompaniment of music and choral song. A great car drawn by milk-white oxen carried sheaves of golden corn. Behind it came shepherds and shepherdesses representing nature, in her fairer moods, as one form and voice of God. On one of the basins that adorned the Field of Mars, David, the leading French artist of the age, had carved in wood a statue of atheism, supported by sculptured vices and crowned with madness. Over against these he had raised a figure of wisdom, triumphant over all. Robespierre, embodiment of virtue, applied a torch to atheism, but an ill wind diverted the blaze to wisdom. A magnanimous overall inscription announced, "The French people recognizes the Supreme Being, the immortality of the soul." Similar ceremonies were held throughout France. Robespierre was happy, but Varennes told him, "You begin to bore me with your Supreme Being." 2 days later, Robespierre induced the convention to decree an astonishing reinforcement of the terror. It was as if he was answering and defying Danton, as with the feast he had rebuked Hébert. The law of Vin de Prairial, June 10, 1794, established the death penalty for advocating monarchy or calumniating the republic, for outraging morality, for giving out false news, for stealing public property, for profiteering or embezzling, for impeding the transport of food, for interfering in any way with the prosecution of the war. Furthermore, the decree empowered the courts to decide whether the accused should be allowed counsel, what witnesses should be heard, when the taking of evidence should end. "As for myself," said one juryman, "I am always convinced, in a revolution all who appear before this tribunal ought to be condemned." Some excuses were given for this intensification of the terror. On May 22nd, an attempt had been made on the life of Collot d'Herbois. On May 23rd, a young man was intercepted in an apparent attempt to assassinate Robespierre. Belief in a foreign plot to kill the leaders of the revolution led the convention to decree that no quarter should be given to British or Hanoverian prisoners of war. The prisons of Paris held some 8,000 suspects who might revolt and escape. They had to be immobilized by fear. So began the especially Great Terror, lasting from June 10th to July 27th, 1794. In not quite 7 weeks, 1,376 men and women were guillotined, 155 more than in the 61 weeks between March 1793 and June 10, 1794. Fouquier-Tinville remarked that heads were falling like slates from a roof. The people no longer went to executions. These had become so common. Rather, they stayed home and watched every word they spoke. Social life nearly ceased. The taverns and brothels were almost empty.
The convention itself was reduced to a skeleton. Out of its original 750 deputies, only 117 now attended, and many of these abstained from voting lest they compromise themselves. Even committee members lived in fear that they would fall under the axe of the new triumvirate: Robespierre, Couthon, and Saint-Just. Probably it was the war that led powerful individuals to submit to so irritating a concentration of authority. In April 1794, the Prince of Saxe-Coburg had led another army into France, and any defeat of the French defenders could lead to a chaos of fear in Paris. The British blockade was trying to keep American provisions from France, and only the defeat of a British fleet by a French convoy on June 1st enabled precious cargoes to reach Brest. Then a French army threw back the invaders near Charleroi on June 25th, and a day later Saint-Just led a French force to a decisive victory at Fleurus. Coburg withdrew from France, and on July 27th, Jourdan and Pichegru crossed the frontier to establish French authority in Antwerp and Liège. This triumphant repulse of the princely incursion may have shared in destroying Robespierre. His multiplying enemies could feel that the country and the army would survive the shock of an open conflict to the death at the heart of the government. The Committee of General Security was at odds with that of Public Safety over the policing power, and within the latter body, Billaud-Varennes, Collot-d'Herbois, and Carnot were in rising revolt against Robespierre and Saint-Just. Feeling their hostility, Robespierre avoided committee meetings between July 1st and 23rd, hoping that this would cool their resentment of his leadership. But it gave them more opportunity to plan his fall. Moreover, his strategy faltered. On July 23rd, he made enemies of former supporters by yielding to the plaints of businessmen and signing a decree establishing maximum wages for labor. In effect, because of depreciated currency, the decree lowered some wages to half of what they had been before. It was the terrorists returned from the provinces, Fouché, Fréron, Tallien, Carrier, who decided that their lives depended on the elimination of Robespierre. It was he who had recalled them to Paris and had demanded of them an account of their missions. "Come, tell us, Fouché," he asked, "who deputed you to tell the people that there is no God?" At the Jacobin Club he proposed that Fouché submit to interrogation about his operations in Toulon and Lyon, or be struck from membership. Fouché refused to submit to such an examination, and retaliated by circulating a list of men who, he claimed, were among Robespierre's new candidates for the guillotine. As for Tallien, he needed no such instigation. His charming mistress, Teresa Cabarrus, had been arrested on May 22nd, allegedly on Robespierre's orders. Rumor said she had sent Tallien a dagger. Tallien swore to free her at whatever cost. On July 26th, Robespierre made his last speech before the convention. The deputies were hostile, for many of them had reacted against the hasty execution of Danton, and many more blamed Robespierre for having reduced the convention to impotence. He tried to answer these charges. "Citizens, I need to open my heart, and you need to hear the truth. I have come here to dispel cruel errors. I have come to stifle the horrible oaths of discord with which certain men want to fill this temple of liberty. What foundation is there for this odious system of terror and slander? To whom must we show ourselves terrible? Is it tyrants and rascals who fear us, or men of goodwill and patriots? Do we strike terror into the National Convention? But what are we without the National Convention? We who have defended the Convention at the peril of our lives, who have devoted ourselves to its preservation while detestable factions plot its ruin for all men to see. For whom were the first blows of the conspirators intended? It is we whom they seek to assassinate. It is we whom they call the scourge of France. Some time ago they declared war on certain members of the Committee of Public Safety. Finally, they seemed to aim at destroying one man. They call me tyrant. They were particularly anxious to prove that the Revolutionary Tribunal was a tribunal of blood, created by me alone, and which I dominate absolutely for the purpose of beheading all men of good will. I dare not name these accusers here and now. I cannot bring myself to tear away completely the veil that covers this profound mystery of crimes. But this I affirm positively, that among the authors of this plot are the agents of that system of venality intended by foreigners to destroy the Republic. The traitors, hidden here under false exteriors, will accuse their accusers and will multiply all stratagems to stifle the truth. Such is part of the conspiracy. I will conclude that tyranny reigns among us, but not that I must keep silence. How can one reproach a man who has truth on his side and who knows how to die for his country? There were some blunders in this historic speech, surprisingly many for one who had heretofore picked his way with caution amid the pitfalls of politics. Power dements even more than it corrupts, lowering the guard of foresight and raising the haste of action. The tone of the speech, the proud presumption not only of innocence but of a man who has the truth on his side, could be judicious only in a Socrates already half inclined to death. It was hardly wise to incite and infuriate his enemies by threatening them with exposure, that is, with death. It was unwise to affirm that the convention was free from fear of the terror, when it knew that it was not. Worst of all, by refusing to name the men he proposed to indict, he multiplied those deputies who might consider themselves future victims of his wrath. The convention received his appeal coldly and defeated a motion to print it. Robespierre repeated the speech that evening at the Jacobin Club, to great applause, and there he added an open attack upon Billaud Varennes and Collot d'Herbois, who were present. They went from the club to the rooms of the committee, where they found Saint-Just writing what he too boldly told them was to be their indictment. The next morning, July 27th, the 9th of Thermidor, Saint-Just rose to present that indictment to a convention dark with hostility and tense with fear. Robespierre sat directly before the rostrum. His devoted host, Dupleix, had warned him to expect trouble, but Robespierre had confidently reassured the soothsayer, "The convention is in the main honest. All large masses of men are honest." Unluckily, the presiding officer on that day was one of his sworn foes, Collot d'Herbois. When Saint-Just began to read his bill of accusation, Tallien, expecting to be included, sprang to the platform, pushed the young orator aside, and cried out, "I ask that the curtain be torn away." Joseph Lebas, loyal to Saint-Just, tried to come to his aid, but his words were drowned out by 100 voices. Tallien raised aloft the weapon that had been sent him, and declared, "I have armed myself with a dagger which shall pierce his breast if the convention has not the courage to decree his accusation." Collot yielded the chair to Thuriot, who had been an ally of Danton. Robespierre approached the podium shouting. Thuriot's bell outrang most of Robespierre's words, but some of them surmounted the tumult. "For the last time, President of Assassins, will you give me leave to speak?" The convention roared its disapproval of this form of address, and one deputy uttered the fatal words, "I demand the arrest of Robespierre." Augustin Robespierre spoke up like a Roman. "I am as guilty as my brother. I share his virtues. I ask that my arrest be decreed with his." Lebas begged and received the same privilege. The decree was voted. Police took the two Robespierres, Saint-Just, Lebas, and Couthon, and hurried them to the Luxembourg jail. Fleuriot Lescaut, then mayor of Paris, ordered the prisoners transferred to the Hôtel de Ville, where he received them as honored guests, and offered them his protection. The heads of the Commune bade Ariel, head of the National Guard in the capital, to take soldiers and guns to the Tuileries and hold the convention captive until it revoked its decree of arrest. But Ariel was too drunk to carry out his mission. The deputies appointed Paul Barras to raise a force of gendarmes, go to the Hôtel de Ville, and rearrest the prisoners. The mayor again appealed to Ariel, who, unable to reassemble the Paris National Guard, gathered an impromptu collection of sans-culottes instead. But they had now little love for the man who had lowered their wages and killed Hébert and Chaumette, Danton and Desmoulins. Besides, rain began to fall, and they melted away to their work or their homes. Barras and his gendarmes easily seized control in the Hôtel de Ville. Seeing them, Robespierre tried suicide, but the shot triggered by his unsteady hand passed through his cheek and only shattered his jaw. Lebas, steadier, blew his own brains out. Augustin Robespierre broke a leg in a useless leap from a window. Couthon, with lifeless legs, was thrown downstairs and lay there helpless till the gendarmes carried him to jail with the two Robespierres and Saint-Just. The following afternoon, July 28, 1794, 4 tumbrils conveyed these 4, with Fleuriot, Henriot, still drunk, and 16 others to the guillotine in what we now admire as, pro tempore, the Place de la Concorde. En route they heard from the onlookers divers cries, among them, "Down with the maximum!" They found a fashionable audience awaiting them. Windows overlooking the square had been rented at fancy prices. Ladies came arrayed as for a festival. When Robespierre's head was held up to the crowd, a shout of satisfaction rose. One more death might mean little, but this one, Paris felt, meant that the terror had come to an end. 6. The Thermidorians, July 29, 1794 to October 26, 1795. On July 29th, the victors of the 9th Thermidor sent 70 members of the Paris Commune to death. Thereafter the Commune was subject to the Convention. The tyrannical law of Ban de Prairial was revoked on August 1st. Imprisoned opponents of Robespierre were released. Some of his followers took their places. The Revolutionary Tribunal was reformed to allow fair trials. Fouquier-Tinville was called upon to defend his record, but his ingenuity preserved his head till May 7, 1795. The Committees of Public Safety and General Security survived, but their claws were clipped. Conservative periodicals bloomed. Radical journals died through lack of public support. Tallien, Fouché, and Fréron found that they could share in the new leadership only by getting the Convention to ignore their roles in the Terror. The Jacobin clubs were closed throughout France as of November 12th. The long-intimidated deputies of the plain moved to the right. The mountain fell from power. And on December 8th, 73 surviving Girondin delegates were restored to their seats. The bourgeoisie recaptured the revolution. The relaxation of government allowed the revival of religion. Aside from that small minority which had received a college education, and that upper middle class which had been touched by the Enlightenment, most Frenchmen, and nearly all French women, preferred the saints and ceremonies of the Catholic calendar to the rootless festivals and formless supreme being of Robespierre. On February 15, 1795, a treaty of peace was signed with the Vendée rebels, guaranteeing them freedom of worship. A week later, this was extended to all France, and the government pledged the separation of church and state. More difficult was the problem of simultaneously satisfying those perennial enemies, producers and consumers. The producers clamored for repeal of the maximum on prices. Consumers demanded an end to the maximum on wages. The convention, now controlled by enthusiastic believers in freedom of enterprise, competition, and trade, heard the conflicting appeals and abolished the maxima on December 24, 1794. Now the workers were free to seek higher wages. The peasants and merchants were free to charge all that the traffic would bear. Prices rose on the wings of greed. The government issued new assignats as paper money, but their value fell even more rapidly than before. A bushel of flour that had cost the Parisians 2 assignats in 1790 cost them 225 in 1795. A pair of shoes rose from 5 to 200, a dozen eggs from 67 to 2,500. On April 1st, 1795, several localities in Paris broke out once more in riots over the price of bread. An unarmed crowd invaded the convention, demanding food and an end to the persecution of radicals. Several deputies from the melting mountain supported them. The convention promised immediate relief, but it summoned the National Guard to disperse the rioters. That night it decreed the deportation of radical leaders, Varennes, Collot d'Herbois, Barrère, Vadier, to Guiana. Barrère and Vadier evaded arrest. Biot and Collot were carried off to a hard life in the South American colony. There the two anti-clericals fell sick and were cared for by nuns. Collot succumbed. Biot survived, took a mulatto slave as a wife, became a contented farmer, and died in Haiti in 1819. Public protest became violent. Placards appeared calling for insurrection. On May 20th, a throng of women and armed men invaded the convention, crying out for bread, for the liberation of arrested radicals, and finally for the abdication of the government. One deputy was killed by a pistol shot. His severed head, raised on a pike, was presented before the convention president, Boissy d'Anglas, who gave it a formal salute. Then troops and rain drove the petitioners to their homes. On May 22nd, soldiers under General Pichegru surrounded the working-class Faubourg Saint-Antoine and forced the remaining armed rebels to surrender. 11 Montagnard deputies were arrested, charged with complicity in the uprising. 2 escaped, 4 killed themselves, 5, dying of self-inflicted wounds, were hurried to the guillotine. A royalist deputy urged the arrest of Carnot. A voice protested, "He organized our victories," and Carnot survived. Now, May and June 1795, a white terror raged in which Jacobins were victims and the judges were bourgeois moderates, allied with religious bands, companies of Jesus, companies of Jehu, companies of the Sun. At Lyon, on May 5th, 97 former terrorists were massacred in prison. At Aix-en-Provence, on May 17th, 30 more were butchered with refinements of barbarity. Similar ceremonies took place at Arles, Avignon, and Marseille. At Tarascon, on May 25th, 200 masked men seized the fortress, bound the prisoners, and flung them into the Rhône. At Toulon, the workers rose against the new terror. Isnard, one of the restored Girondins, led troops against them and exterminated them on May 31st. The terror had not ended. It had changed hands. The victorious bourgeoisie no longer needed proletarian allies, for it had won the support of the generals, and these were winning victories that raised their prestige even with the sans-culottes. On January 19, 1795, Pichegru took Amsterdam. Stadtholder William IV fled to England. Holland, for a decade, became the Batavian Republic under French tutelage. Other French armies recaptured and held the left bank of the Rhine. The Allies, defeated and quarreling, left France for easier prey in Poland. Prussia, absorbed in preventing Russia from taking everything in the Third Partition, sent emissaries to Paris, then to Basel, to negotiate a separate peace with France. The convention could afford to be demanding, for it looked with trepidation toward a peace that would bring to Paris or elsewhere thousands of half-brutalized troops who had been living at the expense of conquered lands, but would now add to crime, disease, and tumult in cities already crying for work and bread. And the restless generals, swollen with victory, Pichegru, Jourdan, Hoche, Moreau, would they resist the temptation to seize the government through a military coup d'etat? So the convention sent to Basel Marquis François de Barthélemy with instructions to hold out for French possession of the left bank of the Rhine. Prussia protested and yielded. Saxony, Hanover, and Hesse-Kassel followed suit. And on June 22nd, Spain ceded to France the eastern part, Santo Domingo, of the island of Hispaniola. War with Austria and England continued, just enough to keep French soldiers at the fronts. On June 27th, 3,600 émigrés, brought over from Portsmouth in British ships, landed on the promontory of Quiberon in Brittany, and joined up with royalist Chouan bands in an effort to revive the Vendée revolt. Hoche, in a brilliant campaign, defeated them on July 21st, and on a motion by Tallien, the convention had 748 captured émigrés put to death. On June 8, 1795, the 10-year-old Dauphin died in prison, not demonstrably the result of ill usage, but probably from scrofula and despondency. The Royalists thereupon acknowledged the older of Louis XVI's two surviving brothers, the émigré Comte de Provence, as Louis XVIII, and swore to place him on the throne of France. This unreformed Bourbon announced on July 1, 1795, that if restored he would re-establish the Ancien Regime intact, with absolute monarchy and feudal rights. Hence the united support that the French bourgeoisie, peasantry, and sans-culottes gave to Napoleon through a dozen wars. Nevertheless, France was weary of revolution and began to tolerate monarchist sentiments that were appearing in some journals, salons, and prosperous homes. Only a king legitimized by heredity and tradition could bring order and security back to a people fearful and unhappy after 3 years of political and economic disruption, religious division, constant war, and uncertainty of work, food, and life. Half or more of southern France was deeply alienated from Paris and its politicians. In Paris, the section assemblies, once dominated by sans-culottes, were now increasingly controlled by businessmen, and some of them had been captured by royalists. At the theaters, those lines that spoke of the good old days before 1789 were openly applauded. Youngsters, constitutionally rebellious, were now rebelling against revolution. They organized themselves in bands called Jeunesse Dorée, gilded youth, Merveilleux, freaks, or Muscadins, fruits. Proud of their rich or bizarre dress, their long or curly hair, they walked the streets wielding dangerous clubs and boldly proclaiming royalist sentiments. It had become so unfashionable to support the revolutionary government that when a premature report went the rounds that the convention was breaking up, the news was greeted with joy, and some Parisians danced in the streets. But the convention took its time dying. In June 1795, it began to draw up another constitution, far different from the democratic and never-practiced Constitution of 1793. Now it adopted a bicameral legislature, in which the consent of an upper chamber of older and experienced deputies would be required for the enactment of any measure adopted by a lower chamber, more directly open to popular movements and new ideas. The people, said Boissy d'Anglas, are not wise or stable enough to determine the policy of a state. So this Constitution of the year 3, that is, the year beginning September 22nd, 1794, revised the Declaration of the Rights of Man of 1789 to check popular delusions of virtue and power. It omitted the proposition that men are born and remain free and equal in rights. It explained that equality meant merely that the law is the same for all men. Election was to be indirect. The voters would choose delegates to the electoral college of their department, and these electors would choose the members of the national legislature, the judiciary, and the administrative agencies. Eligibility to the electoral colleges was so limited to owners of property that only 30,000 Frenchmen chose the national government. Woman suffrage was proposed to the convention by one deputy, but was disposed of by another deputy's question, "Where is the good wife who dares maintain that the wish of her husband is not her own?" State control of the economy was rejected as impractical, as stifling invention and enterprise, and as slowing the growth of national wealth. This constitution contained some liberal elements. It affirmed religious liberty and, within safe limits, the freedom of the press, then largely controlled by the middle class. Furthermore, the ratification of the Constitution was to be left to adult male suffrage, with a surprising proviso. 2/3 of the deputies to the new assemblies must be members of the existing convention, and if that number should not be chosen, the re-elected members were to fill the 2/3 by co-optation of additional present deputies. This, argued the endangered delegates, was necessary for the continuity of experience and policy. The voters were docile. of 958,226 ballots cast, 941,853 accepted the Constitution, and of 263,131 votes on the two-thirds requirement, 167,758 approved. On September 23, 1795, the Convention made the new Constitution the law of France and prepared to retire in good order. It could claim some achievements despite its months of disorder and terror, of subservience to its committees, of frightened purging of its membership at the command of the sans-culottes. It had maintained some rule of law in a city where law had lost its aura and its roots. It had consolidated the empowerment of the bourgeoisie, but it had tried to control the greed of merchants sufficiently to keep a turbulent populace just above starvation. It had organized and trained armies, had raised able and devoted generals, had repelled a powerful coalition, and had won a peace that left France protected by natural frontiers of the Rhine, the Alps and Pyrenees, and the seas. Amid all these consuming efforts, it had established the metric system, it had founded or restored the Museum of Natural History, the École Polytechnique, and the School of Medicine. It had inaugurated the Institute of France. It felt that now, after 3 years of miraculous survival, it deserved a peaceful death and 2/3 of a resurrection. But it was to be a bloody death in the manner of the time. The plutocrats and royalists who had captured the Le Pelletier section of Paris around the stock exchange rose in revolt against that legislated rebirth. Other sections, for their own diverse reasons, joined them. Together they improvised a force of 25,000 men who advanced to positions that commanded the Tuileries and therefore the Convention. This on 13 Vendémiaire, or October 5, 1795. The frightened deputies appointed Barras to extemporize a defense. He commissioned the 26-year-old Bonaparte, then idle in Paris, to gather men, supplies, and above all, artillery. The hero of Toulon knew where the cannon were housed, sent Marat and a force to secure them. They were brought to him and were placed at points overlooking the advancing insurgents. A command to disperse was broadcast. It was disdained. Napoleon ordered his artillery to fire. Between 200 and 300 of the besiegers fell. The rest fled. The Convention had survived its last ordeal, and Napoleon, decisive and ruthless, entered upon the most spectacular career in modern history. On October 26th, the Convention declared itself dissolved, and on November 2nd, 1795, the final phase of the Revolution began. Chapter 5. The Directory, November 2nd, 1795 to November 9th, 1799. 1. The new government. It was composed of 5 bodies. First, a council of 500, les 500, empowered to propose and discuss measures, but not to make them into laws. Second, a council of 250 ancients, or elders, les anciens, who had to be married and 40 or more years old. They were authorized not to initiate legislature, but to reject or ratify into law the resolutions sent to them by the 500. These 2 assemblies, constituting the legislature, or corps législatif, were subject to annual replacement of 1/3 of their membership by the vote of the electoral colleges. The executive part of the government was the Directory, directoire, composed of 5 members, at least 40 years of age, chosen for a 5-year term by the ancients from 50 names submitted by the 500. Each year, one of the directors was to be replaced by the choice of a new member. Independent of these 3 bodies and of each other were the judiciary and the treasury, chosen by the electoral colleges of the departments. It was a government of checks and balances, designed for the protection of the victorious bourgeoisie from an unruly populace. The Directory, lodged in the Luxembourg Palace, soon became the dominant branch of the government. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 4, Side 2. The Directory, lodged in the Luxembourg Palace, soon became the dominant branch of the government. It controlled the army and navy and determined foreign policy. It supervised the ministers of the interior, of foreign affairs, of marine and colonies, of war and finance. By the natural centripetal tendency by which power flows to leadership, the Directory became a dictatorship almost as independent as the Committee of Public Safety. The 5 men first chosen as directors were Paul Barras, Louis-Marie de Larvellière-Lepault, Jean-François Roubel, Charles Le Tourneur, and Lazare Carnot. All of these had been regicides, 4 had been Jacobins, 1, Barras, had been a viscount. Now they adjusted themselves to a bourgeois regime. All were men of ability, but excepting Carnot, they were not distinguished by scrupulous integrity. If survival is the test of worth, Barras was the most able, serving first Louis XVI, then Robespierre, and helping both of them to their deaths, maneuvering safely through crisis after crisis, through mistress after mistress, gathering wealth and power at every turn, giving Napoleon an army and a wife, outliving them, and dying in easy circumstances in re-Bourbonized Paris at the age of 74 in 1829. He had 9 lives and sold them all. The problems faced by the Directory in 1795 might by their diverse multitude excuse some failures of the government. The populace of Paris was always facing destitution. The British blockade joined conflicts within the economy to impede the movement of food and goods. Inflation deflated the currency. In 1795, 5,000 assignats were needed to buy what 100 had bought in 1790. As the Treasury paid interest on its bonds in assignats at their face value, the rentiers, who had invested in government securities as a protection in old age, found themselves joining the rebellious poor. Thousands of Frenchmen bought stocks in a wild race to cheat inflation. When values had been swollen to their peak, speculators unloaded their holdings. A wild race to sell collapsed stock prices. The innocent found that their savings had been harvested by the clever few. The Treasury, having forfeited public confidence, repeatedly faced bankruptcy and declared it in 1795. A loan exacted from the rich resulted in price rises by merchants and the ruin of luxury trades. Unemployment rose. War and inflation went on. Amid the chaos and poverty, the communistic dream that had inspired Mably in 1748, Morelly in 1755, Langeais in 1777, continued to warm the hearts of the desperate poor. It had found voice in Jacques Roux in 1793. On April 3, 1796, the working-class quarters of Paris were placarded with posters offering an analysis of the doctrine of Babeuf. Some of its articles: 1. Nature has bestowed on every man an equal right to the enjoyment of all goods. 3. Nature has imposed on every man the obligation of labor. No one without crime can abstain from work. 7. In a free society there should be neither rich nor poor. 8. The rich who will not part with their superfluity in favor of the indigent are the enemies of the people. 10. The purpose of the revolution is to destroy inequality and to establish the common happiness. 11. The revolution is not at an end, for the rich absorb all goods of every kind and are in exclusive domination, while the poor labor as actual slaves and are nothing in the eyes of the state. 12. The Constitution of 1793 is the true law of the French. The Convention has shot down the people who demanded its enforcement. The Constitution of 1793 ratified the inalienable right of each citizen to exercise political rights, to assemble, to demand what he believes useful, to educate himself, and not to die of hunger, rights which the Counter-Revolutionary Act, Constitution,
of 1795 has completely and openly violated. François-Émile Gracchus Babeuf, born in 1760, first entered recorded history in 1785 as an agent employed by landlords to enforce their feudal rights over the peasantry. In 1789 he changed sides and drew up for distribution a cahier demanding the abolition of feudal dues. In 1794 he settled in Paris, defended and then attacked the Thermidorians, was arrested, and emerged in 1795 as a fervent communist. Soon he organized the Société des Égaux, Band of Equals. He followed up his analysis with a proclamation entitled Act of Insurrection, signed by the Insurrectionary Committee of Public Safety. A few articles. 10. The Council and the Directory, usurpers of popular authority, will be dissolved. All their members will be immediately judged by the people. 18. Public and private property are placed in the custody of the people. 19. The duty of terminating the revolution and of bestowing upon the Republic liberty, equality, and the Constitution of 1793 will be confided to a National Assembly, composed of a Democrat from each department, appointed by the insurgent people upon the nomination of the Insurrectionary Committee. The Insurrectionary Committee of Public Safety will remain in permanence until the total accomplishment of the insurrection. This sounds ominously like a call for another dictatorship, a change of masters from one Robespierre to another. In his journal, Tribune du Peuple, Babeuf amplified his dream. All that is possessed by those who have more than their proportional part in the goods of society is held by theft and usurpation. It is therefore just to take it from them. The man who proves that by his own strength he can earn or do as much as 4 others is none the less in conspiracy against society, because he destroys the equilibrium and precious equality. Social instruction must progress to the point where they deprive everyone of the hope of ever becoming richer, or more powerful, or more distinguished by his enlightenment and his talents. Discord is better than a horrid concord in which hunger strangles one. Let us go back to chaos, and from chaos let a new regenerated earth emerge. An agent provocateur informed the Directory that an increasing number of Parisian proletaires were reading the placards and journals of Babeuf, and that an armed uprising had been planned for May 11, 1796. On May 10th, an order was issued for his arrest and that of his leading associates, Filippo Buonarroti, A. D'Arte, M. G. Vadier, and J. B. Drouet. After a year's imprisonment, during which several attempts to free them failed, they were tried at Vendôme on May 27, 1797. Buonarroti served a prison sentence. Drouet escaped. Babeuf and D'Arte, condemned to death, tried suicide, but were hurried to the guillotine before they could die. Their plan, of course, was so impracticable, so innocent of the nature of man, that even the proletariat of Paris had not taken it seriously. Besides, by 1797, poor and rich alike in France had found a new hero, the most fascinating dreamer and doer in the political history of mankind. 2. The Young Napoleon, 1769 to 1795. No intellectual exercise, said Lord Acton, can be more invigorating than to watch the working of the mind of Napoleon, the most entirely known as well as the ablest of historic men. But who today can feel that he has truly and wholly known a man, though some 200,000 books and booklets have been written about him, who is presented by 100 learned historians as the hero who struggled to give unity and law to Europe, and by 100 learned historians as the ogre who drained the blood of France and ravaged Europe to feed an insatiable will to power and war? The French Revolution, said Nietzsche, made Napoleon possible. That is its justification. Napoleon, musing before the tomb of Rousseau, murmured, "Perhaps it would have been better if neither of us had ever been born." He was born at Ajaccio, August 15, 1769. 15 months earlier, Genoa had sold Corsica to France. Only 2 months earlier, a French army had validated the sale by suppressing Paoli's revolt. On such trivia, history has turned. 20 years later, Napoleon wrote to Paoli, "I was born when my country was dying. 30,000 Frenchmen disgorged upon our shores, drowning the throne of liberty in a sea of blood. Such was the hateful spectacle that offended my infant eyes." "Corsica," said Livy, "is a rugged, mountainous, almost uninhabitable island. The people resemble their country, being as ungovernable as wild beasts." Contact with Italy had softened some part of this wildness, but the rough terrain, the hard and almost primitive life, the mortal family feuds, the fierce defense against invaders, had left the Corsicans of Paoli's time fit for guerrilla warfare or a condottiere's enterprise, rather than for the concessions that violent instincts must make to prosaic order if civilization is to form. Civility was growing in the capital, but during most of the time that Letizia Romolino Buonaparte was carrying Napoleon, she followed her husband from camp to camp with Paoli, lived in tents or mountain shacks, and breathed the air of battle. Her child seemed to remember all this with his blood, for he was never so happy as in war. He remained to the end a Corsican, and in everything but date and education an Italian, bequeathed to Corsica by the Renaissance. When he conquered Italy for France, the Italians received him readily. He was the Italian who was conquering France. His father, Carlo Buonaparte, could trace his lineage far back in the history of Italy, through a lusty breed living mostly in Tuscany, then in Genoa, then in the 16th century migrating to Corsica. The family treasured a noble pedigree which was recognized by the French government. The de, however, was shed when, in the Revolution, a title to nobility was a step toward the guillotine. Carlo was a man of adaptable talent. He fought under Paoli for Corsican freedom. When that movement failed, he made his peace with the French, served in the Franco-Corsican administration, secured the admission of 2 of his sons to academies in France, and was among the deputies sent to the States General by the Corsican nobility. Napoleon took from his father his gray eyes, and perhaps his fatal gastric cancer. He took more from his mother. "It is to my mother and her excellent principles that I owe all my success and any good that I have done. I do not hesitate to affirm that the future of the child depends upon its mother." He resembled her in energy, courage, and mad resolution, even in fidelity to the proliferating Bonapartes. Born in 1750, Letizia Romolino was 14 when she married, 35 when widowed. She bore 13 children between 1764 and 1784, saw 5 of them die in childhood, raised the rest with stern authority, glowed with their pride, and suffered with their fall. Napoleon was her 4th, the second to survive infancy. Oldest was Joseph Bonaparte, 1768 to 1844, amiable and cultured Epicurean. Made king of Naples and then of Spain, he hoped to be the 2nd emperor of France. After Napoleon came Lucien, 1775 to 1840, who helped him seize the French government in 1799, became his passionate enemy, and stood by his side in the heroic futility of the 100 Days. Then Maria Anna Elisa, 1777 to 1820, proud and able Grand Duchess of Tuscany, who opposed her brother in 1813 and preceded him to death. Then Louis, 1778 to 1846, who married the kindly Hortense de Beauharnais, became King of Holland, and begat Napoleon III. Then Pauline, 1780 to 1825, beautiful and scandalously gay, who married Prince Camillo Borghese, and still holds court in Canova's softly contoured marble in the Galleria Borghese as one of the lasting delights of Rome.
Pauline and I, Napoleon recalled, were mother's favorites. Pauline because she was the prettiest and daintiest of my sisters, and I because a natural instinct told her that I would be the founder of the family's greatness. Then Maria Carolina, 1782 to 1839, who married Joachim Murat and became Queen of Naples. Lastly, Jérôme, 1784 to 1860, who founded the Bonapartes of Baltimore and rose to be King of Westphalia. In 1779, Carlo Buonaparte secured from the French government the privilege of sending Napoleon to a military academy at Brienne, some 90 miles southeast of Paris. It was a cardinal event in the boy's life, for it destined him to a martial career and, almost to the end, to think of life and destiny in terms of war. Brienne became a formative ordeal for a lad of 10, so far from home in a strange and strict environment. The other students could not forgive his pride and temper, which seemed so disproportionate to his obscure nobility. I suffered infinitely from the ridicule of my schoolmates, who jeered at me as a foreigner. The young maverick withdrew into himself, into studies, books, and dreams. His inclination to taciturnity was deepened. He spoke little, trusted no one, and kept himself from a world that seemed organized to torment him. There was one exception. He made friends with Louis-Antoine Fauvelet de Bourrienne, also a product of 1769. They defended each other, fought each other. After long separations, Bourrienne became his secretary in 1797 and remained close to him until 1805. Isolation enabled the young Corsican to excel in studies that fed his hunger for eminence. He fled from Latin as from something dead. He had no use for its Virgilian graces or its taciturnian terseness. He received little instruction in literature or art, for the teachers were mostly innocent of these lures. But he took eagerly to mathematics. Here was a discipline congenial to his demand for exactitude and clarity, something beyond prejudice and argument, and of constant use to a military engineer. In this field he led his class. Also he relished geography. Those varied lands were terrain to be studied, people to be ruled, and they were food for dreams. History was for him, as for Carlyle, a worship and rosary of heroes, especially those who guided nations or molded empires. He loved Plutarch even more than Euclid. He breathed the passion of those ancient patriots. He drank the blood of those historic battles. "There is nothing modern in you," Paoli told him. "You belong wholly to Plutarch." He would have understood Heine, who said that when he read Plutarch he longed to mount a horse and ride forth to conquer Paris. Napoleon reached that goal through Italy and Egypt, but flank attacks were his forte. After 5 years at Brienne, Bonaparte, now 15, was among the students selected from the 12 military schools of France to receive advanced instruction at the École Militaire in Paris. In October 1785, he was assigned as second lieutenant of the artillery to the La Fère regiment stationed at Valence on the Rhone. His total pay there was 1,120 livres per year. Out of this, apparently, he sent something to help his mother care for her growing brood. As his father had died in February, and Joseph was as yet without means, Napoleon had become acting head of the clan. On his furloughs he made several visits to Corsica, lonesome, he said, for the smell of its earth, for its precipices, high mountains, and deep ravines. At Valence and in 1788 at Auxonne, he earned the respect of his fellow officers by his rapid progress in military sciences and arts, his quickness to learn, his fertility in practical suggestions, and his readiness to share in the hard physical work of managing artillery. He carefully studied the Essai de Tactique Générale of 1772 and other martial texts by Julie de Lespinass's negligent lover, Jacques-Antoine Hippolyte de Guibert. Napoleon was no longer an outcast. He made friends, attended theaters, heard concerts, took lessons in dancing, and discovered the charms of women. On a furlough in Paris,
on January 22nd, 1787, he laboriously talked himself into an unpremeditated adventure with a streetwalker. That night, he assures us, I knew a woman for the first time. Nevertheless, some somber moods remained. At times, alone in his simple room, he asked himself why, in pure logic, he should continue to live. As I must die sometime, it would perhaps be better if I killed myself. But he could not think of any pleasant way. He found time in his free hours to extend his self-education in literature and history. Madame de Rémusat, later lady-in-waiting to Josephine, thought that he was ignorant, reading but little, and that hurriedly. And yet we find that at Valence and Auxonne he read dramas by Corneille, Molière, Racine, and Voltaire, memorized some passages, reread Amiot's translation of Plutarch, and studied Machiavelli's Prince, Montesquieu's Esprit des Lois, Raynal's Histoire philosophique des deux Indes, Marigny's Histoire des Arabes, Houssaye's Histoire du gouvernement de Venise, Barrow's Histoire d'Angleterre, and many more. He took notes as he read and made summaries of the major works. 368 pages of these notes survive from his youth. He was of the Italian Renaissance in character and of the French Enlightenment in mind. But also the romantic streak in him responded to the passionate prose of Rousseau and the poems ascribed to Ocean, which he relished for the same reason that made me delight in the murmur of the winds and waves. When the Revolution came, he welcomed it and spent another furlough in 1790 working for full acceptance of the new regime. In 1791 he submitted to the Academy of Lyons, in competition for a prize offered by Raynal, an essay on what truths or sentiments should be imputed to men to further their happiness. Perhaps under the spell of Rousseau's Julie ou la Nouvelle Héloïse, which had turned his head, the young army officer replied, "Teach them that the best life is a simple one, parents and children tilling the soil, enjoying its fruits, far from the exciting and corrupting influence of the city. All a man needs for happiness is food and clothing, a hut and a wife. Let him work, eat, beget, and sleep, and he will be happier than a prince. The life and philosophy of the Spartans was the best. Virtue consists in courage and strength. Energy is the life of the soul. The strong man is good, only the weak man is bad." Here the young Napoleon echoed Thrasymachus and foreshadowed Nietzsche, who returned the compliment by making Napoleon a hero of the will to power. Amid the argument, he went out of his way to condemn absolute monarchy, class privileges, and ecclesiastical trumpery. The Lyons Academy rejected the essay as immature. In September 1791, Napoleon again visited his native land. He rejoiced in the decree by which the Constituent Assembly had made Corsica a département of France, and had dowered its people with all the privileges of French citizens. Withdrawing his vows of vengeance upon the nation that had so violently made him a Frenchman, he felt that the Revolution was creating a brilliant new France. In an imaginary conversation, Le Souper de Beaucaire, published at his own expense in the fall of 1793, he defended the Revolution as a combat to the death between the patriots and the despots of Europe, and urged all the oppressed to join in the struggle for the rights of man. His old hero, Paoli, however, felt that membership of Corsica in the French nation would be acceptable to him only if he were given full authority on the island, with finances to be supplied by France, but with the rigorous exclusion of French soldiers from Corsican soil. Napoleon thought this proposal extreme. He broke with his idol and opposed Paoli's candidates in the Ajaccio municipal election of April 1st, 1792. Paoli won, and Napoleon returned to France. In Paris, on June 20th, he saw the populace invade the Tuileries. He marveled that the king did not disperse the cannibals with a fusillade from his Swiss guards. On August 10th, he saw the Sans-Culottes and the Fédérés drive the royal family from the palace. He described the crowd as the lowest scum. They do not belong to the working classes at all. With rising reservations, he continued to support the revolution, being now an officer in its army. In December 1793, as already related, he distinguished himself in the capture of Toulon. The commendation sent to Robespierre resulted in the appointment of Napoleon as brigadier general at the age of 24. But it shared in his being arrested as a Robespierriste on August 6, 1794, after Robespierre's fall. He was imprisoned at Antibes and was scheduled for trial and possible execution. He was released after a fortnight, but was placed on inactive service at reduced pay. In the spring of 1795, he tells us, he was wandering along the Seine, meditating suicide, when a friend, encountering him, revived him with the gift of 30,000 francs. Napoleon later returned the sum manifold. In June, Boissy d'Anglas described him as a little Italian, pale, slender and puny, but singularly audacious in his views. He thought for a time of going to Turkey, reorganizing the Sultan's army and carving out for himself some oriental realm. In a more practical mood, he drew up for the War Ministry a plan of campaign for driving the Austrians out of Italy. Then, in one of those whims of history that open a door to the inevitable, the Convention, besieged on October 5, 1795, by Royalists and others, assigned Barras to organize its defense. He decided that a blast of artillery would do it, but no artillery was at hand. He had noted Napoleon's enterprise at Toulon. He sent for him, commissioned him to secure and use artillery. It was done, and Napoleon became at once famous and infamous. When the War Ministry needed a bold and enterprising commander to lead the army of Italy, Carnot, or Barras, secured the appointment for Bonaparte on March 2, 1796. 7 days later, the happy general married the still beautiful Josephine. 3. Josephine de Beauharnais. She was a Creole, that is, a person of French or Spanish descent born and raised in tropical colonies. The island of Martinique in the Caribbean had been French for 128 years, when Marie-Joseph Rose Taché de la Pagerie was born there in 1763 of an old Orléans family. Her uncle, Baron de Taché, was then governor of the port. Her father had been a page in the household of the Dauphine Marie-Joseph, mother of Louis XVI. She was educated at the convent of the Ladies of Providence in Fort Royal, now Fort de France, seat of the colonial government. The curriculum then consisted of catechism, deportment, penmanship, drawing, embroidery, dancing, and music. The nuns believed that these would get a woman much further than Latin, Greek, history, and philosophy, and Josephine proved them right. She became, as had been said of Madame de Pompadour, a morsel for a king. At 16, she was taken to France and was married to Vicomte Alexandre de Beauharnais, then only 19, but already experienced in the philandering ways of the French aristocracy. Soon his long and frequent absences betrayed his adulteries, and left in the impressionable Josephine the conviction that the sixth commandment was not intended for the upper classes. She gave herself devotedly to her two children, Eugène, 1781 to 1824, and Hortense, 1783 to 1837, who rewarded her with their lifelong loyalty. When the Revolution came, the Vicomte adjusted his politics to the new regime, and for 5 years he kept his head. But as the terror proceeded, any title to nobility could be a warrant for arrest. In 1794, both Alexandra and Josephine were apprehended and separately imprisoned, and on July 24th he was guillotined. While awaiting a similar fate, Josephine accepted the amorous advances of General Lazare Hoche. She was among the many nobles released after the fall of Robespierre. Made almost destitute by the confiscation of her husband's wealth, and anxious to provide care and education for her children, Josephine used the lure of her dark blue eyes and languorous beauty to make a friend of Tallien and a lover of the rising Barras. Much of Beauharnais' confiscated wealth was restored to her, including an elegant carriage and a team of black horses. Presently she was next only to Madame Tallien as leader of Directory Society. Napoleon described her salon as the most distinguished in Paris. He attended some of her soirees and was fascinated by her mature charms, her easy grace, and what her indulgent father called her exceedingly sweet disposition. She was not impressed by Bonaparte, who appeared to her as a sallow youth with a lean and hungry look, and a corresponding income. She sent her son, now 14, to solicit his aid in recovering the confiscated sword of her husband. Eugène was so comely and modest that Napoleon at once agreed to attend to the matter. It was done. Josephine called on him to thank him, and invited him to lunch for October 29th. He came and was conquered, as early as himself in the world. Napoleon was not deterred by her former amours. "Everything about you pleased me," he would soon write to her, "even to the memory of the error of your ways. Virtue, for me, consisted of what you made it." They were married on March 9, 1796, by a purely civil ceremony. Tallien and Barras served as witnesses. No relatives were invited. To mitigate the disparity of their ages, he 27, she 33, Napoleon registered himself as 28, Josephine wrote her age as 29. They spent their wedding night at her home. He encountered virile opposition from her pet dog, Fortuné. "That gentleman," he tells us, "was in possession of Madame's bed. I wanted to have him leave, but to no avail. I was told to share the bed with him or sleep elsewhere. I had to take it or leave it. The favorite was less accommodating than I was. At the worst possible moment, the dog bit his leg, so severely that he long kept the scar." On March 11th, torn between his new delight and his ruling passion for power and glory, Napoleon left to lead the army of Italy in one of the most brilliant campaigns in history. 4. Italian Whirlwind, March 27th, 1796 to December 5th, 1797. The military situation had been simplified by treaties with Prussia and Spain, but Austria refused peace so long as France clung to her conquests in the Netherlands and along the Rhine. England continued the war at sea and granted a subsidy of £600,000 to Austria to finance the war on land. Austria had ruled Lombardy since 1713. She was now allied with Charles Emmanuel IV, King of Sardinia and Piedmont, who hoped to regain Savoy and Nice, taken by the French in 1792. The Directory, led in this matter by Carnot, planned its military operations for 1796 as a three-pronged assault upon Austria. One French army, under Jourdan, was to attack the Austrians on the northeast front along the Sambre and the Meuse. Another, under Moreau, was to proceed against the Austrians along the Moselle and the Rhine. A third, under Bonaparte, was to attempt the expulsion of the Austrians and the Sardinians from Italy. Jourdan, after some victories, encountered the superior forces of the Archduke Karl Ludwig, suffered defeats at Amberg and Würzburg, and retreated to the west bank of the Rhine. Moreau advanced into Bavaria almost to Munich, then, learning that the victorious Archduke could cut his line of communications or attack him in the rear, he withdrew into Alsace. The Directory, as a final hope, turned to Napoleon. Reaching Nice on March 27th, he found the Army of Italy in no condition to face the Austrian and Sardinian forces that blocked the narrow entrance into Italy between the Mediterranean and the towering Alps. His troops numbered some 43,000, brave men accustomed to mountain war, but ill-clothed, ill-shod, and so poorly fed that they had to steal in order to live. Hardly 30,000 of them could be called upon for arduous campaigns. They had scant cavalry and almost no artillery. The generals over whom the 27-year-old commander had been placed, Augereau, Masséna, La Harpe, and Césurier, were all older than Napoleon in service. They resented his appointment and were resolved to make him feel their superior experience. But at their first meeting with him, they were awed into quick obedience by the confident clarity with which he explained his plans and gave his orders.
He could overawe his generals, but he could not free himself from the spell that Josephine laid upon him. 4 days after reaching Nice, he put his maps and orderlies aside, and wrote to her a letter hot with the ardor of a youth who had just discovered depths of passion under his dreams of power. Nice, 31 March, 1796. Not a day passes without my loving you, not a night but I hold you in my arms. I cannot drink a cup of tea without cursing the martial ambition that separates me from the soul of my life. Whether I am buried in business or leading my troops or inspecting the camps, my adorable Josephine fills my mind. My soul is sad, my heart is in chains, and I imagine things that terrify me. You do not love me as you did. You will console yourself elsewhere. Goodbye, my wife, my tormentor, my happiness, whom I love, whom I fear, the source of feelings that make me as gentle as nature herself, and of impulses under which I am as catastrophic as a thunderbolt. I do not ask you to love me forever, or to be faithful to me, but simply to tell me the truth. Nature has made my soul resolute and strong, while yours she has constructed of lace and gauze. My mind is intent on vast plans, my heart utterly engrossed with you. Goodbye. Ah, if you love me less, it must be that you never loved me at all. Then were I indeed to be pitied. Bonaparte. He wrote to her again on April 3rd and 7th, amid the rising tempo of the war. He studied all the information he could get about the enemy forces that he must defeat. An Austrian army under Beaulieu at Voltri near Genoa, another under Argenteau at Montenotte, farther west, and a Sardinian army under Colli at Ceva, farther north. Beaulieu assumed that his lines of communications would serve to inform him should any of his armies need urgent help. On that basis he could reasonably expect to repel the French attack, for his combined forces outnumbered the French about 2 to 1. Napoleon's strategy was to move as many of his troops, as secretly and rapidly as possible, to confront one of the defending armies and overwhelm it before either of the other two could come to its aid. The plan involved rapid marches by the French over rough and mountainous routes. It required hardy and resolute warriors. Napoleon sought to arouse them with the first of those famous proclamations that were no small part of his armament. Soldiers, you are hungry and naked. The Republic owes you much, but she has not the means to pay her debts. I am come to lead you into the most fertile plains that the sun beholds. Rich provinces, opulent towns, all shall be at your disposal. Soldiers, with such a prospect before you, can you fail in courage and constancy? It was an open invitation to plunder, but how else could he get these unpaid men to bear long marches and then face death? Napoleon, like most rulers and revolutionists, never allowed morality to hinder victory, and he trusted to success to whitewash his sins. Should not Italy contribute to the cost of her liberation? The first goal of his strategy was to smash the Sardinian army and induce the King of Sardinia to retire to Turin, his Piedmont capital. A series of crucial and successful engagements, Montenotte on April 11th, Millesimo on April 13th, Dego on April 15th, and Mondovi on April 22nd, shattered the Sardinian forces and compelled Charles Emmanuel to sign at Carrasco, on April 28th, an armistice, ceding Savoy and Nice to France, and in effect withdrawing from the war. In those battles, the young commander impressed his subordinates with his keen and quick perception of developments, needs, and opportunities, his clear and decisive orders, the logic and success of tactics completing the foresight of strategy that often caught the enemy on flank or rear. The older generals learned to obey him with confidence in his vision and judgment. The younger officers, Junot, Lannes, Murat, Marmont, Berthier, developed for him a devotion that repeatedly faced death in his cause. When, after these victories, the exhausted survivors reached the heights of Monte Zemoto, from which they could view the sunlit plains of Lombardy, many of them broke out in a spontaneous salute to the youth who had led them so brilliantly. Now they did not have to plunder in order to live.
Wherever he established French rule, Napoleon taxed the rich and the ecclesiastical hierarchy, and persuaded or ordered the towns to contribute to the upkeep and orderly behavior of his troops. On April 26th, at Carrasco, he addressed his army in a clever eulogy that cautioned them against pillage. Soldiers, you have in a fortnight won 6 victories, taken 21 standards, 55 pieces of artillery, and conquered the richest part of Piedmont. Without any resources, you have supplied all that was necessary. You have won battles without cannon, passed rivers without bridges, made forced marches without shoes, camped without brandy, and often without bread. Your grateful country will owe its prosperity to you. But soldiers, you have done nothing as yet compared with what there still remains to do. Neither Turin nor Milan remains to you. Is there anyone among you whose courage is lacking? Is there anyone who would prefer to return across the summits of the Apennines and the Alps and bear patiently the disgrace of a slavish soldier? No, there is none such among the conquerors of Montenotte, of Dago, of Mondovì. All of you are burning to extend the glory of the French people. Friends, I am promising you this conquest, but there is one condition which you must swear to fulfill. That is to respect the peoples whom you deliver, and repress the horrible pillage which certain scoundrels, incited by our enemies, commit. Otherwise you will not be the deliverers of the people, but their scourges. Your victories, your bravery, your success, the blood of your brothers who have died in battle, all will be lost, even honor and glory. As for me and the generals who have your confidence, we should blush to command an army without discipline and restraint. Anyone who engages in pillage will be shot without mercy. Peoples of Italy, the French army comes to break your chains. The French people is the friend of all peoples. You may receive them with confidence. Your property, your religion, and your customs will be respected. We have no grudge except against the tyrants who oppress you. Bonaparte. There had been much pillage in that first campaign. There would still be some, despite this plea and threat. Napoleon had some looters shot and pardoned others. These wretches, he said, are excusable. They have sighed for 3 years after the promised land, and now that they have entered it, they wish to enjoy it. He appeased them by letting them share in the contributions and provisions that he exacted from the liberated towns. Amid all this turmoil of marches, battles, and diplomacy, he thought almost hourly of the wife he had left so soon after their wedding night. Now that she might safely pass over the Cevennes, he begged her, in a letter of April 17th, to come to him. "Come quickly," he wrote on April 24th, 1796. "I warn you, if you delay longer, you will find me ill. These fatigues and your absence, the two together are more than I can bear. Take wings and fly. A kiss upon your heart, another a little lower, another lower still, far lower." Was she faithful? Could she, so accustomed to her pleasures, content herself for months with epistolary adulation? This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 5, Side 1. Was she faithful? Could she, so accustomed to her pleasures, content herself for months with epistolary adulation? That same April, a handsome officer, Hippolyte Charles, aged 24, found his way to her.
In May she invited Talleyrand to meet him. "You will be wild about him. Mesdames Récamier, Tallien, and Hamelin have all lost their heads over him." She became so enamored of him that when Marat came to her from Bonaparte with money and instructions for joining him in Italy, she delayed on the ground of illness, and allowed Marat to send word to his chief that she gave signs of pregnancy. Napoleon wrote to her on May 13th, "It is true, then, that you are pregnant. Marat says that you are not feeling well, and that thus he does not deem it prudent for you to undertake so long a journey. So I am to be still longer deprived of the joy of clasping you in my arms. Is it possible that I shall be denied the joy of seeing you with your little pregnant belly?" He rejoiced prematurely. She was never to give him a child. Meanwhile he led his men through a dozen battles to the prize of Lombardy, the rich and cultured city of Milan. At Lodi, on the west bank of the Adda, his main force caught up with the main Austrian army under Beaulieu. Beaulieu retreated, crossed the river on a 200-meter-long wooden bridge, and then placed his artillery in a position to prevent a similar crossing by the French. Napoleon bade his cavalry to ride north till they could find a place to ford the stream, and then to pass south and attack the Austrian rear. Keeping his infantry sheltered behind the walls and houses of the town, he shared actively in directing the fire of his artillery against the Austrian guns that covered the bridge. When his cavalry suddenly appeared on the east bank and charged into the Austrians, he ordered his grenadiers to lead the way across the bridge. They tried, but the Austrian artillery halted them. Napoleon rushed forward and joined Lannes and Berthier in leading them. The Austrians were routed on May 10, 1796, losing 2,000 prisoners. Beaulieu withdrew to Mantua, and the French army, after a day's rest, marched on to Milan. It was from this action that the French troops, moved by Bonaparte's reckless but inspiring exposure of himself to enemy fire, conferred upon him the affectionate title, Le Petit Caporal, the Little Corporal. Shortly after this victory, he received from the Directory a proposal so insulting that he risked his career on his reply. Those 5 men who had been enjoying the celebrations with which Paris received the news of Napoleon's achievements informed him on May 7th that his army was now to be divided into 2 parts. One was to be put under the command of General François-Étienne Kellermann, son of the victor of Valmy, and charged with protecting the French in North Italy from Austrian attacks. The other, under Bonaparte, was to march south and bring the Papal States and the Kingdom of Naples under French control. Napoleon saw in this not only a personal injury, but even more a cardinal error in strategy. Not only would an attack upon the papacy inflame all the Catholics of Europe, including France, against the Revolution, but Catholic Austria was already preparing to send a powerful force under the experienced Field Marshal Count Dagobert von Wurmser to drive him back into France. He answered that the army of Italy would need its united and replenished strength to preserve its gains, that it could be successfully led only by an undivided command, that he would therefore yield his place to General Kellermann and would offer his resignation. The Directory received this message along with reports of Napoleon's latest military and diplomatic successes. For the young general, proud with victory and feeling that those distant politicians were not as well placed as he to negotiate treaties according with the resources of the enemy and the condition of the French army, had assumed the right to make peace as well as war, and to determine the price that each Italian city or state should pay to enjoy the protection, rather than suffer the avidity, of his troops. So, after entering Milan in triumph on May 15, 1796, he arranged truces with the Duke of Parma, the Duke of Modena, and the King of Naples, by which he guaranteed them peace with France and protection from Austria, and specified what donations each of these principalities was to pay for this benevolent amity. They paid painful sums, and bore in grim impotence the theft of art masterpieces from their galleries, palaces, and public squares. Milan made him welcome,
For nearly a century it had longed for freedom from Austrian rule, and this young warlord was unusually gracious for a conqueror. He was congenial to Italian speech and ways, appreciative of Italian women, music, and art. They did not realize at once how fondly he appreciated Italian art. In any case, was he not, except for a month or so, an Italian? Visibly he gathered about him Italian artists, poets, historians, philosophers, scientists, and talked familiarly with them. For a time he seemed to be Ludovico Sforza and Leonardo da Vinci reborn and merged. What could be more charming than his letter to the astronomer Barnaba Oriani? Learned men in Milan used not to enjoy the consideration they deserved. Hidden in their laboratories, they thought themselves happy if kings and priests did them no harm. It is not so now. In Italy, thought has become free. There is no more inquisition, no more intolerance, no more tyranny. I invite all learned men to meet together and to tell me what methods should be adopted or what needs supplied in order to give the sciences and the fine arts a new life. Pray express these sentiments for me to the distinguished men of learning dwelling in Milan. Napoleon incorporated Milan and other cities in a Republic of Lombardy, whose citizens were to share with the French in liberty, equality, fraternity, and taxes. In a proclamation to the new citizens on May 19, 1796, he explained that since the liberating army had paid a high price for freeing Lombardy, the liberated should contribute some 20 million francs to the upkeep of his troops. This surely was a small contribution for so fertile a country. Moreover, the tax should be levied on the rich and on church corporations, so as to spare the poor. Not so much publicity had accompanied the previous day's order that an agent should follow the French army in Italy to seek out and transfer to the Republic all objects of art, science, and so forth that are in the conquered towns. The Italians could only revenge themselves with a pun. Non tutti francesi sono ladroni, ma buona parte. Not all Frenchmen are robbers, but a good part are. Napoleon, however, was following the example set by the Convention and the Directory. This artistic spoliation of conquered or liberated lands had scant precedent. It aroused indignation everywhere except in France, and set a model for later warriors. Most of the spoils were sent to the Directory, were received there with pleasure, and found their way into the Louvre, where the Mona Lisa, though raped, never lost her smile. Napoleon kept little of the Italian revenues for himself. Some of them were invested in judicious bribes, much went to pay the troops, and so moderate their zeal to steal. Having feathered a nest for his bride, he importuned her on May 18th to come and join him. Milan cannot but please you, for this is a very beautiful land. As for me, I shall be wild with joy. I am dying of curiosity to see how you carry your child. Addio, mio dolce amor. Come quickly to hear the fine music and to see beautiful Italy. While his letter traveled, he returned to the business of driving the Austrians from Italy. On May 20th he was again with his troops, and knowing that they would soon have to face many obstacles and armies, he addressed them in another eloquent proclamation. Soldiers, you have rushed like a torrent from the heights of the Apennines. You have overthrown and scattered every force that opposed your march. The Po, the Ticino, the Adda could not stop your progress by a day. Yes, soldiers, you have done much, but is there nothing left for you to do? No, I see you already flying to arms. A slothful repose wearies you. Every day lost for your glory is lost too for your happiness. Let us move on. We still have forced marches to make, enemies to overcome, laurels to win, wrongs to avenge. Let not the people be disturbed by our advance. We are the friends of all peoples. You will have the immortal glory of changing the face of the most beautiful part of Europe. The free French nation will give to Europe a glorious peace. Then you will return to your homes, and your fellow citizens, singling you out, will say, "He was with the army of Italy." On May 27th they resumed their advance through Lombardy. Ignoring the fact that Brescia was Venetian territory, Napoleon occupied it and made it the first center of the new campaign. When Venice sent envoys to protest, Bonaparte, in one of his feigned rages, frightened them by demanding why Venice had already allowed the Austrians to use Venetian towns and roads. The envoys offered an apology and agreed to his similar use of Venetian terrain. A swift march brought the French army to Peschiera. The Austrian detachment that had been left there fled. Napoleon had the strategic fortress strengthened to protect his communications, and pushed on to Mantua, where the remnants of Beaulieu's 3 armies had taken refuge behind apparently inexpugnable defenses. Napoleon left part of his forces to besiege the citadel. Another part he sent south to drive the British from Leghorn. It was done, and a popular revolt soon forced them to leave Corsica. Marat found it simple to evict the Austrian envoy from Genoa, and to incorporate that Mediterranean bastion in a Republic of Liguria under French control. Seldom had Italy seen so many changes of power in so short a time. Napoleon returned to Milan and awaited Josephine. She came on July 13th, and the victor embraced his conqueror. The next day the city honored her with a special performance at La Scala, followed by a ball at which all the local notables were presented to her. After 3 days of ecstasy, the general had to return to his troops at Marmarolo, from which he sent her a paean of youthful adoration. I have been sad every moment since our parting. I know no happiness save when I am with you. The charms of my incomparable Josephine kindle a flame that burns incessantly in my heart through my senses. When shall I ever be free of anxiety and responsibility, free to spend all my time with you, with nothing to do but love you? A few days ago I thought I loved you, but now that I have seen you again, I love you 1,000 times more. Ah, I implore you, let me see that you have faults. Be less beautiful, less gracious, less kind, less tender. Above all, never be jealous, never weep. Your tears rob me of my reason, set my blood aflame. Come quickly to join me, so that at least before we die we can say we have had many joyous hours together. She obeyed, despite the danger of enemy snipers en route, caught up to him at Brescia, and accompanied him to Verona. There a courier brought him word that a fresh Austrian army was entering Italy under the command of Count von Wurmser, who had recently driven the French from Mannheim. It was calculated that this host would outnumber 3-1 the forces under Napoleon. Anticipating possible disaster, he sent Josephine back to Peschiera and arranged to have her taken thence to Florence. Meanwhile, he ordered the French detachments that he had left before Mantua to abandon the siege and to come by a safe roundabout route to join his main army. They arrived in time to take part in the Battle of Castiglione on August 5, 1796. Wurmser, not expecting so early an attack, was leading his divisions southward in too thin a line. Napoleon pounced upon the unprepared Austrians, confused them into flight, and took 15,000 prisoners. Wurmser retreated to Rovereto. The French pursued and defeated him there, and again at Bassano. The disheartened old general fled with the remnants of his army to seek refuge behind the battlements of Mantua. Napoleon left some regiments to hold him there. But now 60,000 additional Austrians, under Baron Alvinci, poured down over the Alps to meet the 45,000 men left to Bonaparte. He met them at Arcole, but they were on the other side of the river Adige and could be reached only by crossing a bridge under fire. Again, as at Lodi on the Adda, Napoleon was among the first to cross. When I was in the raging turmoil of the fight, he later recalled, my adjutant, Colonel Muiron, threw himself toward me, covered me with his body, and received the bullet which was intended for me. He sank at my feet. In the 3-day battle that followed, November 15th through 17th, 1796, the Austrians, after a brave fight, fell back in an orderly retreat. Alvinci reorganized them at Rivoli, but there they were defeated again, and Alvinci, having lost 30,000 men, led the survivors back to Austria. Wurmser, losing hope of rescue and taking pity on his starving men, surrendered on February 2, 1797, and the French conquest of Lombardy was complete. Insatiate, Napoleon turned his face and forces south toward the Papal States and politely asked Pius VI to give him Bologna, Ferrara, Ravenna, Ancona, and their subject lands. By the Treaty of Tolentino, on February 19, 1797, the Pope surrendered these city-states and paid an indemnity of 15 million francs toward the French army's expense account. Then, master of all North Italy except Piedmont and Venice, Napoleon reorganized his army, added to them some regiments formed in Italy and a fresh division from France under General Bernadotte, led 75,000 men across the Alps through 3 feet of snow, and proposed to strike at Vienna itself, the imperial center of the attack upon the French Revolution. The Emperor Francis II sent against him 40,000 men under the Archduke Karl Ludwig, fresh from victories along the Rhine. Surprised by the reported number of the advancing French, and respectful of Napoleon's reputation, Karl adopted a strategy of retreat. Bonaparte followed until he was within 60 miles of the Austrian capital. With or without a battle, he might have taken the city, then humming with old Haydn and young Beethoven. But in that case the government would fall back toward Hungary, the war could lengthen in time and space, and with winter setting in, the French army would find itself in hostile and unfamiliar territory, subject at any moment to a flank attack. In a rare moment of modesty, and with a caution that might have served him well in his later years, Napoleon sent the Archduke an invitation to negotiate a truce. The Archduke refused. Napoleon inflicted severe defeats upon his forces at Neumarkt and Umsmarkt. Karl agreed to talk. At Leoben, April 18, 1797, the young commanders signed a preliminary peace, subject to ratification by their governments. The road to ratification was blocked by Austria's refusal to surrender, and Napoleon's resolve to keep his conquests in Lombardy. An apparently minor event gave him a gambler's chance to escape this impasse. He had occupied several cities belonging to Venice. In some of these towns, insurrections had broken out against the French garrisons. Charging the Venetian Senate with having instigated these uprisings, Napoleon deposed it and set up in its place a municipal structure subject to French control and shorn of its mainland possessions. When the time came to transform the preliminaries of Leoben into the Treaty of Campo Formio, on October 17, 1797, Napoleon offered Austria a free hand in absorbing Venice into her empire in return for the cession of Lombardy and Belgium, and recognition of French rights to the left bank of the Rhine. Nearly all Europe, forgetting 1,000 treaties, reacted with horror to this diplomatic philanthropy with other people's property. The new Machiavelli insisted, however, on keeping for France the Venetian islands in the Adriatic, Corfu, Zante, Cephalonia. These, Napoleon wrote to the Directory on August 16, 1797, matter more to us than all the rest of Italy put together. They are vital to the wealth and prosperity of our commerce. If we are effectively to destroy England, we must get hold of Egypt. The huge Ottoman Empire, perishing day by day, forces us to anticipate events and to take early steps for the preservation of our commerce in the Levant. The greybeards of the chancelleries had little to teach this youth of 28. With serene assumption of diplomatic authority, he reorganized his conquests into a Cisalpine republic centering on Milan and a Ligurian republic around Genoa, both governed by native democracies under French protection and power. Then, having revenged and reversed Caesar's Roman conquest of Gaul, the little corporal, big with honors and spoils, returned to Paris to have his treaties ratified by the transformed Directory, which he had helped to install. 5. The coup d'etat of the 18th Fructidor, September 4th, 1797. It was not the same Paris that he had known in the crowd-ruled days of 92 and 93. Ever since the fall of Robespierre in 94,
The capital had followed the countryside in an intensifying reaction, religious and political, against the revolution. Catholicism, led by non-juring priests, was regaining its hold upon a people that had lost belief in an earthly substitute for supernatural hopes and consolations, for sacraments, ceremonies, and processional holy days. The Décadie, or decimal day of rest, was increasingly ignored. The Christian Sunday was flagrantly respected and enjoyed. France was voting for God. And for a king. In homes and salons, in the press and on the streets, even in section assemblies once ruled by sans-culottes, men and women aired regrets for bonhomme Louis XVI, found excuses for Bourbon faults, and asked, could any other government than an authoritative monarchy bring order, safety, prosperity, and peace out of the chaos, crime, corruption, and war that were desolating France? Returned émigrés congregated in such number that a wit called their favorite Parisian purlieu Le Petit Koblenz, from the haven of titled exiles in Germany, and there one could hear the monarchical philosophies that were being preached abroad by Bonal and de Maistre. The electoral assemblies, overwhelmingly bourgeois, were sending to the Council of Ancients and the Council of 500 more and more deputies ready to flirt with royalty if it offered a property guarantee. By 1797, the monarchists in the councils were strong enough to elect to the Directory the Marquis de Barthélemy. Lazare Carnot, a director since 1795, had turned to the right in reaction against the propaganda of Babeuf, and looked with complacent eye upon religion as a vaccination against communism. The firmly Republican directors, Barras, Larvellière-les-Paux, and Roubel, felt endangered in their tenure and their lives by the movement toward monarchism, and decided to risk all on a coup d'etat that would eliminate its leaders from both the councils and the Directory. They sought popular support from the radical Jacobins, who had been hiding in bitter obscurity during the conservative revival. They sought military support by appealing to Napoleon to send them from Italy a general capable of organizing Parisian soldiery for a defense of the Republic. He was willing to accommodate them. A Bourbon revival would frustrate his plans. The road must be kept open for his own rise to political power, and the time was not ripe for that plunge. He sent them tough Pierre Augereau, veteran of many campaigns. Augereau enlisted a part of Hoche's troops. With these, on the 18th Fructidor, he invaded the legislative chambers, arrested 53 deputies, many royalist agents, and directors Barthélemy and Carnot. Carnot escaped to Switzerland. Most of the others were deported to sweat and wither in South American Guiana. In the elections of 1797, the radicals won control of the councils. They added Merlin of Douai and Jean-Baptiste Treillard to the victorious triumvirs, and gave this revised directory almost absolute power. When Napoleon reached Paris, December 5, 1797, he found a new terror operating, aimed at all conservatives and substituting Guiana for the guillotine. Nevertheless, all classes seemed to unite in fating the invincible young general who added half of Italy to France. He put aside for the present his look of stern command. He dressed modestly and pleased variously, the conservatives by lauding order, the Jacobins by appearing to have raised Italy from vassalage to liberty, the intelligentsia by writing that the true conquests, the only ones that leave no regrets, are those that are made over ignorance. On December 10th, the dignitaries of the national government honored him with an official welcome. Madame de Staël was there, and her memoirs preserved the scene. The director gave General Bonaparte a solemn reception, which in some respects marked an epoch in the history of the Revolution. They chose for this ceremony the court of the Luxembourg Palace. No hall would have been vast enough to contain the crowd that was attracted. There were spectators in every window and on the roof. The 5 directors, in Roman costume, were placed on a stage in the court. Near them were the deputies of the Council of the Ancients, the Council of 500, and the Institute. Bonaparte arrived very simply dressed, followed by his aides-de-camp or assistant officers, all of them taller than he, but bent with the respect they showed him. The elite of France, gathered there, covered the victorious general with applause. He was the hope of every man, Republican or Royalist. All saw the present and the future as held in his strong hands. On that occasion he handed the directors the completed Treaty of Campo Formio. It was officially ratified, and Napoleon could for a time rest on his victories in diplomacy as well as war. After attending a sumptuous party given in his honor by the indestructible Talleyrand, then Minister for Foreign Affairs, he retired to his home in the Rue Chantereine. There he relaxed with Josephine and her children, and for some time kept himself so out of the public eye that his admirers commented on his modesty, and his detractors rejoiced over his decline. However, he made a point of visiting the Institute. He talked mathematics with Lagrange, astronomy with Laplace, government with Sieyès, literature with Marie-Joseph de Chénier, and art with David. Probably he was already meditating a sally into Egypt, and thought of taking with him a garnishment of scholars and scientists. The Directory saw something to be suspected in such uncharacteristic modesty. This youth, who in Italy and Austria had behaved as if he were the government, might he not decide to behave likewise in Paris? Hoping to keep him busy at a distance, they offered him command of the 50,000 soldiers and sailors that were assembling at Brest for an invasion of England. Napoleon studied the project, rejected it, and warned the Directory, in a letter of February 23, 1798, "We should give up any real attempt to invade England and content ourselves with the appearance of it, while devoting all our attention and resources to the Rhine. We must not keep a large army at a distance from Germany, or we might make an expedition into the Levant and threaten the commerce of England with India." There was his dream. Even amid the Italian campaigns, he had pondered the possibilities of a foray into the Orient. In the soft decay of the Ottoman realm, a bold spirit, with brave and hungry men, might forge a career, might carve an empire. England ruled the oceans, but her hold on the Mediterranean could be loosed by taking Malta. Her hold on India could be weakened by taking Egypt. In that land, where labor was cheap, genius and Franks might build a fleet, courage and imagination might sail over that distant sea to India, and take from the British colonial system its richest possession. In 1803, Napoleon confessed to Madame de Remusat, "I do not know what would have happened to me had I not conceived the happy thought of going to Egypt. When I embarked, I did not know but that I might be bidding an eternal farewell to France, but I had little doubt that she would recall me. The charm of Oriental conquest drew my thoughts away from Europe more than I should have believed possible." The Directory fell in with his proposals, partly because it thought it would be safer if he were at a distance. Talleyrand concurred for reasons still disputed. His mistress, Madame Grand, alleged that he did it to favor his English friends, presumably by diverting to Egypt the army that was threatening to invade England. The Directory delayed consent because the expedition would be costly, would consume men and materiel needed for protection against England and Austria, and might bring Turkey, the indolent sovereign of Egypt, into a new coalition against France. But the rapid advance of the French army in Italy, the subjection of the Papal States and the Kingdom of Naples, brought succulent spoils to the Directory. And in April 1798, with Napoleon's approval, another French army invaded Switzerland, set up the Helvetic Republic, exacted indemnities, and sent money to Paris. Now the Egyptian dream could be financed. Napoleon began at once to issue detailed orders for a new armada. 13 ships of the line, 7 frigates, 35 other warships, 130 transports, 16,000 seamen, 38,000 troops, many from the army of Italy, with necessary equipment and materiel, and a library of 287 volumes were to assemble at Toulon, Genoa, Ajaccio, or Civitavecchia. and scientists, scholars, and artists were happy to accept invitations to what promised to be an exciting and historic union of adventure and research. Among them were Monge the mathematician, Fourier the physicist, Berthollet the chemist, Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire the biologist, and Tallien, having surrendered his wife to Barras, found passage among the savants. They noted with pride that Napoleon now signed his letters Bonaparte, member of the Institute and General-in-Chief. Bourrienne, who had joined Napoleon as secretary at Campo Formio in 1797, accompanied him on this voyage and gave a detailed account of its fate. Josephine, too, wanted to come along. Napoleon allowed her to accompany him to Toulon, but he forbade her to board ship. However, he took with him her son, Eugène de Beauharnais, who had endeared himself to Napoleon by his modesty and competence, and by a loyalty that became an undiscourageable devotion. Josephine mourned this double departure, wondering whether she would ever see her son or her husband again. From Toulon, she went to Plomières to take the fertility waters, for now she, as well as Napoleon, wanted a child. On May 19, 1798, the main fleet sailed from Toulon to bring medieval romance into modern history. 6. Oriental Fantasy, May 19, 1798 to October 8, 1799. The purpose of the Armada had been so well concealed that nearly all the 54,000 men set out with no knowledge of their destination. In a characteristic proclamation to the new Army of the Orient, Napoleon merely called it a wing of the Army of England, and asked his sailors and warriors to trust him, though he could not yet define their task. The secrecy served some purpose. The British government was apparently misled into thinking that the flotilla was preparing to fight its way past Gibraltar and join in the invasion of England. Nelson's ships were lax in their watch on the Mediterranean, and the French argosy evaded them. On June 9th it sighted Malta. The Directory had bribed the Grand Master and other dignitaries of the Knights of Malta to make only a token resistance. As a result, the French took the supposedly impregnable fortress with the loss of only 3 men. Napoleon dallied there a week to reorganize the administration of the island Galward. There, Alfred de Vigny, poet-to-be but then a child of 2 years, was introduced to the conqueror, who raised him and kissed him. When he lowered me carefully to the deck, he had won 1 more slave. The godlike man, however, was seasick nearly all the way to Alexandria. Meanwhile, he studied the Koran. The fleet reached Alexandria July 1st, 1798. The port was guarded by a garrison, and a landing there would be costly. Yet an early and orderly disembarkation was imperative if the squadron was not to be surprised by Nelson's fleet. The neighboring surf was threateningly rough, but Napoleon in person led a landing party of 5,000 men upon an unprotected beach. These, without cavalry or artillery, advanced at night upon the garrison, overcame it at the cost of 200 French casualties, took possession of the city, and provided the protection under which the ships deposited the soldiers and their armament upon Egyptian soil. Armed with this victory and a few words of Arabic, Napoleon persuaded the local leaders to sit down with him in conference. He amused and then impressed him by his knowledge of the Koran and his clever use of its phrases and ideas. He pledged himself and his army to respect their religion, laws, and possessions. He promised, if they would help him with laborers and supplies, to win back for them the lands seized by the Mameluke mercenaries who had made themselves masters of Egypt under indolent dynasties. The Arabs half agreed, and on July 7th Napoleon bade his wandering army follow him across 150 miles of desert to Cairo. They had never experienced such heat, such thirst, such blinding sand, such indefatigable insects, or such disabling dysentery. Bonaparte partly quieted their complaints by sharing their hardships silently. On July 10th they reached the Nile, drank their fill, and refreshed their flesh. After 5 more days of marching, their vanguard sighted, near the village of Cobrakit, an army of 3,000 Mamelukes. A splendid body of mounted men, Napoleon recalled them, all gleaming with gold and silver, armed with the best London carbines and pistols, and the best sabres of the East, riding perhaps the best horses on the continent. Soon the Mameluke cavalry fell upon the French line, front and flank, only to be felled by the musketry and artillery of the French. Wounded in flesh and pride, the Mamelukes turned and fled. On July 20th, still 18 miles from Cairo, the victors caught sight of the pyramids. That evening Napoleon learned that an army of 6,000 mounted Mamelukes under 23 district beys had assembled at Embaba, ready to challenge the infidel invaders. The next afternoon they fell in full force upon the French in the crucial Battle of the Pyramids. There, if we may trust Napoleon's memory, he told his soldiers, 40 centuries have their eyes upon you. Again the French met the onslaught with cannon, musket fire, and fixed bayonets. 70 of them died there, and 1,500 Mamelukes. Many of the defeated, in heedless flight, leaped into the Nile and were drowned. On July 22nd, the Turkish authorities in Cairo sent Napoleon the keys of the city in token of surrender. On July 23rd, he entered the picturesque capital without any offensive display. From that center, he issued orders for the administration of Egypt by Arab divans, or committees, subject to his control. He prevented pillage by his troops and protected existing property rights, but he continued and appropriated, for the support of his army, the taxes customarily levied by the Mameluke conquerors. He sat down with native leaders, professed respect for Islamic rites and art, recognized Allah as the one and only God, and asked for Moslem aid in bringing a new prosperity to Egypt. He summoned his scientists to design methods of eliminating plagues, introduced new industries, improving Egyptian education and jurisprudence, establishing postal and transport services, repairing canals, controlling irrigation, and joining the Nile with the Red Sea. In July 1799, he organized local and French savants into the Institute of Egypt, and set up spacious quarters for it in Cairo. It was these scholars who prepared the 24 massive volumes financed and published by the French government as Description de l'Égypte, from 1809 to 1828. One of these men, known to us only as Bouchard, found in 1799, in a town 30 miles from Alexandria, the Rosetta Stone, whose inscription, in 2 languages and 3 scripts, hieroglyphic, Demotic, and Greek, enabled Thomas Young to begin in 1814 and Jean-François Champollion to establish in 1821 a method of translating hieroglyphic texts, thereby opening up to modern Europe the astonishingly complex and mature civilization of ancient Egypt. This was the chief and the only significant result of Napoleon's expedition. For a while he was allowed to enjoy the pride of conquest and the zest of administration. In later retrospect he told Madame de Rémusat, "The time which I passed in Egypt was the most delightful of my life. In Egypt I found myself free from the wearisome restraints of civilization. I dreamed all sorts of things, and I saw how all that I dreamed might be realized. I created a religion. I pictured myself on the road to Asia, mounted on an elephant, with a turban on my head, and in my hand a new Koran, which I should compose according to my own ideas. I was to have attacked the English power in India and renewed my relations with old Europe by my conquest. Fate decided against my dream." Fate's first blow was the information conveyed to him by an aide-de-camp, Andoche Junot, that Josephine had taken a lover in Paris. The great dreamer, with all his intellectual brilliance, had neglected to consider how hard it would be for so tropical a plant as Josephine to go for many months without some tangible appreciation of her charms. For some days he mourned and raged. Then, on July 26, 1798, he sent a despondent letter to his brother Joseph. "I may be in France again in 2 months. There is plenty to worry me at home. Your friendship means a lot to me. Were I to lose it, and see you betraying me, I should be a complete misanthrope. I want you to arrange to have a country place ready for me when I return, either in Burgundy or near Paris. I am counting on spending the winter there and seeing no one. I am sick of society. I need solitude, isolation. My feelings are dried up, and I am bored with public display. I am tired of glory at 29. It has lost its charm, and there is nothing left for me but complete egotism. Goodbye, my one and only friend. My love to your wife and Jérôme. He found some distraction by taking as a mistress a young Frenchwoman who had followed her officer husband to Egypt. Pauline Forest could not resist the interest that Napoleon took in her gay beauty. She returned his smiles, and made no insuperable protest when he cleared his path by sending Monsieur Forest on a mission to Paris. When the husband learned the reason for his distinction, he returned to Cairo and divorced Pauline. Napoleon, too, thought of divorce and played with the idea of marrying Pauline and begetting an heir. But he reckoned without Josephine's tears. Pauline was solaced with a substantial gift and survived the mishap by 69 years. A week after Junot's revelation, a major disaster imprisoned the Army of the Orient in its victory. On leaving his fleet at Alexandria, Napoleon, according to Napoleon, had ordered Vice Admiral François-Paul Brueys to unload all materiel useful to the troops, and then to sail as soon as possible to French-held Corfu. Every measure must be taken to avoid interception by the British. Bad weather delayed Brueys's departure. Meanwhile, he anchored the squadron in the neighboring bay of Aboukir. There, on July 31st, 1798, Nelson found him and soon attacked. The opposed forces seemed evenly matched, the English with 14 ships of the line and 1 brig, the French with 13 ships of the line and 4 frigates. But the French crews were rebelliously homesick and inadequately trained. The British sailors had made the sea their second home. Now their superior discipline, seamanship, and courage won the day, and night, for the bloody conflict lasted till dawn of August 1st. At 10 p.m. on July 31st, Brueys's 120-gun flagship blew up, killing nearly all men aboard, including the Vice Admiral himself, aged 45. Only 2 French vessels escaped capture. Altogether, the French lost over 1,750 dead, 1,500 wounded. The British lost 218 dead, 672, including Nelson, wounded. This and Trafalgar, in 1805, were the last attempts of Napoleonic France to question England's domination of the seas. When the news of this overwhelming reverse reached him at Cairo, Bonaparte realized that his conquest of Egypt had been made meaningless. His tired adventurers were now shut off, by both land and sea, from French aid, and must soon be at the mercy of a hostile population and an uncongenial environment. It is to their young commander's credit that in his own grief he found time to console the widow of his vice-admiral. Cairo, August 19, 1798. Your husband was killed by a cannonball whilst fighting on board his ship. He died honorably and without suffering, as every soldier would wish to die. Your sorrow touches me to the quick. It is a dread moment when we are parted from one we love. If there were no reason for living, it would be better to die. But when second thoughts come, and you press your children to your heart, your nature is revived by tears and tenderness, and you live for the sake of your offspring. Yes, madam, you will weep with them, you will nurture them in infancy, you will educate their youth, you will speak to them of their father and your grief, of their love and the Republic's. And when you have linked your soul to the world again through the mutual affection of mother and child, I want you to count as some value my friendship, and the lively interest that I shall always take in the wife of my friend. Be assured that there are men who can turn grief into hope, because they feel so intimately the troubles of the heart. Adversities multiplied. Almost every day there were attacks upon the French settlements by Arabs, Turks, or Mamelukes unreconciled to their new masters. On October 16th, the populace of Cairo itself erupted in revolt. The French suppressed it at some cost to their morale, and Napoleon,
abandoning for a time the role of an amiable conqueror, ordered the decapitation of every armed rebel. Hearing that Turkey was preparing an army to reach and reclaim Egypt, he determined to meet the challenge by leading 13,000 of his men into Syria. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued, Cassette 5, Side 2. Hearing that Turkey was preparing an army to reach and reclaim Egypt, he determined to meet the challenge by leading 13,000 of his men into Syria. They set out on February 10, 1799, captured El Arish, and crossed the Sinai Desert. Napoleon's letter of February 27 siege, without the siege artillery that had been sent them by sea from Alexandria. An English squadron under Sir William Sidney Smith captured those weapons, delivered them to the fort, and then kept the garrison supplied with food and materiel during the siege. On May 20th, after 2 months' effort and heavy losses, Napoleon ordered a retreat to Egypt. Philippot, he mourned, held me back before Acre. If it had not been for him, I would have been master of the key to the Orient. I would have gone on to Constantinople and would have restored the Eastern Empire. In 1803, not foreseeing 1812, he said to Madame de Remusat, "My imagination died at Acre. I shall never allow it to interfere with me again." The return along the coast was a succession of tragic days, with marches sometimes of 11 hours between wells, to find almost undrinkable water that poisoned the body and hardly quenched thirst. A heavy burden of wounded or plague-stricken men slowed the procession. Napoleon asked the physicians to administer fatal doses of opium to the incurably diseased. They refused, and Napoleon withdrew his suggestion. He ordered all horses to be turned over to the task of carrying the sick, and gave to his officers the example of marching on foot. On June 14th, after a march of 300 miles from Acre in 26 days, the exhausted army made a triumphal entry into Cairo, displaying 17 enemy flags and 16 Turkish officers captured, as proof that the expedition had been a proud success. On July 11th, 100 vessels deposited at Abu Qir an army of Turks commissioned to drive the French from Egypt. Napoleon marched north with his best troops, and inflicted upon the Turks so overwhelming a defeat on July 25th that many of them rushed to death in the sea rather than face the onrushing French cavalry. From English newspapers sent to him by Sidney Smith, Napoleon was astonished to learn that a second coalition of the powers had driven the French out of Germany and had recaptured nearly all of Italy from the Alps to Calabria. The whole edifice of his victories had collapsed in a series of disasters from the Rhine and the Po to Abu Qir and Acre. And now, in a humiliating checkmate, he found himself and his decimated legions bottled up in a hostile blind alley where only a little time would be needed for their annihilation. About the middle of July, he received from the Directory an order, sent him on May 26th, to return to Paris at once. He resolved to get back to France somehow, despite the encompassing British, to forge a path to power, and to displace the fumbling leaders who had allowed all his gains in Italy to be so quickly annulled. Back in Cairo, he arranged affairs military and administrative, and appointed the reluctant Kléber to command the battered remains of the Egyptian dream. The treasury of the army was empty, and was 6 million francs in debt. The pay of the soldiers was 4 million in arrears. Their number, their morale, were falling with every day, while their reluctant hosts were increasing in strength and waiting with silent patience for another opportunity to revolt. At any time, the governments of Turkey and Great Britain might send to Egypt a force that, with native aid, could sooner or later bring the French to a helpless surrender. Napoleon knew all this, and could only excuse his departure by claiming that he was needed in Paris and had been ordered to return. When he bade goodbye to the troops, to each of whom he had promised 6 hectares of land after a triumphant homecoming, he vowed,
If I have the good fortune to reach France, the rule of those babblers will be finished, and aid would come to these immured conquerors. It never came. 2 frigates, the Muiron and the Carrère, had survived the Holocaust at Aboukir. Napoleon sent word to have them prepared for an attempt to reach France. On August 23, 1799, he, with Bourrienne, Berthollet, and Monge, boarded the Muiron. Generals Lannes, Marat, Danton, and others followed on the Carrère. By permission of Fog and the great god Chance, they escaped all the eyes and scouts of Nelson's fleet. They could not stop at Malta, for the victorious British had seized that stronghold on February 9th. On October 9th, the ships anchored off Fréjus, and Napoleon and his aides were rowed to shore at San Rafael. Now it was to be aut Caesar, aut nullus. Either Caesar or nobody. 7. The decline of the Directory, September 4th, 1797 to November 9th, 1799. The successes of the French armies, culminating in the submission of Prussia at Basel in 1795, of Austria at Campo Formio in 1797, and of Naples and Switzerland in 1798, softened the French government into an almost oriental lassitude. The 2 chambers of the Corps Législatif submitted to the Directory, and the 5 directors acknowledged the leadership of Barras, Rubel, and Larvellière. These men seem to have adopted the motto that legend ascribed to Pope Leo X. Since God has given us this office, let us enjoy it. Blessed with apparent security by a period of relative peace, and taught by experience that governmental positions are especially insecure in revolutions, they feathered their nests for their fall. When isolated England offered peace in July 1797, it was told that this could be arranged by the payment of £500,000 to Rubel and Barras, and apparently a bribe of £400,000 was exacted from Portugal for the peace granted it in August of that year. Rubel was rapacious, and Barras needed an elastic income to keep Madame Tallien and his associates in good humor, and to maintain his luxurious apartment in the Luxembourg Palace. Talleyrand, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, seldom lost an opportunity to make the revolution finance his aristocratic tastes. Barras calculated that Talleyrand's tips often exceeded 100,000 livres a year. In October 1797, 3 American commissioners came to Paris to settle a dispute about American vessels captured by French privateers. According to President John Adams, they were told that agreement could be reached by a loan of 32 million florins to the directors, and by a private douceur of £50,000 to Talleyrand. The ruling triumvirate faced so many problems that most of their faults might be forgiven them, at least an evening's refreshment in the smiles of fair women. They averted another fiscal collapse by collecting traditional taxes more insistently, restoring defunct taxes like transport tolls, and levying new taxes, as on licenses and stamps, windows and doors. They presided over a nation torn in body and soul, in province and class, by conflicting aims: nobles and plutocrats, Vendéan Catholics, Jacobin atheists, Babevian socialists, merchants demanding liberty, a populace dreaming of equality and living on the edge of starvation. Luckily, the good harvests of 1796 and 1798 shortened the bread lines. The victory of the liberal over the monarchical directors in 1797 had been achieved by enlisting the support of the radicals. In partial payment, therefore, the triumphant trio censored the bourgeois-leaning press and theater, rigged elections, made arrests without warning, and renewed the Hébertist campaign against religion. Education of the young was taken from nuns and entrusted to lay instructors who were ordered to keep all supernatural ideas out of their teaching. In 12 months of 1797 to 98, a total of 1,448 priests were deported from France, 8,235 from Belgium. Of 193 ecclesiastics deported on the ship Descades, only 39 were alive 2 years later. While internal conflict flourished, external danger rose. In Belgium, Holland, and the Rhineland, the rapacity of the Directory made new enemies of new friends. Taxes were high, youths resisted conscription, forced loans infuriated the influential, seizure of gold and silver and art from the churches alienated clergy and people alike. In 3 years, the Directory took in from these lands and Italy 2 billion livres. After the departure of Bonaparte for Egypt, the Directory continued a policy of conquest, or rather of rapine, occupying territories for money's sake, pillaging the population, exacting indemnities from local governments, making France an object of execration. The French Republic, said the monarchist Mallet Dupin, is eating Europe leaf by leaf like the head of an artichoke. It revolutionizes nations that it may despoil them, and it despoils them that it may subsist. War had become profitable, peace would be ruinous. Suspecting that the ship of state was sailing into a storm, Talleyrand resigned his ministry on July 20th, 1798, and retired to spend his spoils. Napoleon had given a stimulating example of how war could be made to pay, and his reckless operations were in part responsible for the military woes that befell France in the decline of the Directory. He had too quickly and superficially subjected Italy to a French protectorate, and had left his conquests in the hands of subordinates who lacked his soothing subtlety and diplomatic skill. He had reckoned too optimistically on the willingness of the new Italian republics to pay France for their freedom from Austria. He had underestimated the vigor with which England would resist the French occupation of Malta and Egypt. How long would flouted Turkey resist the invitations of its ancient enemies, Russia and Austria, to join them in disciplining these nouveau riche revolutionaries? How long would the partitioning of Poland keep Russia, Prussia, and Austria too busy in the East to restore the divine right of kings in the West? Nearly all the monarchs of Europe watched for an opportunity to renew the attack upon France. They saw it when Napoleon took himself and 35,000 of France's best troops to Egypt. They seized it when that army seemed safely imprisoned by Nelson's victory at Abu Qir. Tsar Paul I accepted election as Grand Master of the Knights of Malta and pledged himself to drive the French from that pivotal isle. He offered his aid to Ferdinand IV in recapturing Naples. He dreamed of finding friendly ports for Russian ships in Naples, Malta, and Alexandria, thereby making Russia a Mediterranean power. On December 29, 1798, he signed an alliance with England. When Emperor Francis II gave free passage through Austrian territory for a Russian army moving toward the Rhine, France declared war upon Austria on March 12, 1799. Austria thereupon joined Russia, Turkey, Naples, Portugal, and England in the second coalition against France. The weakness of the Directory was exposed in this conflict, which it had provoked and could have foreseen. It was tardy in preparation, unsuccessful in war finance, and clumsy in conscription. It called up 200,000 men and found only 143,000 of them fit for service. Of them, only 97,000 obeyed the summons. Thousands of these deserted on the way, so that only 74,000 reached their allotted regiments. There they found a chaotic inadequacy of clothing, equipment, and arms. The spirit that had once animated the armies of the Republic was gone from these men who had experienced the years of national disorder and disillusionment. The ruthless determination and discipline with which the Committee of Public Safety had planned and waged war in 1793 were missing in the Directory that led France in 1798. There were some initial and deceiving successes. Piedmont and Tuscany were conquered, occupied, and taxed. The victory of King Ferdinand IV in driving the French out of Rome was annulled by the French under Jean-Étienne Championnet, who entered Rome on December 15th. Ferdinand and his court, with Lady Hamilton and 20 million ducats, retreated to Palermo under the protection of Nelson's fleet. Championnet captured Naples and set up the Parthenopean Republic under the Protectorate of France. As the war proceeded and French contingents joined the Russian, Austrian, English troops, the French forces found themselves outnumbered 320,000 to 170,000. The French generals, despite the brilliance of Masséna's operations in Switzerland, lacked the ability of Bonaparte to overcome superior numbers with superior strategy, tactics, and discipline. Jourdan was defeated at Stockach on March 25, 1799, retreated to Strasbourg, and resigned. Scherer was defeated at Mognano on April 5th, retreated in disorder, lost nearly all his army, and turned his command over to Moreau. Then a veritable devil of a man, Alexander Suvorov, arrived with 18,000 Russians and led them and some Austrian divisions in a ferocious campaign that wrested from the French one after another of the regions that Napoleon had won in 1796-97. He entered Milan victorious on April 27th. Moreau fell back to Genoa. Napoleon's Cisalpine Republic came to an early end. Left perilously alone with his small army in Switzerland, Masséna abandoned his conquests there and withdrew to the Rhine. Having so easily restored Lombardy to Austria, Suvorov marched out from Milan to meet a French force coming up from Naples and Rome. At the Trebbia, June 17th to 19th, 1799, he so overwhelmed it that only a shattered remnant reached Genoa. The Parthenopean Republic came to an early end. Ferdinand resumed his Neapolitan throne and established a reign of terror in which hundreds of Democrats were put to death. Joubert, placed in command of all surviving French forces in Italy, led them against Suvorov at Novi on August 15th. He exposed himself recklessly and was killed at the outset of the battle. The French fought bravely but in vain. 12,000 of them fell on that field, and France, learning of this culminating catastrophe, realized that its hard-won frontiers were crumbling, and that Suvorov's Russians might soon be on French soil. The imagination of the populace in Alsace and Provence pictured him and his men as giant barbarians, as a tidal wave of savage Slavs pouring into the towns and hamlets of France. The country, so recently proud of its strength and its victories, was now in a state of confusion and fear rivaling that which in 1792 had led to the September massacres. The Vendée was again in revolt. Belgium was rising against its French overlords. 45 of the 86 departments of France were nearing a complete breakdown of government and morale. Armed youths were fighting the officials sent to conscript them. Municipal officers and tax collectors were murdered. Hundreds of brigands were terrorizing merchants and travelers on city streets and country roads. Criminals overpowered the gendarmes, opened the jails, released the prisoners, and added them to their ranks. Every estate, abbey, and home was subject to pillage. The Great Terror of 1794 had returned. The nation looked hopefully for protection by the men it had sent to Paris. But the councils had surrendered to the Directory, and the Directory seemed but another usurping oligarchy, ruling by bribery, chicanery, and force. In May 1799, the once Abbé Sieyès, who 10 long years ago had sparked the revolution by asking, "What is the Third Estate?" and had answered that it was and should call itself the nation, was drawn out of his cautious obscurity and was elected to the Directory, for as a maker of constitutions he had become identified with law and order. He agreed to serve on condition that Rubel would resign. Rubel resigned with a consolatory severance pay of 100,000 francs. On June 18th, a strong minority of Jacobins in the 2 legislative chambers forced directors Larvellière, Treillard, and Merlin to yield their places to Louis-Jérôme Goyer, Jean-François Moulin, and Roger Ducos. Fouché was made Minister of Police, and Robert Landais became head of the Treasury. Both were resurrections from the Committee of Public Safety. The Jacobin Club in Paris was reopened and heard praises of Robespierre and Babeuf. On June 28th, the legislature, under Jacobin influence, levied a forced loan of 100 million livres in the form of a tax ranging from 30 to 75% upon incomes above a moderate level. Prosperous citizens hired lawyers to find loopholes in the law and listened amiably to plots for the overthrow of the government. On July 12th, the Jacobins secured passage of a law of hostages. Every commune in France was ordered to compile a roster of local citizens related to the outlawed nobility, and to keep them under surveillance. For every robbery committed, these hostages were to be fined. For every murder of a patriot, one loyal to the existing regime, 4 hostages were to be deported. This decree was met with a cry of horror from the upper classes, and with no compensating welcome from the commonalty. After a decade of excitement, class strife, foreign wars, political upsets, lawless tribunals, tyrannical spoliations, executions, and massacres, nearly all of France was sick of the revolution. Those who looked back sadly to the good old days of Louis XVI felt that only a king could bring France back to order and sanity. Those who cherished Catholic Christianity prayed for the time when they would be freed from rule by atheists. Even some graduate skeptics who had shed all supernatural belief had come to doubt that a moral code unsupported by a religious faith could resist unfettered passions and antisocial impulses rooted in centuries of insecurity, hunting, and savagery. Many creedless parents were sending their children to church, prayer, confession, and First Communion as hopeful sources of modesty, family discipline, and mental peace. Peasants and bourgeois proprietors who owed their lands to the revolution and wanted to keep them had come to hate the government that so often came to tax their crops or conscript their sons. Town workers were clamoring for bread even more desperately than before the fall of the Bastille. They saw merchants, manufacturers, speculators, politicians, directors living in luxury. They had come to look upon the revolution as merely the replacement of the nobility by the bourgeoisie as the masters and profiteers of the state. But their bourgeois masters too were discontent. The unsafe and neglected roads made travel and commerce toilsome and hazardous. The forced loans and high taxes discouraged investment and enterprise. In Lyon, 13,000 to 15,000 shops had been abandoned as profitless, adding thousands of men and women to the unemployed. Le Havre, Bordeaux, and Marseille had been ruined by the war and the consequent British blockade. The diminishing minority that still talked of liberty could hardly associate it with the revolution, which had destroyed so many liberties, had passed so many terrifying laws, and had sent so many men and women to prison or the guillotine. Women, except the wives, mistresses, and daughters of the old and the new rich, moved anxiously from one shopping line to another, wondering would the stock of goods run out, would their sons, brothers, or husbands ever return from the war, would the war ever end? Soldiers, accustomed to violence, theft, and hatred, suffering not only from defeat but from the shortage and shoddiness of supplies, were soured by repeated revelations of corruption in the men who led or fed or clothed them. When they came home or to Paris, they found similar dishonesty in society, commerce, industry, finance, and government. Why should they let themselves be killed for so tarnished a dream? The mirage of a bright new world receded and vanished as the revolution marched on. Some spirits were raised for a while by news that the Allies had quarreled and parted, and had been beaten back in Switzerland and the Netherlands, that Massena had recovered the initiative and had cut a Russian army in two at Zurich on August 26, 1799, that the terrible Slavs were in retreat, and Russia had left the coalition. Frenchmen began to wonder, what if some able general like Massena, Moreau, Bernadotte, or, best of all, Bonaparte, safely back from Egypt, should lead a battalion into Paris, throw out the politicians, and give France order and security, even at the cost of liberty. Most Frenchmen had come to the conclusion that only a centralized government under one authoritative leader could end the chaos of revolution and give the country the order and security of civilized life. 8. Napoleon takes charge. The 18th Brumaire, November 9th, 1799. Sieyès agreed. Studying his fellow directors, he saw that none of them, not even the crafty Barras, had in him the combination of intellect, vision, and will needed to bring France to sanity and unity. He was pregnant with a constitution, but he wanted a general to aid him in its birth and serve him as his arm. He had thought of Joubert, but now Joubert was dead. He sent for Moreau, and almost persuaded him to be the man on horseback. But when they learned that Napoleon was returning from Egypt, Moreau told Sieyès, "There is your man. He will make your coup d'etat much better than I could." Sieyès pondered. Napoleon could be the man, but would he accept Sieyès and the new constitution as his guides? On October 13th, the directors notified the councils that Bonaparte had landed near Fréjus. The members rose in acclamation. For 3 days and nights the people of Paris celebrated the news with drinking in the taverns and singing in the streets. At every town on the route from the coast to the capital, the populace and its masters turned out to greet the man who seemed to them the symbol and assurance of victory. They had not yet heard of the debacle in Egypt. In several centers, reported the Moniteur, the crowd was such that traffic could hardly advance. In Lyon, a play was staged in his honor, and an orator told him, "Go and fight the enemy, defeat him, and we will make you king." But the little general, silent and somber, was thinking how he should deal with Josephine. When he reached Paris on October 16th, he went directly to the house which he had bought in the street which had been renamed in his honor, the Rue de la Victoire. He had hoped to find his errant wife there, and to dismiss her from his life. She was not there, and for 2 reasons. First, on April 21st, 1799, while he was besieging Acre, she had bought a 300-acre estate, Malmaison, some 10 miles down the Seine from Paris. Barras had advanced her the 50,000 francs as the initial payment on the 300,000 francs cost, and Captain Hippolyte Charles was her first guest in the roomy chateau. Second, she and her daughter had left Paris 4 days before to drive toward Lyon in the hope of meeting Bonaparte on the way. When Josephine and Hortense discovered that Napoleon had chosen an alternative route, they turned back, though literally sick of travel, and retraced 200 miles to the capital. In the interim, her aged father-in-law, the Marquis de Beauharnais, came to Napoleon to plead her cause. "Whatever her faults, forget them. Do not cast dishonor upon my white head and upon a family that holds you in honor." Bonaparte's brothers urged him to divorce his wife, for his family resented her power over him, but Barras warned him that a public scandal would hurt his political career. When the exhausted mother and daughter arrived at 3 Rue de la Victoire on October 18th, Eugène met them on the landing and warned them to expect a storm. Letting him attend to his sister, Josephine climbed the stairs and knocked at the door of Napoleon's room. He answered that he was resolved never to see her again. She sank down upon the stairs and wept until Eugène and Hortense raised her and led her back to make a united appeal. Napoleon later reported, "I was profoundly stirred. I could not bear the sobs of those 2 children. I asked myself, should they be made the victims of their mother's failing? I reached out, caught hold of Eugène's arm, and drew him back to me. Then Hortense came, with her mother. What was there to say? One cannot be human without being heir to human weaknesses." In those brooding days he kept out of the public eye. He knew that a public man must not be too public. At home and abroad he wore civilian dress to discourage rumors that the army was planning to seize the government. He made 2 visits, one to pay his respects to the 80-year-old Madame Helvétius at Auteuil, the other to the Institute. There he talked of the Egyptian expedition as having been undertaken in large part in the interests of science. Berthollet and Monge supported him. Laplace, Lagrange, Cabanis, and many others listened to him as to a scientist and a philosopher. At this meeting he encountered Sieyès, and won him with one remark. "We have no government because we have no constitution, or at least not the one we need. Your genius must give us one." Soon his home became a center of secret negotiations. He received visitors from left and right. He promised the Jacobins to preserve the Republic and defend the interests of the masses. But also, he later frankly declared, "I received the agents of the Bourbons." However, he kept himself apart from any faction, especially the army. General Bernadotte, who had some notion of heading the government himself, advised him to stay out of politics and be content with another military command. Napoleon listened with more satisfaction to civilians like Sieyès, who advised him to take over the government and inaugurate a new constitution. This might require stretching or breaking a law or two, but the Council of Ancients, alarmed by a Jacobin revival, would wink at a little illegality, and the Council of 500, despite its strong Jacobin minority, had recently elected Lucien Bonaparte its president. Of the 5 directors, Sieyès and Ducos pledged themselves to Napoleon. Talleyrand undertook to persuade Barras to retire on his laurels and loot. Gohier, president of the Directory, was half in love with Josephine and could be immobilized by her smiles. Some bankers probably sent assurance of friendly francs. In the first week of November, a rumor spread through Paris that the Jacobins were preparing an uprising of the populace. Madame de Staël took the report seriously enough to prepare for a quick exit if violence should break out. On November 9th, the henceforth famous 18th day of the month Brumaire, the Council of Ancients, using its constitutional powers, ordered both itself and the Council of 500 to transfer their assemblies on the morrow to the royal palace in suburban Saint-Cloud. Stretching its constitutional powers, it appointed Bonaparte commander of the Paris garrison, and bade him come at once to the ancients in the Tuileries and take the oath of service. He came, escorted by 60 officers, and pledged himself in terms sufficiently general to allow some latitude of later interpretation. "We want a republic based on liberty, equality, and the sacred principles of national representation. We will have it, I swear." Emerging from the hall, he told the assembled troops, "The army is reunited with me, and I am reunited with the Corps Législatif." At this juncture, one Boteau, secretary to Barras, brought to Napoleon a message from the once powerful director, asking for a safe conduct for exit from Paris. In a voice which he hoped the soldiers and civilians would hear, Napoleon overwhelmed poor Boteau with an apostrophe that was almost a sentence of death upon the Directory. "What have you done with this France which I left you in its full splendor? I left you peace, and I find war. I left you victories, and I find defeats. I left you millions from Italy. I find everywhere spoliation and misery. What have you done with the 100,000 Frenchmen whom I knew, my companions in glory? They are dead." Napoleon's auditors did not know that he was borrowing some of these lines from a Grenoble Jacobin. They felt their force, and long treasured them in memory as a justification of the coup that was to follow. Then, fearing that his words would arouse Barras to antagonism, he took Boteau aside and assured him that his personal sentiments about the director remained unchanged. He mounted his horse, reviewed the troops, and returned to Josephine all a-tremble with his success as an orator. On November 10th, General Lefebvre led 500 men of the Paris garrison to Saint-Cloud and stationed them near the royal palace. Napoleon and some of his favorite officers followed, and after them came Sieyès, Ducos, Talleyrand, Bourrienne. They watched the Council of Ancients assemble in the Gallery of Mars, and the Council of 500 in the adjoining Orangerie. As soon as Lucien Bonaparte called the 500 to order, he was met with protests against the presence of soldiers around the palace. Cries arose of, "No dictatorship! Down with the dictators!" We are free men here. The bayonets do not frighten us. A motion was presented that every deputy should proceed to the rostrum and audibly renew his oath to protect the Constitution. It was so ordered, and this balloting proceeded leisurely till 4 in the afternoon. The ancients also took their time, on the ground that it had to wait for the 500 to submit proposals. Napoleon, fretting in a nearby room, feared that unless some decisive action were soon taken, his cause would be lost. Between Berthier and Bourrienne, he made his way to the rostrum of the ancients, and attempted to stir these old men into action. But he, who was so eloquent in proclamations, and so decisive in conversation, was too pent up with emotions and ideas to extemporize an orderly address to a legislative body. He spoke abruptly, vehemently, almost incoherently. "You are on a volcano. Allow me to speak with the freedom of a soldier. I was at peace in Paris when you called upon me to execute your commands. I gather my comrades. We have flown to your rescue. People cover me with calumnies. They talk of Caesar, of Cromwell, of military government. Time presses. It is essential that you take prompt measures. The Republic has no government. Only the Council of Ancients remains. Let it take measures. Let it speak. I will be your agent in action. Let us save liberty. Let us save equality." A deputy interrupted him. "And the Constitution?" Napoleon replied with angry passion. "The Constitution? You yourselves have destroyed it. You violated it on the 18th Fructidor. You violated it on the 22nd Floreal. You violated it on the 30th Prairial. It no longer holds any man's respect." When challenged to name the men behind the alleged Jacobin plot, he named Barras and Moulin. Asked for evidence, he faltered, and could think of nothing more convincing than an appeal to the soldiers who stood at the entrance. "You, my brave comrades, who accompany me, brave grenadiers, if any orator, brought by a foreigner, dares pronounce the words, 'Hors la loi,' let the lightning of war crush him instantly." Questions and objections overwhelmed the speaker. His words became more confused. His aides came to his rescue and escorted him from the chamber. He appeared to have ruined his enterprise. He resolved to try again, and this time to face the enemy directly, the Jacobin-colored 500. Escorted by 4 grenadiers, he made his way into the orangerie. The deputies were angered by the military display. The hall resounded with cries of "À bas le dictateur! À bas le tyran! Hors la loi!" Outlaw him. This was the cry that had precipitated the fall and death of Robespierre. A motion to declare Napoleon an outlaw was made. Lucien Bonaparte, chairman, refused to put it to a vote. Resigning the presidency of the 500 to a friend, he mounted the tribune and spoke in defense of his brother. Excited deputies surrounded Napoleon. "Is it for this that you won your victories?" one asked. Others pressed upon him so closely that he was near to fainting. The grenadiers forced their way to him and led him out of the hall. Revived by the open air, he mounted a horse and appealed to the troops, who stood amazed by his torn clothing and disheveled hair. "Soldiers, may I count upon you?" he asked. "Yes," many said, but others hesitated. Napoleon was again confused. His grand design again seemed shattered. He was saved by his brother. Lucien, hurrying from the orangerie, jumped upon the nearest horse, rode up beside Napoleon, and spoke to the disorganized guardsmen with authority, eloquence, and considerable bending of the truth. "As president of the Council of 500, I declare to you that the immense majority of the Council is at this moment terrorized by some stiletto-armed representatives who besiege the tribune and threaten death to their colleagues. I declare that these audacious brigands, doubtless paid by England, have rebelled against the Council of the Ancients, and have dared to speak of outlawing the general charged with executing the Ancients' decree. I entrust to warriors the responsibility of delivering the majority of their representatives. Generals, soldiers, citizens, You must recognize as legislators for France only those who rally to me. As for those who persist in remaining in the orangerie, let force expel them." Lucien grasped a sword, pointed it at Napoleon's breast, and swore that if his brother should ever attack the liberty of the French people, he would kill him with his own hand. Thereupon Napoleon gave orders for the drums to sound, and for the troops to invade the orangerie and disperse the disobedient deputies. Marat and Lefebvre led the way, shouting. The grenadiers followed, crying, "Bravo! À bas les Jacobins! À bas les 93! C'est le passage du Rubicon!" When the deputies saw the bayonets advancing upon them, most of them fled, some by jumping from windows. A minority gathered around Lucien. That triumphant master of ceremonies proceeded to the ancients and explained to them that the 500 had experienced a healing purge. The ancients, glad to survive, passed a decree replacing the Directory with 3 provisional consuls, Bonaparte, Sieyès, and Ducos. About 100 of the 500 were organized into a second chamber. Both chambers then adjourned till February 20th, 1800, leaving the consuls to write a new constitution and to govern France. "Tomorrow," Napoleon said to Bourrienne, "we shall sleep at the Luxembourg." Chapter 6. Life under the Revolution, 1789 to 1799. 1. The New Classes. Here we stop time in its flight and look at a people suffering concentrated history. Like the 20 years between Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon and the accession of Augustus, 49 to 29 BC, the 26 years between the taking of the Bastille and the final abdication of Napoleon, 1789 to 1815, were as rich in memorable events as centuries had been in less convulsive and remolding periods. Nevertheless, under the tremors of government, the flux of institutions, and the exaltations of genius, the elements and graces of civilization carried on. The production and distribution of food and goods, the quest and transmission of knowledge, the discipline of instinct and character, the exchanges of affection, the mitigations of toil and strife with art, letters, charity, games, and song, the transmutations of imagination, faith, and hope. And indeed, were not these the reality and continuum of history, beside which the surface agitations of governments and heroes were the incidental and evanescent contours of a dream? 1. The peasantry. Many of them, in 1789, were still day laborers or sharecroppers, working other men's land. But by 1793, half the soil of France was owned by peasants, most of whom had bought their acres at bargain prices from the confiscated properties of the church, and all but a few peasants had freed themselves from feudal dues. The stimulus of ownership turned labor from drudgery into devotion, daily adding to the surplus that built homes and comforts, churches and schools, if only the tax-gatherer could be propitiated or deceived. And taxes could be paid with assignats, government paper money, at their face value, while products could be sold for assignats multiplied 100 times to equal their nominal worth. Never had the French earth been so zealously and fruitfully tilled. This liberation of the largest class in a now casteless society was the most visible and lasting effect of the Revolution. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued. Cassette 6, Side 1. This liberation of the largest class in a now casteless society was the most visible and lasting effect of the Revolution. These sturdy providers became the strongest defenders of the Revolution, for it had given them the land which a Bourbon restoration might take away. For the same reason they supported Napoleon, and for 15 years gave him half of their sons. As proud property owners, they allied themselves politically with the bourgeoisie, and served, throughout the 19th century, as conservative ballast amid the repeated paroxysms of the state. Pledged to equality of rights, the Convention in 1793 abolished primogeniture, and ruled that property must be willed in equal shares to all the testator's children, including those born out of wedlock but acknowledged by the father. This legislation had important results, moral and economic. Reluctant to condemn their heirs to poverty by periodic divisions of the patrimony among many children, the French cultivated the old arts of family limitation. The peasants remained prosperous, but the population of France grew slowly during the 19th century, from 28 million in 1800 to 39 million in 1914, while that of Germany rose from 21 million to 67 million. Prospering on the land, French peasants were slow to move into towns and factories, so France remained predominantly agricultural, while England and Germany developed industry and technology, excelled in war, and dominated Europe. 2. The proletariat. Poverty remained, and was most severe, among the landless peasants, the miners, and the workers and tradesmen in the towns. Men delved into the earth to find metals and minerals for industry and war. Saltpeter was necessary to gunpowder, and coal increasingly replaced wood as a generator of motive power. Towns were bright and lively by day, dark and subdued at night, till 1793, when the communes installed street lighting in Paris. Craftsmen worked in their candle-lit shops. Tradesmen displayed and peddlers hawked their goods. At the center, an open market. Near the summit, a castle and a church. On the outskirts, a factory or two. Guilds were abolished in 1791, and the National Assembly declared that henceforth every person was to be free to do such business, exercise such profession, art, or trade as he may choose. The Law of La Chapelle, in 1791, forbade workers to combine for united economic action. This prohibition remained in effect till 1884. Strikes were forbidden, but frequent and sporadic. The workers struggled to keep their wages from being diluted by inflation of the currency. Generally, however, they kept their wages abreast of rising prices. After the fall of Robespierre, the employers tightened their control, and the condition of the proletariat worsened. By 1795, the sans-culottes were as poor and harassed as before the Revolution. By 1799, they had lost faith in the Revolution, and in 1800 they submitted hopefully to the dictatorship of Napoleon. 3. The bourgeoisie triumphed in the Revolution because it had more money and brains than either the aristocracy or the plebs. It purchased from the state the most lucrative portions of the property that had been confiscated from the church. Bourgeois wealth was not tied up in immobile land. It could be transferred from place to place, from purpose to purpose, from person to person, and from anywhere to any legislator. The bourgeoisie could pay for troops and governments and insurrectionary crowds. It had acquired experience in the administration of the state. It knew how to collect taxes, and it influenced the treasury through its loans. It was more practically educated than the nobility or the clergy, and it was better equipped to rule a society in which money was the circulating blood. It looked upon poverty as the punishment for stupidity, and upon its own riches as the just reward of application and intelligence. It took no stock in government by sans-culottes. It denounced the interruption of government by proletarian uprisings as an intolerable impertinence. It was resolved that when the sound and fury of revolution subsided, the bourgeoisie would be master of the state. It was in France a commercial rather than an industrial bourgeoisie. There was no such replacement of farms by pasturage as was then driving English peasants from their fields to the towns to form a cheap labor force for factories.
and the British blockade prevented in France the export trade that could sustain expanding industries. So the factory system developed more slowly in France than in England. There were some substantial capitalistic organizations in Paris, Lyon, Lille, Toulouse, but most French industry was still in the craft and shop stage, and even the capitalists delegated much handiwork to rural or other homes. Except for wartime authoritarian flurries and some Jacobin flirtations with socialism, the revolutionary government accepted the physiocratic theory of free enterprise as the most stimulating and productive economic system. The peace treaties with Prussia in 1795 and Austria in 1797 released the restrictions upon the economy, and French capitalism, like the English and the American, entered the 19th century with the blessings of a government that governed least. 4. The aristocracy had lost all power in the direction of the economy or the government. Most of its members were still émigrés, living abroad in humiliating occupations. Their properties had been confiscated, their incomes had stopped. Of those nobles who had remained or had returned, many were guillotined, some joined the revolution, the rest, till 1794, hid in precarious obscurity and repeated harassment on their estates. Under the Directory, these disabilities were lessened. Many émigrés came back, some recovered part of their property, and by 1797 many voices whispered that only a monarchy, supported and checked by a functioning aristocracy, could restore order and security to French life. Napoleon agreed with them, but after his own fashion and in his own time. 5. Religion in France, as the Revolution neared its end, was learning to get along without the help of the state. Protestants, then 5% of the population, were freed from all civil disabilities. The limited freedom of worship granted them by Louis XVI in 1787 was made complete by the Constitution of 1791. A decree of September 28, 1791, extended all civil rights to the Jews of France and set them on a legal equality with all other citizens. The Catholic clergy, formerly the First Estate, now suffered from the hostility of a Voltairean anti-clerical government. The upper classes had lost belief in the doctrines of the Church. The middle classes had acquired most of its landed wealth. By 1793, the property of the Church, once valued at 2.5 billion livres, had been sold to its enemies. In Italy, the papacy had been deprived of its states and their revenues, and Pius VI had been made a prisoner. Thousands of French priests had fled to other countries, and many of them were living on Protestant alms. Hundreds of churches had been closed, or had had their treasures confiscated. Church bells had been silenced or melted down. Voltaire and Diderot, Helvétius and D'Holbach had apparently won their war against the Church. The victory was not clear. The Church had lost its wealth and political power, but its vital roots remained in the loyalty of the clergy and the needs and hopes of the people. Many males in the large cities had strayed from the faith, yet nearly all became churchgoers for a day on Christmas and Easter, and at the height of the Revolution, May 1793, when a priest carried the consecrated host along a Paris street, all onlookers, an eyewitness reported, men, women, and children fell on their knees in adoration. Even skeptics must have felt the mesmerism of the ceremony, the never-fading beauty of the tale, and they may have pondered Pascal's wager, that one would be wise to believe, since in the end the believer would lose nothing, unbelievers everything, if proved wrong. Under the Directory, the French nation was divided between a people slowly returning to its traditional faith and a government resolved to establish, by law and education, a purely secular civilization. On October 8, 1798, the purged and newly radical Directory sent to all teachers in the departmental schools the following instructions. You must exclude from your teaching all that relates to the dogmas or rites of any religion or sect whatever. The Constitution certainly tolerates them, but the teaching of them is not part of public instruction, nor can it ever be.
The Constitution is founded on the basis of universal morality, and it is this morality of all times, all places, all religions, this law engraven on the tablets of the human family. It is this that must be the soul of your teaching, the object of your precepts, and the connecting link of your studies, as it is the binding knot of society. Here, clearly put, was one of the most difficult enterprises of the Revolution, as it is one of the difficult problems of our time, to build a social order upon a system of morality independent of religious belief. Napoleon was to judge the proposal impracticable. America was to cleave to it till our time. 6. Education. So the state took control of the schools from the church and strove to make them the nursery of intelligence, morality, and patriotism. On April 21st, 1792, Condorcet, as chairman of public instruction, presented to the Legislative Assembly an historic report pleading for the reorganization of education, so that the ever-increasing progress of enlightenment may open an inexhaustible source of aid to our needs, of remedies for our ills, of means to individual happiness and common prosperity. War delayed the implementation of this ideal, but on May 4th, 1793, Condorcet renewed the appeal, though on a narrower basis. The country, he said, has a right to bring up its own children. It cannot confide this trust to family pride nor to the prejudices of individuals. Education should be common and equal for all French people. We stamp upon it a great character, analogous to the nature of our government and the sublime doctrines of our republic. This formulation seemed to substitute one form of indoctrination for another, nationalist instead of Catholic. Nationalism was to be the official religion. On October 28, 1793, the convention ordained that no ecclesiastic could be appointed as teacher in state schools. On December 19th, it proclaimed that all primary schools were to be free, and attendance at them was made compulsory on all boys. Girls were expected to get education from their mothers or from convents or tutors. The reorganization of secondary schools had to wait for peace. Even so, on February 25, 1794, the convention began to establish those écoles centrales, which were to be the departmental lycées, or high schools, of the future. Special schools were opened for mines, public works, astronomy, music, arts and crafts. And on September 28, 1794, the École Polytechnique began its prestigious career. The French Academy was suppressed on August 8, 1793, as an asylum of old reactionaries. But on October 25, 1795, the Convention inaugurated the Institut National de France, which was to include various academies for the encouragement and regulation of all sciences and arts. Here gathered the scientists and scholars who carried on the intellectual traditions of the Enlightenment and gave lasting significance to Napoleon's foray into Egypt. 7. The Fourth Estate, the journalists and the press, may have been more influential than the schools in forming the mind and the mood of France in these effervescent years. The people of Paris, and somewhat less so of France, swallowed newsprint greedily every day. Satirical sheets prospered, goring politicians and pundits to the delight of the commonalty. The Revolution, in the Declaration of the Rights of Man, had pledged itself to maintain the freedom of the press. It did so throughout the rule of the National and Constituent Assemblies, from 1789 to 91. But as the heat of party strife rose, each side signalized its victories by limiting the publications of its enemies. In effect, the liberty of the press died with the execution of the king on January 21, 1793. On March 18th, the Convention decreed death for whosoever shall propose an agrarian law or any law subversive of territorial, commercial, or industrial property. And on March 29th, the triumphant regicides persuaded the Convention to decree death for whosoever should be convicted of having composed or printed works or writings which might provoke the re-establishment of royalty, or any other power injurious to the sovereignty of the people.
Robespierre had long defended the freedom of the press, but after sending Hébert, Danton, and Desmoulins to the guillotine, he put an end to the journals that had supported them. During the Terror, all liberty of speech disappeared, even in the Convention. The Directory restored freedom of the press in 1796, but revoked it a year later after the coup d'etat of the 18th Fructidor, and deported the editors of 42 journals. Liberty of speech and press was not destroyed by Napoleon. It was dead when he came to power. 2. The new morality. 1. Morality and law. Having discarded the religious basis of morals, love and fear of a watchful, recording, rewarding, and punishing God, and obedience to laws and commandments ascribed to him, the liberated spirits of France found themselves with no defense, except through the ethical echoes of their abandoned creeds, against their oldest, strongest, most individualistic instincts, ingrained in them by primitive centuries of hunger, greed, insecurity, and strife. Leaving the Christian ethic to their wives and daughters, they cast about for a new concept that might serve as a moral anchor in a sea of turbulent individuals who feared nothing but force. They hoped to find this in civisme, citizenship in the sense of accepting the duties as well as the privileges of belonging to an organized and protective society. In every moral choice, the individual, in return for that protection and many communal services, must recognize the good of the community to be the overriding law. Salus populi suprema lex. It was a noble attempt to establish a natural ethic. Going back across Christian centuries, the philosopher-deputies, Mirabeau, Condorcet, Vergniaud, Roland, Saint-Just, Robespierre, discovered in classical history or legend the models they sought. Leonidas, Epaminondas, Aristides, the Brutuses, Catos, and Scipios. These were men to whom patriotism was the sovereign obligation, so that a man might righteously kill his children or his parents if he thought it necessary for the good of the state. The first round of revolutionaries fared reasonably well with the new morality. The second round began on August 10, 1792. The Paris populace deposed Louis XVI and assumed the irresponsible absolutism of power. Under the old regime, some graces of the aristocracy, some touches of the humanitarianism preached by philosophers and saints, had mitigated the natural tendencies of men to despoil and attack one another. But now there followed, in macabre procession, the September massacres, the execution of the king and the queen, and the spread of the terror and the guillotine in what one victim, Madame Roland, described as a vast Golgotha of carnage. The revolutionary leaders became profiteers of war, making the liberated regions pay liberally for the rights of man. The French armies were told to live on the conquered regions. The art treasures of the liberated or the defeated belonged to victorious France. Meanwhile, legislators and army officers connived with suppliers to cheat the government and the troops. In the laissez-faire economy, producers, distributors, and consumers labored to mulct one another or to evade the maximum allowable price or wage. These or analogous deviltries had of course existed for some millenniums before the Revolution, but in the attempt to control them, the new morality of civisme seemed as helpless as the fear of the gods. As the Revolution increased the insecurity of life and the instability of laws, the rising tensions in the people expressed themselves in crime and sought distraction in gambling. Duels continued, but less frequently than before. Gambling was forbidden by edicts of 1791 and 1792, but secret maisons de jeu multiplied, and by 1794 there were 3,000 gambling houses in Paris. During the upper-class affluence of the Directory years, men wagered large sums, and many families were ruined by the turn of the wheel. In 1796, the Directory entered the game by restoring the Loterie Nationale. In a petition to the Convention, the Tuileries section of the Paris Commune asked for a law suppressing all gambling houses and brothels. Without morals, it argued, There can be no law and order. Without personal safety, no liberty. The revolutionary governments labored to give a new system of laws to a people excitable, violent, and left morally and legally unmoored by the decline of faith and the death of the king. Voltaire had called for a total revision of French law and a unifying reconciliation of the 360 provincial or district codes into one coherent digest for all of France. That call was not heard amid the uproar of revolution. It had to wait for Napoleon. In 1780, the Academy of Chalon-sur-Marne offered a prize for the best essay on the best way of mitigating the harshness of French penal law without endangering public safety. Louis XVI responded by abolishing torture in 1780, and in 1788 he announced his intention to have all French criminal law revised into a consistent national code. Moreover, we shall seek all means of mitigating the severity of punishments without compromising good order. The conservative lawyers then dominating the Parlement of Paris, Metz, and Besançon opposed the plan, and the king, fighting for his life, laid it aside. The cahier presented to the States General of 1789 appealed for several legal reforms. Trials should be public, the accused should be allowed the help of counsel, lettres de cachet should be banned, trial by jury should be established. In June, the king announced an end to lettres de cachet, and the other reforms were soon made law by the Constituent Assembly. The jury system, which had existed in medieval France, was restored. The legislators were now sufficiently immune to ecclesiastical influence and alert to business needs to proclaim on October 3, 1789, centuries after the fact, that the charging of interest was not a crime. Two laws of 1794 freed all slaves in France and her colonies and gave Negroes the rights of French citizens. On the ground that an absolutely free state cannot allow any corporation within its bosom, diverse laws of 1792-94 forbade all fraternities, academies, literary societies, religious organizations, and business associations. Strangely enough, the Jacobin clubs were spared, but labor unions were forbidden. The revolution was rapidly replacing the absolute monarch with the omnipotent state. The diversity of old legislation, the enactment of new laws, and the growing complexity of business relations fostered the multiplication of lawyers, who now replaced the clergy as the first estate. Since the dissolution of the Parlement, they were not formally organized, but their knowledge of the law in all its loopholes, and of legal procedures in all its devices and delays, gave them a power which the state, itself a conglomerate of lawyers, found it hard to control. Citizens began to protest against the law's delays, the subtleties of attorneys, and the expensive legislation that made exasperatingly unreal the equality of all citizens before the courts. The successive assemblies tried various measures to reduce the number and the power of the attorneys. In a fury of anti-lawyer laws, they suppressed notaries on September 23, 1791, closed all schools of law on September 15, 1793, and decreed, October 24, 1793, the office of attorney at law is abolished, but litigants may empower mere mandatories to represent them. These regulations, often evaded, remained on the books until Napoleon reinstated the attorneys on March 18, 1800. The Revolution made better headway in reforming the criminal code. Procedure was made more public. There was to be an end, for a while, to secrecy of examinations and anonymity of witnesses. Prisons ceased to be prime instruments of torture. In many prisons, the inmates were allowed to bring in books and furniture and to pay for imported meals. Persons jailed as suspects, but not yet convicted, might visit one another, play games, and at least play at love. We hear of some warm affairs, like that of prisoner Josephine de Beauharnais with prisoner General Hoche. The convention, which had sanctioned hundreds of executions, announced at its final session, October 26, 1795, The penalty of death will be abolished throughout the French Republic from the day of the proclamation of peace. Meanwhile, the Revolution could claim that it had improved the method of capital punishment. In 1789, Dr. Joseph Vignasse Guillotin, member of the States General, proposed to replace the hangman and the axeman with a massive mechanical blade whose fall would separate a man from his head before he had any time to feel physical pain. The idea was not new. It had been used in Italy and Germany since the 13th century. After some experimental use of the doctor's knife on dead bodies, the guillotine was erected on April 25, 1792, in the Place de Grève, now the Place de la Hôtel de Ville, and then elsewhere, and executions were accelerated. For a time they attracted large crowds, some of them merry, and including women and children. But soon they were so frequent that they became a negligible commonplace. People, reported a contemporary, just went on working in their shops when the tumbrils passed, not even bothering to raise their heads. Lowered heads lasted longest. 2. Sexual morality. Between the tumbrils, among the ruins, love and venery survived. The Revolution had neglected the hospitals, but there, and on battlefields and in the slums, charity eased pain and grief, goodness countered evil, and parental affection survived filial independence. Many sons wondered at parental inability to understand their revolutionary ardor and new ways. Some of them threw off the old moral restraints and became careless Epicureans. Promiscuity flourished, venereal disease spread, foundlings multiplied, perversions floundered on. Comte Donatien Alphonse François de Sade, 1740 to 1814, came of a high-placed Provençal family, rose to be Governor-General of the districts Bresse and Bouget, and seemed destined for the life of a provincial administrator. But he seethed and fermented with sexual imagery and desires, and sought for a philosophy that might justify them. After an affair involving 4 girls, he was sentenced to death at Aix-en-Provence in 1772 for crimes of poisoning and sodomy. He escaped, was captured, committed further enormities, fled to Italy, returned to France, was arrested in Paris, was imprisoned in Vincennes from 1778 to 1784, in the Bastille and at Charenton in 1789. Released in 1790, he supported the Revolution. In 1792, he was secretary of the Section des Piques. During the Terror, he was arrested on the false assumption that he was a returned émigré. He was released after a year, but in 1801, under Napoleon, he was imprisoned for having published Justine in 1791 and Juliette in 1792. These were novels of sexual experience, normal and abnormal. The author preferred the abnormal and spent his considerable literary skill in defending it. All sexual desires, he argued, are natural and should be indulged with a clear conscience, even to deriving erotic pleasure from the inflicting of pain. In this last sense, he became immortal with a word. He spent the last years of his life in various prisons, wrote clever plays, and died in the insane asylum at Charenton. We hear of homosexuality among college students during the Revolution, and may presume its popularity in jails. Prostitutes and brothels were especially numerous near the Palais Royal, in the gardens of the Tuileries, in the Rue Saint-Hilaire and the Rue des Petits Champs. They could be found also at theaters and the opera, and even in the galleries of the Legislative Assembly and the Convention. Pamphlets were circulated giving the addresses and fees of houses and women. On April 24, 1793, the Temple section issued an order. The General Assembly, desiring to put a stop to the incalculable misfortune caused by the dissoluteness of public morals and by the lubricity and immodesty of the female sex, hereby nominates commissioners, etc. Other sections took up the campaign. Private patrols were formed, and some careless offenders were arrested. Robespierre supported the effort, but after his death, the assiduity of the guardians relaxed, the filles reappeared, and prospered under the Directory when women of wide sexual experience became leaders of fashion and society. The evil may have been mitigated by the increasing facility of early marriage. No priest was necessary. After September 20th, 1792, only civil marriage was legal, and this required merely a mutual pledge signed before a civil authority. In the lower classes there were many cases of a couple living together unwed and unmolested. Bastards were plentiful. In 1796, France recorded 44,000 foundlings. Between 1789 and 1839, 24% of all brides in the typical town of Moulins were pregnant when they came to the altar. As in the Ancien Regime, adultery in the husband was often condoned. Men of means were likely to have mistresses, and under the Directory these were displayed as openly as wives. Divorce was legalized by a decree of September 20th, 1792. Thereafter it could be obtained through mutual agreement before a municipal officer. Paternal authority was lessened by the moderate growth of women's legal rights, and still more by the self-assertion of emancipated youth. Anne Plumtree, who traveled in France in 1802, reported a gardener as telling her, "During the Revolution we dared not scold our children for their faults. Those who called themselves patriots regarded it as against the fundamental principles of liberty to correct children. This made these so unruly that very often, when a parent presumed to scold his child, the latter would tell him to mind his own business, adding, 'We are free and equal. The Republic is our only father, and no other.' It will take a good many years to bring them back to minding." Pornographic literature abounded, and, according to a contemporary newspaper, was the favorite reading of the young. Some previously radical parents began by 1795, as in 1871, to send their sons to schools directed by priests in the hope of saving them from the general loosening of manners and morals. For a time it seemed that the family must be a casualty of the French Revolution, but the restoration of discipline under Napoleon reprieved it until the Industrial Revolution fell upon it with more gradual but more sustained and fundamental force. Women had held a high place in the old regime through the grace and refining influence of their manners and by the cultivation of their minds. But these developments were mostly confined to the aristocracy and the upper middle class. By 1789, however, the women of the commonalty visibly emerged into politics. They almost made the revolution by marching to Versailles and bringing king and queen back to Paris as the captives of a commune bursting with its newly discovered power. In July 1790, Condorcet published an article on the admission of women to the rights of the state. In December, an attempt was made by a Madame Alder to establish clubs devoted to women's liberation. Women made themselves heard in the galleries of the assemblies, but attempts to organize them for the advancement of their political rights were lost in the excitement of war, the fury of the Terror, and the conservative reaction after Thermidor. Some gains were made. The wife, like the husband, could sue for divorce, and the mother's consent as well as the father's was required for the marriage of her children under age. Under the Directory, women, though voteless, became an open power in politics, promoting ministers and generals and proudly displaying their new freedom in manners, morals, and dress. Napoleon, aged 26, described them in 1795. "The women are everywhere. At plays, on public walks, in libraries. You see very pretty women in the scholar's study room. Only here in Paris, of all the places on earth, do women deserve such influence, and indeed the men are mad about them, think of nothing else, and live only through and for them. A woman, in order to know what is due her and what power she has, must live in Paris for 6 months. 3. Manners. Like almost everything else, manners felt the swing of the pendulum to revolt and return. As the aristocracy fled before the leveling storm, they took with them their lordly titles, courteous address, perfumed language, flowery signatures, confident ease, and leisurely grace. Soon the suavity of the salon, the decorum of the dance, and the diction of the academy became stigmata of the nobility, which might incur for their practitioners detention as suspect antediluvians who had escaped the flood. By the end of 1792, all Frenchmen in France had become citoyens, all Frenchwomen citoyennes, in careful equality. No one was monsieured or madamed, and the courtly vous of singular address was replaced by the tu and toi of the home and the street. Nevertheless, as early as 1795, this tutoiement was passing out of style, vous was back in fashion, monsieur and madame were displacing citoyen and citoyenne. Under Napoleon, titles reappeared. By 1810, there were more of them than ever before. Dress changed more slowly. The well-to-do male had long since adopted, and now refused to discard, the once noble accoutrement of the three-cornered high-crowned hat, silk shirt, flowing bow tie, colored and embroidered waistcoat, full dress coat reaching to the knee, breeches ending at various levels below the knees, silk stockings, and square-toed buckled shoes. In 1793, the Committee of Public Safety tried to modify the present national costume so as to render it appropriate to Republican habits and the character of the Revolution. But only the lower middle class adopted the long trousers of the working men and tradesmen. Robespierre himself continued to dress like a lord, and nothing surpassed in splendor the official costumes of the directors, paced by Marat. Not till 1830 did pantaloons win the battle against knee breeches, culottes. Only the sans-culottes wore the red bonnet of revolution and the carmagnole. The carmagnole led a double life. It was the song and jig made popular by the workers of southern France, and also the short woolen jacket worn by immigrant laborers from Italy. Carmagnola is a town in Piedmont. The dress of women was affected by the Revolution's belief that it was following in the footsteps of Republican Rome and Periclean Greece. Jacques-Louis David, who dominated French art from 1789 to 1815, took classic heroes for his early subjects and dressed them in classic styles. So the fashionable women of Paris, after the fall of the Puritan Robespierre, discarded petticoats and chemises, and adopted as their principal garment a simple flowing gown, transparent enough to reveal most of the soft contours that charmed the never-satiated male. The waistline was unusually high, supporting the breasts. The neckline was low enough to offer an ample sample, and the sleeves were short enough to display enticing arms. Caps were replaced by bandeaus, and high-heeled shoes by heelless slippers. Doctors reported the deaths of gaily dressed women who had been exposed, at the theater or on promenade, to the quickly falling temperature of Paris evenings. Meanwhile, the incroyable and the merveilleuse, unbelievable male and marvelous female dandies, labored to win attention by extravagant garb. One group of women, appearing in male attire before the Council of the Paris Communes in 1792, received a gentle reprimand from Chaumet, its procureur général. "You rash women who want to be men, aren't you content with your lot as it is? What more do you want? You dominate our senses. The legislator and the magistrate are at your feet. Your despotism is the only one our strength cannot combat, because it is the despotism of love, and consequently a work of nature. In the name of that very nature, remain as nature intended you." Women, however, were sure they could improve upon nature. In an advertisement in the Moniteur for August 15, 1792, Madame Broquin announced that she had not yet run out of her famous powder for dyeing red or white hair, chestnut or black, on a single application. If necessary, unsatisfactory hair was covered with a wig, made in many cases from the cut tresses of guillotined young women. In 1796 it was quite ordinary for men of the upper and middle strata to wear their hair long and in a braid. During the first 2 years of the Revolution, the 800,000 population of Paris carried on its usual life, with only incidental attention to what was going on in the assembly or the jails. Life was pleasant enough then for the upper classes. Families continued to exchange visits and dinners, to attend dances, parties, concerts, and plays. Even during the violent period between the September massacres of 1792 and the fall of Robespierre in July 1794, when there were 2,800 executions in Paris, life for nearly all the survivors went its customary round of work and play, of sexual pursuit and parental love. Sébastien Mercier reported in 1794, "Foreigners reading our newspapers imagine us all covered with blood, in rags, and living wretched lives. Judge of their surprise when they reach that magnificent avenue in the Champs-Élysées, on either side of which are elegant phaetons and charming, lovely women. And then that magical perspective opening out over the Tuileries and those splendid gardens, now more luxuriant and better tended than ever." There were games, ball games, tennis, riding, horse races, athletic contests. There were amusement parks like the Tivoli Gardens, where, like 12,000 others on a pleasant day, you could get your fortune told, buy dispensables in the boutiques, watch fireworks, tightrope walkers, or balloon ascensions, hear concerts, or put your youngsters on the merry-go-round to play the jeu de bague, catching the rings. You might sit in an open-air café, or under the pavilion of the Café de Foix, or in a high-class café like Tortoni's or Frascati's, or follow the tourists into night spots like the Caveau, cellar, or the Sauvage, or Les Aveugles, where blind musicians entertained. You could go to a club to read or chat or hear political debate. You could attend one of the complex and colorful festivals organized by the state and decorated by famous artists like David. If you wished to try the new dance, the waltz, just imported from Germany, you could find a partner in some one of the 300 public ballrooms in the Paris of the Directory. Now, in 1795, in the subsiding years of the Revolution, some émigrés were allowed to return. Hidden nobles ventured from their protective lairs, and the bourgeoisie displayed its wealth in expensive homes and furniture, in jeweled women and lavish entertainments. The people of Paris emerged from their apartments and tenements to sample the sun or the evening air in the gardens of the Tuileries or the Luxembourg, or along the Champs-Élysées. Women blossomed out in their recklessly charming costumes, their pictured fans that said more than words, their gracefully shaped shoes that made concealed feet alluring. Society revived. But the 100 or so families that now constituted it were not the pedigreed gentry and world-famous philosophes who had sparkled in the salons of pre-revolution nights. They were mostly the nouveaux riches who had garnered livres from ecclesiastical realty, army contracts, mercantile monopolies, financial finesse, or political friends. Some scattered survivors from Bourbon days came to the homes of Madame de Genlis or the widows Condorcet and Helvétius. But most of the salons that opened after the death of Robespierre, Madame de Staël's circle excepted, had no talent for brilliant conversation and lacked the ease that in older times had come from long security in landed wealth. The top salon was now the one that met in the comfortable rooms of Director Barras in the Luxembourg Palace, or at his Château de Grosbois, and its allure was not in the lore of philosophers, but in the beauty and smiles of Mesdames Tallien and Josephine de Beauharnais. Josephine was not yet Bonaparte, and Madame Tallien was no longer Tallien's wife. Married to him on December 26, 1794, and acclaimed for a while as Notre Dame de Thermidor, she had left the fading terrorist soon afterward, and had become the mistress of Barras. Some journalists jibed at her morals, but most of them returned her smiles, for there was nothing haughty in her beauty, and she was known for many kindnesses to women as well as to men. The Duchesse d'Abrantes described her later as the Capitoline Venus, but even more lovely than the work of Phidias. For you perceived in her the same perfection of features, the same symmetry in arms, hands, and feet, the whole animated by a benevolent expression. It was one virtue of Barras that he was generous to her and to Josephine, appreciated their beauty in no merely sexual way, shared it in his receptions with hundreds of potential rivals, and put his blessing upon Napoleon's capture of Josephine. 4. Music and Drama. Cassette 6, Side 2. Every grade of music flourished. You could get encores from a street singer for a coin, or you could join a crowd and frighten the bourgeois with the carmagnole or ça ira, or you could shake the frontiers with the Marseillaise, of which Rouget de Lille had written all but the title. In the Concert Feydeau you could marvel at Dominique Garat, the Caruso of his time, whose voice could evoke tremors in hearts and rafters, and was famous throughout Europe for its range. Amid the terror of 1793, the convention inaugurated the Institut National de Musique, and 2 years later it expanded this into the Conservatoire de Musique, granting it 240,000 livres per year for the free tuition of 600 students. On the night when Robespierre was shot, a Parisian could have heard Armide at the Opéra, or Paul et Virginie at the Opéra Comique. Opera flourished during the Revolution. Besides putting Bernardin de Saint-Pierre's Idyll to music in 1794, Jean-François Lesueur, 1760 to 1837, scored another success in the same year with Fénelon's Télémaque. He aroused all France with the noise and terror of La Caverne, which received 700 performances. He continued to produce during Napoleon's ascendancy, and lived long enough to teach Berlioz and Gounod. In a much shorter life, Étienne Méhul, 1763 to 1817, wrote over 40 operas for the Opéra Comique, while his massive chorales, Hymne à la Raison, 1793, and Chant du Départ, 1794, made him the musical idol of the Revolution. During the Revolution, the term opéra comique ceased to mean a musical comedy and was applied to any opera, tragic or comic, that contained spoken dialogue. The Théâtre de l'Opéra Comique was henceforth allowed to compete with the Académie de Musique in producing serious opera. About this time, too, some composers, like Méhul in Ariel of 1799, arranged to associate certain recurring orchestral passages with corresponding personages or situations. So began the leitmotif. The greatest music maker in the France of the Revolution was Maria Luigi Carlo Salvatore Cherubini. Born in Florence in 1760, I began to learn music at 6 and composition at 9. By the age of 16, he had composed 3 masses, a Magnificat, a Te Deum, an oratorio, and 3 cantatas. In 1777, Leopold, the benevolent Grand Duke of Tuscany, granted him an allowance to study with Giuseppe Sarti at Bologna. In 4 years, Cherubini became a master of contrapuntal composition. In 1784, he was invited to London, but he did not do well, and in 1786 he moved to Paris, which, except for short intervals, remained his home till his death in 1842. In his first opera there, Demophon, of 1788, he abandoned the light-hearted Neapolitan style of subordinating the story and the orchestra to arias, and followed Gluck into grand opera, in which the arias were kept secondary to the development of the theme and to choral and orchestral music. His greatest successes in the Paris of the Revolution were Lodoiska of 1791 and Médée of 1797. With his still more famous Les Deux Journées of 1800, he began a troubled career under Napoleon. we may rejoin him under that shooting star. There were over 30 theaters in revolutionary Paris, and nearly all were crowded night after night, even during the Terror. Actors had been freed by the Revolution from the disabilities long since laid upon them by the Church. They could smile at excommunications and at the exclusion of their cadavers from Christian cemeteries. But they were subjected, from 1790 to 95, to a more alert censorship. The convention required that no comedy should contain any aristocratic hero or sentiments. The theater was made an instrument of government propaganda. Comedy sank to a low level, and new tragedies followed the revolutionary line as well as the classic unities. As usual, the leading actors were more famous than the statesmen, and some, like François-Joseph Talma, were much more loved. His father was a valet who became a dentist, went to London, prospered, and sent his son to France for an education. After graduation, François returned to serve as assistant to his father. He learned English, read Shakespeare, saw him performed, and joined a troupe of French actors playing in England. Back in France, he was admitted to the Comédie Française and made his debut in 1787 as Saïd in Voltaire's Mahomet. His well-proportioned figure, his classically chiseled features, his thick black hair and brilliant black eyes helped him to advance, but his support of the Revolution alienated most of the company, which owed its existence to the favor of the king. In 1785, Talma saw David's picture, The Oath of the Horatii. He was struck not only by its dramatic power, but by its careful fidelity to ancient dress. He resolved to introduce the same veracity into the costumes for his stage appearances. He astonished his confreres when he appeared in tunic and sandals, and with bare arms and legs, to play Proculus in Voltaire's Brutus. He became friends with David and absorbed some of his revolutionary ardor. When he played Marie-Joseph de Chénier's Charles IX, on November 4th, 1789, he put such passion into the anti-monarchical passages, which pictured the young king as ordering the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Eve, that he shocked most of his audience and many of his companions, who still felt some loyalty to Louis XVI. As the Revolution warmed, the conflict between the Reds and the Blacks in the company and in the audience became so violent, leading to duels, that Talma, Madame Bestrice, the leading tragedienne, and other actors broke away from the royally privileged Comédie Française and set up their own company in the Théâtre de la République Française, near the Palais Royal. There Talma improved his art by studying the history, character, and dress of each person and period in his repertoire. He practiced control of his features to accompany every change of feeling or thought. He reduced the declamatory tone of his speeches and the theatrical expression of emotion. Eventually, he became the acknowledged master of his art. In 1793, the older company, renamed the Théâtre de la Nation, produced L'Ami des Lois, a play salted with satire and ridicule of the revolutionary leaders. On the night of September 3rd to 4th, the whole troupe was arrested. Talma's company accepted a rigid censorship. The plays of Racine were banned. The comedies of Molière were subjected to cuts and alterations. Aristocratic titles, even Monsieur and Madame, were expunged from permitted plays, and a similar purification was demanded in all the theaters of France. After the fall of Robespierre, the arrested actors were released. On May 31st, 1799, as the Revolution neared its end, the old company and the new were united in the Comédie Française and made their home in the Théâtre Français of the Palais Royal, where it lives and prospers today. 5. The Artists. Art in revolutionary France was affected by 3 external events: the deposition and emigration of the aristocracy, the excavations of ancient remains at Herculaneum and Pompeii, from 1738 on, and the rape of Italian art by Napoleon. The emigration removed from France most of the class with enough money and taste to buy works of art. And sometimes the artist, like Madame Vigée-Lebrun, followed the émigrés. Fragonard, though completely dependent on the purses of the leisure class, supported the revolution and nearly starved. Other artists supported it because they remembered how the nobility had treated them as servants and hirelings, and how the Académie des Beaux-Arts had permitted only its own members to exhibit in its salons. In 1791, the Legislative Assembly had opened the Académie to any qualified artist, French or foreign, to compete. The convention abolished the Académie altogether as an essentially aristocratic institution. In 1795, the Directory replaced it with the new Académie des Beaux-Arts and gave it headquarters in the Louvre. This had been made a public museum in 1792. There, the French artists were allowed to study and copy the works of Raphael, Giorgione, Correggio, Leonardo, Veronese, even the horses of St. Mark's. Never had stolen goods been so commendably used. In 1793, the convention renewed the government support of the Prix de Rome and of the French Academy in Rome. Slowly, the rising middle class replaced the nobility as buyers of art. The Salon of 1795 was crowded with spectators, overwhelmed by 535 paintings. Art prices rose. Strange to say, the Revolution did not bring any radical movement in the arts. On the contrary, the inspiration given to neoclassicism by the exhuming of ancient sculpture and architecture near Naples, and by the writings of Winckelmann from 1755 on, and Lessing from 1766, had stimulated a revival of the classic style, with all its aristocratic connotations, and this reaction proved strong enough to withstand the romantic and democratic influences of the Revolution. The artists of this leveling age, Proudhon dissenting, accepted in theory and practice all the classic and nobiliary norms of order, discipline, form, intellect, reason, and logic as guards against emotion, passion, enthusiasm, license, disorder, and sentiment. French art under Louis XIV had observed these old rules of Quintilian and Vitruvius, of Corneille and Boileau. But under Louis XV and Louis XVI it had relaxed in Baroque and frolicked in Rococo. With Rousseau defending feeling and Diderot upholding sentiment, it seemed that the age of Romanticism was at hand. It was in politics and literature, but not in art. In 1774, Joseph-Marie Vien, excited by reports of the excavations at Herculaneum and Pompeii, started out for Italy, taking with him his pupil, Jacques-Louis David. The youngster, all set for revolution, vowed that he would never be seduced by the conservative aristocratic art of classical antiquity. But there was something masterful in him that responded to the majesty of form, the logic of construction, the strength and purity of line in the art of Greece and Rome. He resisted its masculine message for a time, gradually yielded to it, and brought it back with him to Paris. It harmonized with the Revolution's rejection of Christianity and the idealization of the Roman Republic, of the Catos and Scipios. It even accorded with Madame Tallien's Greek gowns. Now it seemed due time to put aside the celestial aspirations of Gothic, the juvenile surprises of Baroque, the gay frills of Rococo, the rosy nudes of Boucher, the leaping petticoats of Fragonard. Now classic line and logic, cold reason, aristocratic restraint, and stoic form must be the art goals and principles of colorful, emotional, democratic, romantic, revolutionary France. David, who was to dominate French art during the Revolution and the Empire, was born in Paris in 1748 of a prosperous bourgeois family, which always kept him from want. He entered at 16 the Académie des Beaux-Arts, studied under Vien, tried twice for the Prix de Rome, failed twice, locked himself up, and tried to starve himself to death. A neighboring poet missed him, sought him, found him, and wooed him back to food. David competed again in 1774, and won with the Rococo painting Antiochus dying for the love of Stratonice. In Rome he became enamored of Raphael, then put him aside as too femininely soft in mood and line. He found stronger nourishment in Leonardo, and a stately control of thought and form in Poussin. From Renaissance Madonnas he passed to ancient heroes of philosophy, myth, and war. And in the capital of Christianity he shed his Christian faith. He returned to Paris in 1780, took a rich wife, and submitted in the Académie salons a succession of classic subjects, Belisarius, Andromache, and some portraits. In 1784 he went to Rome to paint, against a Roman background, a picture commissioned by Louis XVI, The Oath of the Horatii. When he exhibited this in Rome, an old Italian painter, Pompeo Battoni, told him, "You and I alone are painters. As for the rest, they can jump into the river." Back in Paris, he submitted his work, as Le Sermon des Horaces, to the Salon of 1785. Here, in Livy's legendary history, David found the spirit of the patriotism that had been the real religion of ancient Rome. 3 brothers of the Horatii family taking an oath to settle the war between Rome and Alba Longa, 7th century B.C., by a fight to the death with 3 brothers of the Curiatii clan. David pictured the Horatii swearing and receiving swords from their father while their sisters mourn. One of them was betrothed to one of the Curiatii. Frenchmen, who knew the story from Corneille's Horace, caught the picture's mood of intense patriotism, which counted the nation above the individual, even above the family. A king sincerely dedicated to reform, and a city already stirring with revolution, united in applauding the artist, and his rivals acknowledged the skill with which he had revealed heroic courage, paternal sacrifice, and womanly grief. The success of the Oath of the Horatii was one of the most complete and significant in the annals of art, for it meant the triumph of the classic style. Encouraged in his method and his choice of subjects, David turned to Greece and offered in 1787 the death of Socrates. Sir Joshua Reynolds, viewing the picture in Paris, pronounced it the greatest endeavor in art since Michelangelo and Raphael. It would have been a credit to Athens in the time of Pericles. 2 years later, David returned to Roman legend with the lictors bringing home to Brutus the bodies of his sons. This was Livy's tale of the Roman consul of 509 B.C., who sentenced his 2 sons to death for conspiring to restore the monarchy. The painting had been commissioned before the fall of the Bastille, apparently with no thought of the impending revolt. The king's minister of art forbade its exhibition, but public clamor secured its admission to the Salon of 1789. The crowds who came to see it hailed it as part of the revolution, and David found himself the artistic mouthpiece of his time. Thereafter he gave himself to the revolution in a rare marriage of politics and art. He accepted its principles, illustrated its incidents, organized and adorned its fates, and commemorated its martyrs. When the radical deputy Lepelletier de Saint-Fargeau was assassinated by a royalist on January 20th, 1793, David set himself to commemorate the scene. Within 2 months he presented the picture to the convention, which hung it on the walls of its chamber. When Marat was slain on July 13, 1793, a crowd of mourners entered the convention gallery. Soon a voice from among them cried out, "Where are you, David? You have transmitted to posterity the likeness of Lepelletier dying for his country. There remains for you another picture to paint." David rose and said, "I will do it." He presented the completed painting to the convention on October 11th. It showed Marat half submerged in his bath, his head fallen back lifeless, one hand clasping a manuscript, an arm dropping limp to the floor. A block of wood beside the tub bore the proud inscription, "To Marat, David." It was a departure from David's characteristic style. Revolutionary fervor had replaced neoclassicism with realism. Furthermore, this and the Le Pelletier broke classic precedent by taking recent events as subjects. They made art a participant in the revolution. By 1794, David had become so prominent politically that he was elected to the Committee of General Security. He followed Robespierre's leadership and arranged the procession and artistic decorations for the Feast of the Supreme Being. After Robespierre's fall, David was arrested as one of his followers. After serving 3 months in prison, he was released on the pleas of his pupils. He retired in 1795 to the privacy of his studio, but he soon returned to prominence in 1799 with a masterly panorama, The Rape of the Sabines. On November 10th, Napoleon seized power, and David, 51 years old, began a new and triumphant career. 6. Science and Philosophy. Revolutions do not favor pure science, but they stimulate applied science to meet the needs of a society fighting for its liberty. So Lavoisier, the chemist-financier, helped the American and French revolutions by improving the quality and production of gunpowder. Berthollet and other chemists, spurred by the English blockade, found substitutes for imported sugar, soda, and indigo. Lavoisier was guillotined as a profiteer in 1794, but a year later the revolutionary government repudiated this act and honored his memory. The convention protected the scientists on its committees and accepted their plans for a metric system. The Directory gave scientists high status in the new Institut de France. Lagrange, Laplace, Adrien-Marie Legendre, Delambre, Berthollet, Lamarck, Cuvier, names still shining in the history of science, were among its earliest members. Science for a time replaced religion as the staple of French education. The return of the Bourbons interrupted this movement, but their fall in 1830 was accompanied by the exaltation of science in the positive philosophy of Auguste Comte. Lagrange and Legendre left their lasting marks on mathematics. Lagrange formulated the calculus of variations, whose equations are still part of the science of mechanics. Legendre worked on elliptic integrals from 1786 to 1827, when he published his results in a Traité des Fonctions. Gaspard Monge, son of a peddler, invented descriptive geometry, a method of representing three-dimensional objects on a two-dimensional plane. He organized the national reclamation of copper and tin, wrote a famous text on the gentle art of manufacturing cannon, and served the revolutionary government and Napoleon through a long career as mathematician and administrator. Laplace aroused the intelligentsia of Europe with his Exposition du Système du Monde in 1796, which formulated a nebular hypothesis and tried to explain the universe as pure mechanism. When Napoleon asked him, "Who made all this machinery?" Laplace replied, "I had no need of that hypothesis." Lavoisier, founder of modern chemistry, served as chairman of the commission that formulated the metric system in 1790. Berthollet advanced both theoretical and practical chemistry, helped Lavoisier establish a new chemical nomenclature, and helped his embattled country by his method of converting ore into iron and iron into steel. Xavier Bichat pioneered in histology by his microscopic studies of tissues. In 1797, he began a famous series of lectures on physiology and surgery. He summarized his findings in Anatomie Générale in 1801. In 1799, aged 28, he was appointed physician at the Hôtel Dieu. He was embarking upon a study of organic changes produced by disease when a fall put an end to his life in 1802 at the age of 31. Pierre Cabanis may serve as a transition to philosophy, for though his time knew him chiefly as a physician, posterity came to think of him as a philosopher. In 1791 he attended the last illness of the dying Mirabeau.
He lectured at the École de Médecine on hygiene, legal medicine, and the history of medicine. For a time he was head of all the hospitals in Paris. He was one of the many distinguished men who discreetly loved the ever-lovable widow of the philosophe Helvétius. At her gatherings he met Diderot, d'Alembert, d'Holbach, Condorcet, Condillac, Franklin, and Jefferson. As a student of medicine, he was especially attracted to Condillac, who was then dominating the French philosophical scene with his doctrine that all knowledge comes from sensations. The materialistic implications of this sensationism appealed to Cabanis. They accorded well with the correlations that he found between mental and bodily operations. He shocked even the advanced thinkers of his time by saying, "To form a correct idea of the operations whose result is thought, it is necessary to regard the brain as a special organ whose particular function is to produce thought, just as the stomach and the intestines have the special function of carrying on the work of digestion, the liver that of filtering the bile, etc." Nevertheless, Cabanis modified Condillac's analysis by maintaining, as Kant had recently done in his Critique of Pure Reason, that a sensation enters an organism which is already half-formed at birth, is molded thereafter by every experience, and carries its past in its cells and memories to form part of a changing personality, including internal sensations, reflexes, instincts, feelings, and desires. The psychophysical totality so produced molds to its structure and purpose every sensation that it receives. In this sense, Cabanis agreed with Kant that the mind is not a helpless tabula rasa upon which sensations are impressed. It is an organization for transforming sensations into perceptions, thoughts, and actions. However, Cabanis insisted, the mind that Kant so revered is not an entity separable from the physiological apparatus of tissue and nerves. This apparently materialistic system was expounded in the first, 1796, of 12 memoirs which Cabanis published together in 1802 as Rapport du physique et du moral de l'homme. They reveal a powerful mind, or brain, eagerly active over a widening area of curiosity and speculation. The first essay is almost a survey of physiological psychology, studying the neural correlates of mental states. The third analyzes the unconscious. Our accumulated memories, or neural inscriptions, may combine with external and internal sensations to generate dreams, or may unconsciously affect our ideas even in the most alert of waking states. The fourth holds that the mind ages with the body, so that the same person's ideas and character may be quite different in his 70s than in his 20s. The fifth is a suggestive discussion of how glandular secretions, especially the sexual, may affect our feelings and thoughts. The 10th essay contends that man has evolved through chance variations or mutations, which became hereditary. In a book purporting to be Cabanis's Lettres sur les causes premières, from 1824, published 16 years after his death, he appears to retract his materialism and to admit a first cause endowed with intelligence and will. The materialist may remind us that the great surgeon had warned us against the effect of an aging body upon its associated mind. The skeptic may suppose that the mystery of consciousness had led Cabanis to suspect materialism of simplifying a very complex and immediate reality. In any event, it is good that a philosopher should remind himself now and then that he is a particle pontificating on infinity. Two men survived from the age of the philosophe to meet in person the revolution that had been so fervently desired. When the Abbé Raynal, who had made his name in 1770 with Histoire philosophique des deux Indes, saw the lumière of the Enlightenment darkened by the excesses of the populace, he sent to the Constituent Assembly, on May 31st, 1791, a letter of protest and prophecy. "I have long dared to tell kings of their duties. Let me today tell the people of their errors." He warned that the tyranny of the crowd could be as cruel and unjust as the despotism of monarchs. He defended the right of the clergy to preach religion, so long as the opponents of religion or priestcraft were left free to speak their minds. He condemned alike the governmental financing of any religion — the state was then paying the salaries of priests — and the attacks upon priests by anti-clerical mobs. Robespierre persuaded the irate assembly to let the 78-year-old philosopher escape arrest, but Raynal's property was confiscated, and he died in destitution and disillusionment in 1796. Constantin Chasseboeuf de Volnay lived through the Revolution and knew every notable in Paris from D'Holbach to Napoleon. After years of travel in Egypt and Syria, he was elected to the States General, and he served in the Constituent Assembly till its dissolution in 1791. In that year he published the philosophical echoes of his wanderings in Les Ruines, ou Méditations sur les révolutions des empires. What had caused the collapse of so many ancient civilizations? Volnay answered that they had declined because of the ignorance induced in their people by supernatural religions allied with despotic governments, and by difficulties in the transmission of knowledge from generation to generation. Now that mythological creeds were losing their hold, and printing had facilitated the preservation of knowledge and the transference of civilization, men might hope to build lasting cultures upon a moral code in which knowledge, growing and spreading, would extend man's control over his unsocial tendencies and promote cooperation and unity. He was arrested in 1793 as a Girondin and remained in prison for 9 months. Released, he sailed to America, was welcomed by George Washington, was denounced as a French spy by President Adams in 1798, and hurried back to France. He served as a senator under Napoleon, opposed the change from consulate to empire, and retired to a scholarly seclusion until Louis XVIII made him a peer in 1814. He died in 1820, having shared in deposing and restoring the Bourbons. 7. Books and authors. Despite the guillotine, publishers embalmed the evanescent, poets rhymed and scanned, orators declaimed, dramatists mingled history and love, historians revised the past, philosophers chastised the present, and 2 women authors rivaled the men in depth of feeling, political courage, and intellectual power. One of these, Madame Roland, we have met in prison and at the guillotine. The Didot family, most famous of French publishers, continued to improve the casting of type and the bindings of books. François Didot had established the firm as printers and booksellers in Paris in 1713. His sons, François Amboise and Pierre François, carried on experiments in typography and issued a collection of French classics on commission from Louis XVI. François Amboise's son Pierre published editions of Virgil in 1798, Horace in 1799, and Racine in 1801, so exquisite that the rich purchasers could enjoy them without reading them. Firmin Didot, 1764 to 1836, another son of François Amboise, earned fame by founding a new type and was credited with inventing stereotyping. And the company of Firmin Didot published in 1884 the magnificent edition of Paul Lacroix's Directoire, Consulat, et Empire, from which many items herein related have been filched. Therein, for example, we learn that all through the Revolutionary period the sale of the works of Voltaire and Rousseau ran in the 100,000s. A decree of the Convention of July 19, 1793, guaranteed an author's ownership of his copyrighted publication until 10 years after his death. The 2 most famous poets of the Revolutionary decade began far apart in decoration and style, and ended under the same knife in 1794. Philippe François Fabre d'Églantine composed pretty verses and successful plays. He became president of the Cordeliers Club, secretary to Danton, and deputy in the Convention, where he voted for the expulsion of the Girondins and the beheading of the king. Appointed to the committee for devising a new calendar, he invented many of the picturesquely seasonal names for its months. On January 12, 1794, he was arrested on charges of malversation, forgery, and dealings with foreign agents and mercantile profiteers. At his trial, he sang his charming ballad, it is raining, shepherd, bring in your white sheep." But the jurors had no ear for pastorals. On his way to the guillotine on April 5, 1794, he distributed copies of his poems to the people. André-Marie de Chénier was a better poet with better morals, but no better fate. Born at Constantinople in 1762 of a French father and a Greek mother, he divided his literary love between Greek poetry and French philosophy. He was educated in Navarre, came to Paris in 1784, made friends with David and Lavoisier, and accepted the Revolution with reservations. He opposed the civil constitution of the clergy, which bound the state with the Catholic Church. He recommended to the National Assembly the complete separation of church and state and full freedom of worship for every faith. He condemned the September massacres, praised Charlotte Corday for killing Marat, and wrote for Louis XVI a letter to the Convention asking for the right to appeal to the people from the sentence of death. This service made him suspect to the ruling Jacobins. Impressed as a Girondin, he fell in love with a pretty prisoner, Mademoiselle de Coigny, and addressed to her La Jeune Captive, which Lamartine pronounced the most melodious sigh that ever issued from the apertures of a dungeon. Brought to trial, he refused to defend himself and went to his death as a relief from an age of barbarism and tyranny. He had published only 2 poems in his lifetime, but his friends issued, 25 years after his execution, an edition of his collected verse, which established him as the Keats of French literature. It must have been his plaint, as well as hers, that he expressed in the final stanza of The Young Captive. "O death, you need not haste, be gone, be gone. Go solace hearts that shame and fear have known, and hopeless woes beset. For me, Pales still has her grassy ways, love has its kisses, and the muse her lays. I would not die as yet." André's younger brother, Joseph de Chénier, 1764 to 1811, was a successful dramatist. Recall the turmoil caused when Talma played Charles IX. He wrote the words for the martial Chant du Départ and the Hymne à la Liberté, sung at the Feast of Reason. With a skillful translation, he introduced to France Gray's Elegy written in a country churchyard. Elected to the Convention, he became, in a sense, the official poet of the Revolution. In his later years, he was commissioned by the Institut to compose a tableau historique de l'État et du progrès de la littérature française depuis 1789. He died before completing it. Even so, it is an extensive record of writers once famous and now mostly forgotten even by educated Frenchmen. Immortals die soon after death. Commanded and engulfed by politics during the Convention, literature recovered under the Directory. Hundreds of literary societies were formed, reading clubs multiplied, the reading public grew. Most of it was content with novels. Romantic fiction and poetry began to displace classic tragic drama. Macpherson's Ocean, translated into French, became a favorite with a wide variety of readers, from chambermaids to Napoleon. 8. Madame de Staël and the Revolution. Standing out from the word weavers by force of voice and character was a woman who, amid successful novels and a succession of lovers, accepted the Revolution, denounced the mob and the terror, fought Napoleon at every step, and survived to victory while he languished in a living death. Germaine Necker had the advantage of being born to prominence and fortune. Her father, soon a millionaire, became France's Minister of Finance. Her mother, once pursued by Edward Gibbon, gathered in her salon the celebrated geniuses of Paris and beyond, to serve unwittingly or unwillingly in the education of her child. She was born in Paris on April 22nd, 1766. Madame Necker, insisting on being her chief tutor, filled her with an explosive mixture of history, literature, philosophy, Racine, Richardson, Calvin, and Rousseau. Germaine trembled with fashionable sensibility over Clarissa Harlowe's approach to a fate worse than death, and with youthful enthusiasm over Rousseau's call to freedom. But she proved painfully allergic to Calvinism and resisted the insistent theology and discipline with which it was daily administered to her. More and more she shied away from her ailing, dominating mother and fell in love with her virtuous but indulgent and providing father. This was the only liaison that she maintained with lasting fidelity. It made other attachments tangential and insecure. "Our destinies," she wrote, "would have united us forever if fate had made us contemporaries." Meanwhile, to confuse her emotions with intellect, she was allowed from puberty onward to attend her mother's periodical meetings of the minds. There she pleased the pundits by her quickness of understanding and repartee. By the time she was 17, she had become the star of the salon. Now the problem arose of finding for her a husband who could match her mind and her prospective fortune. Her parents proposed William Pitt, the rising light of English politics. Germaine rejected the idea for the same reason that had led her mother to resist Gibbon. There was not enough sun in England, and the women there were beautiful but unheard. Baron Erich Magnus Stahl von Holstein, being bankrupt, offered his hand. The Neckers held him at bay until he had become Swedish ambassador to France. This happened, and Germaine agreed to marry him because she expected to be more independent as a wife than as a daughter. On January 14, 1786, she became Baron de Stahl-Holstein. She was 20, the Baron 37. We are assured that she knew nothing of sexual love until her marriage, but she was a quick learner in everything. The Comtesse de Boufflers, who presided at the wedding, described the bride as so spoiled by admiration for her wit that it will be hard to make her realize her shortcomings. She is imperious and strong-willed to excess, and she has a self-assurance that I have never seen matched by any person of her age. She was not beautiful, being masculine in build as well as mind, but her black eyes sparkled with vivacity, and in conversation she had no equal. She went to live at the Swedish embassy in the Rue du Bac, where she soon established her own salon. But also, since her mother was ailing, she took charge of the salon and the apartments over her father's bank. Necker had been dismissed from the Ministry of Finance in 1781, but he was recalled to office in 1788 to help turn aside the threat of revolution. He was now, despite his millions, the ideal of Paris, and Germaine, passionately supporting him with tongue and pen, had some reason to be proud. Politics, next to unlicensed love, became her meat and drink. On Necker's advice, Louis summoned the States General. Over Necker's resistance, he bade the three estates sit separately, maintaining class distinction. On July 12, 1789, he dismissed Necker a second time and ordered him to leave France at once. He and Madame Necker drove to Brussels. Germaine, wild with wrath, followed him. Stahl, forgetting his official duties, accompanied her and her fortune. On July 14th, the Parisian populace stormed the Bastille and threatened the monarchy. The frightened king sent a courier to overtake Necker and call him back to Paris and office. Necker came. The people acclaimed him. Germaine rushed to Paris, and thereafter, till the September massacres, felt every day the hot winds of revolution. Associating its early stages with her father and her politics with her income, she supported the States General, but pleaded for a bicameral legislature under a constitutional monarchy, assuring representative government, civil liberties, and the protection of property. As the revolution proceeded, she used all her influence to moderate the Jacobins and encourage the Girondins. However, she outdistanced the Jacobins in her moral philosophy. Nearly all the men she met thought it reasonable that their marriages, having been unions of property and not of hearts, should allow for a mistress or two to give them excitement and romance. But they held that similar privileges could not be extended to the wife, since her infidelity would cause disruptive uncertainties in the inheritance of property. Germaine did not feel this argument, since in her case, an only child, the property in question and in prospect was almost wholly her own. She concluded that she should feel free to seek romance, even to sampling other beds. She had soon lost respect for her husband, who was too obedient to be interesting and too incompetent to be solvent. She did not object to his taking Mademoiselle Clairon as a mistress, but he was spending his official income on the 70-year-old actress, was neglecting his duties as ambassador, was gambling and losing, and repeatedly accumulating debts which his wife and father-in-law reluctantly paid. So she made her way through a procession of lovers, for, as she was to say in Delphine, between God and love I recognize no mediator but my conscience. And conscience could be managed. One of her first collaborators was Talleyrand, ex-bishop of Autun, who agreed with her on the flexibility of vows. After him came Comte Jacques-Antoine de Guibert, lately the beau idéal of Julie de Lespinasse. However, he died in 1790, aged 47. A year earlier, Germaine had formed a deeper and more lasting attachment with Louis de Narbonne-Larat. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1.